Second Hour on Thursday. What
And Tony Port's memo has this last line, which I found interesting. He said, Ryan's comments on Tuesday are much stronger than they were last week. That's true. A day after Ryan endorsed Trump, the House Speaker said the real estate mogul's comments were, quote, totally out of left field. Now, that was comments that came out about the same exact issue. It went from, that's totally out of left field to textbook definition of racism. What is going on here? Now, number one, it's still an embarrassment and a joke they're endorsing and supporting Donald Trump. But number two, there's something else afoot here. Why did the Republicans decide to throw Trump under the bus more aggressively than they were last week? And you can see that all up and down. And the line, and we showed you clip after clip on yesterday's show. I've got more quotes today. You obviously had Paul Ryan there. Then Mark Kirk, the Illinois senator, who's a Republican, came out and said, I cannot and will not support my party's nominee for president. So he's now technically withdrawing his endorsement. Lindsey Graham has withdrawn his endorsement. Mark Kirk furthermore said, I find Donald Trump's beliefs that an American-born judge of Mexican descent is incapable of fairly presiding over his case not only dead wrong, it is un-American. These are very strong comments, and Alberto Gonzalez last week was partly defending it. Then today he comes out and he's like, I didn't mean to defend those comments. I'm against those comments. There's something afoot here. The establishment seems to have swung against Donald Trump in a very significant way. Has the Republican Party reconsidered supporting Donald Trump? We're beginning to see the first signs of it. It's not the end of the question, but it is unusual for Republicans to attack their own this aggressively. On the same exact comments just last week, they were not doing this. Now, this week, there's a change in tone from almost the entire Republican Party establishment, saying Mr. Trump would like to welcome you on the underside of a bus, which, by the way, where he thoroughly belongs. Nonetheless, it is unlike the Republicans to do this unless they've begun to make a decision that Trump is not their guy. And Trump, in reacting, doesn't want to apologize, but at the same time can't help himself, so he says, it is unfortunate that my comments have been misconstrued as a categorical attack against people of Mexican heritage. I'm friends with and employ thousands of people of Mexican and Hispanic descent. I know, dude, I know. You eat their taco balls. It's not a persuasive argument. Okay, so he's not apologizing. He's trying to do damage control, but really doesn't know how to do it. Let's keep following this story, because if the Republicans have decided they're done with Trump, oh boy, this general election is going to be awesome. In the immortal words of Donald Trump, it's going to be a mess. An absolute mess. Okay, now, finally, let's turn to the defense of Donald Trump. Okay. So, as so much of the Republican establishment is throwing Donald Trump under a bus, saying that his comments were racist, terrible mistake, textbook definition of racism, those are Newt Gingrich, Paul Ryan, and others, Donald Trump apparently had a call with his surrogates, and he told them, according to an inside source, the people asking the questions, those are the racists, I would go at them. So he tells the surrogates to say, the people calling me racist, we should ironically turn around and call them racist. Now, one of his top surrogates is this guy, his last name is Lord, and he's been lording over us on CNN nonstop. CNN apparently believes this is a legitimate analyst. So he's going to go on air again and explain to us exactly what Donald Trump wanted him to say.
No bones about it. Speaker Ryan is wrong, and Speaker Ryan has apparently switched positions and is now supporting identity politics, which is racist. I am astonished.
So you're accusing Paul Ryan? You're accusing Paul Ryan of racism?
I am accusing anybody who believes in identity politics, which he apparently now does, of playing the race card. The Republican establishment is playing this. Senator McConnell is playing this. These people have run and hid and borrowed the Democratic agenda of playing the race card. It is wrong.
Do you know how ironic that is that you're calling all of those particular Republicans racist?
I am saying it is identity politics, which is racist.
That's Jeffrey the Sith Lord. So, now, I love this twist in logic. So, no matter what I say, if you call it racist, then you're playing identity politics, and by definition, you are the racist. So what if you were to say, I hate that N-word, and I hate him because he's black? Can we then call it racist? No. You would be bringing up the race issue, and hence, you would be racist. Okay, so that means that, according to your definition, nothing can ever be racist. Yeah, sounds about right. That obviously makes no sense. But wait a minute. If you're then calling them racist, or calling you racist, and you say anyone who calls anyone racist is racist, doesn't that also make you racist? Think about it for a second. We're inside Inception, and the dreidel still spin. These guys, I'm amused by them. They're heinous people. But you know what they're attempting to do here? It doesn't really have anything to do with the merits of it. And by the way, this is Jeffrey Lord's specialty. Just confuse people long enough for them to go, I don't understand what they're talking about. Okay, I'll call it even and move on. This is the same Jeffrey Lord that came out and pretended the KKK, he said this on CNN, was a liberal organization. And then I would imagine that if you called the KKK racist, that you would be racist. What are you doing with these guys? Okay. I don't know if that's clever or the dumbest thing I have ever heard. Young Turks.
All right, Jordan, tell us where we are, where we've been, and where we're going.
Jordan Shack reporting for the Young Turks.
The Young Turks online.
You're the third reporter that have come.
Tell me none of them get getting a haircut while talking to you.
Listen, I'm the first. All right, you're beautiful.
Is Hillary being sincere when she says $12 is enough for the minimum wage?
Anybody who tells you $12 is enough for the minimum wage is not only not being sincere, they don't give a damn about you.
No bank is too big to fail, and no executive too powerful to jail.
She is pretty dead set on protecting big banks.
We're tired of money in politics, and we're tired of the corruption.
You think it would really be better for liberals if all the money from the banks went to Republicans as opposed to just 80%?
When do we actually decide to make a change as a people?
Bernie Sanders already said, he wants a revolution. He wants a revolution. Well, I don't really want a revolution. I want a precedent.
Have you been a Ted Cruz fan all this time?
No, I've been a Liberty fan all this time.
It was a raucous event, if you've ever seen one.
I don't want to be recorded.
He's not going to tell us anything, so.
He reminds me of like your drunk uncle at a wedding who gets up and starts talking and just loves the crowd.
They're trying to ethnically cleanse white people?
Well, sure they are. Weren't you white guy?
In Dixieland, I'll take my stand. Strip away the gold, the ornaments, knock down the statues and the pillars, and this is what remains.
If Melisandre brings him back to life and he owes her one, they should have sex immediately.
I wish you good fortune in the wars to come.
So he turned out, he'll learn that he's Rhaegar and Lyanna's kid, and that he is the just heir to the Seven Kingdoms. And he'll be like, I took him out.
Yeah.
Kill those boys.
Those boys, they were rather rich. They were rough. It's like what, the candle maker's daughter or something?
The kennel master. That's
Oh, the kennel master. I thought they kept saying
kennel
kennel master.
I love Varys. If they kill Varys, I'm going to lose my mind.
Is that Valerian speaking there too?
It would, I believe, be old Giscari or possibly Aranese.
It could be almost contagious. Right. Yeah, the sunrise. She's trying to build him up.
I'm just doing what's right.
Yes, go back to that song.
Mexico's going to pay for the wall.
So good.
Very, very big price.
Mayweather will knock out Pacquiao. Floyd beats his wife.
Turks checking out with you guys. Big day. Obviously, we got the election coverage coming up. We've got about half an hour before that. Everybody stay right here, okay? We're going to go throughout the whole night. And we've got New Jersey coming up. That'll be first because it's on the East Coast. Then we've got all the Western states, including California. And their polls don't close until 8 p.m. Pacific. By the way, annoy the establishment, annoy the powerful, go vote. If you're on the West Coast, you still have almost 4 hours to vote. And it does make a difference. And if you're a Sanders supporter, nothing will grate on Hillary Clinton's nerves more than losing California. Even if she thinks she's already won, which apparently she doesn't believe that. That's why she continues to protest and to fight, etc. But also that'll annoy the establishment press, that'll annoy the establishment politicians. So let them know you're here and that you're not going anywhere and that this progressive movement is strong. And by the way, if you don't agree with us, go vote anyway. Okay? Go vote for your candidate to make whatever point you want to make. There's still plenty of time, especially on the West Coast. Okay, and the guys that make our coverage possible are our members. I want to thank two of them right now. Member number 1429 is Paul Bartunek, and member number 1430 is Kyla Acebo. So Paul and Kyla, you guys are great. Thank you so much. Everybody else, tytnetwork.com/join to become a member. By the way, if you're a member this morning, you caught a live interview. We haven't been able to put up the whole interview online yet because it does take some turnaround time. But if you're a member, you can always watch it live, all of our interviews. And so this morning I interviewed Dr. Jill Stein. She's the Green Party candidate for president. And she had some great things to say. I asked her if Bernie Sanders still staying in the race against Hillary Clinton is sexist. You should get a hold of her student loan plans. Not only does she want free college, not only is it 0% interest rate going forward, she wants to wipe out all student debt. Gone.
But Hillary Clinton's plan is better than hers, I'm sure. My God, Jake is driving me insane. Will you please believe me? Bernie's is better than Hillary's.
Well, you won the crowd, because the other day I said something about her education program, and there was all these tweets and comments online. Anna Kasparian already beat you on that argument. I don't know why you're still talking about it.
I don't know why you're still talking about it.
Anyway.
I feel like maybe if Ben argued with you, you'd take it a little more seriously.
Oh, you're nuts. Okay. Does it look like Ben and I agree?
No, I know. But I feel like Ben is one of the few people that'll, make you think, maybe, and you look into the issue a little more. Yes.
You're crazy.
Yes.
Ironically, I dismiss you.
All right, we got to get to the story.
Sorry. Last two quick things. During the election coverage, we're also going to have some special guests with us. Shailene Woodley is going to join us. She's a huge star. Descendants, The Secret Life of American Teenager, The Fault in Our Stars, the Divergent series, giant star. She's a huge Bernie Sanders supporter, and she's going to be on the show in a little bit. Also, Josh Fox, director of Gasland, is going to rejoin us. Jimmy Dore, John Iadarola, Michael Schur, Jordan Chariton, all part of our big coverage. And then a couple of quick tweets for you guys. No, I'll just read one, because the rest of you guys, God bless, really funny and interesting tweets. But Patrice Gonzalez says, please remember that Trump doesn't actually have the nomination like Hillary. Like Hillary also does not have it, she's saying. Are they laying the groundwork for a different candidate? So, Patrice, that's a great point. That's why I wanted to make sure to read your tweet. So, the Republican Party, he has the majority of the delegates. I don't know what in the world they would do at their convention, but the convention has not happened yet. They don't have superdelegates on the Republican side. He has the majority. It appears to be over, but maybe it's not over, because the Republicans are now beginning to start to fight him tooth and nail. So, man, this election has already been the wildest ride of our lifetimes. And we're barely getting started. We got the whole general election to go.
Jeez. Can you imagine those debates? Even if it's against Hillary and Trump, right? It's going to be lovely.
And as I talked to Dr. Stein today, it might not be just Hillary versus Donald Trump. She has an excellent case to make that, hey, wait a minute, why is the media listening to the Republican and Democratic Party that has a vested interest in shutting out third-party candidates? Gary Johnson's at 10%. Jill Stein's now at 4%. There's no reason why you shouldn't allow them to debate. A lot of these candidates were under 4% until the debates. Bernie Sanders was under 4% in the beginning, right? Almost all the Republican candidates were under 4%. So we might have a wide open race here.
Yeah.
Fascinating. But tonight, we still have the primaries, last night of the primaries, in essence. All right, now let's get started.
All right, let's do it. The controversy surrounding former Stanford student and swimmer Brock Turner continues. Now, this part of the story has to do with the fact that it was very difficult for journalists to convince authorities to release his mugshot from the night that he got arrested for raping an unconscious woman behind a dumpster. Now, that is what he was convicted of, and he was sentenced to a measly 6 months in jail as a result of that. Now, the Huffington Post managed to obtain a copy of his latest booking photo from June 2nd of 2016, this year. And that was the photo that we showed you when we initially did this story. Let's take a look at that. Now, you look at that and you think, okay, why were authorities so afraid to release his mugshot? He looks fine. But something didn't make a lot of sense, because he got arrested on the night that he raped this woman, and he was intoxicated, he had been drinking, he had been partying, he was at a fraternity party. So that mugshot didn't seem to make a lot of sense. So journalists continued asking for the real mugshot. When Turner was originally booked for attempted rape on January 18th, 2015, the arresting agency was the Stanford Department of Public Safety, an arm of the private university in Palo Alto, California. And so they were the ones who were responsible for finally releasing the actual mugshot. And today, we have the real mugshot. Let's take a look. I mean, think about how desperately they tried to clean up his image. It's incredible, right? But I did skip a few steps, so let's also mention all the other photos that they released of Brock Turner prior to the actual mugshot. There was the photo of him at a homeless shelter. There was also the photo of him at a coat drive. Let's not forget about the photo of him as a World War II medic. And finally, a photo of him as Superman. After all that, they finally released the real mugshot.
So now, obviously, we're joking about that because he's not actually Superman. But think about the reality of the situation. When do you ever see prosecutors going this far out of their way to help a defendant charged with rape, one of the worst crimes there is? So first, they do the buttoned-up tie picture. When pressed upon it, they're like, oh, I got it. We'll give you the booking photo from about a year and a half later. Well, he still has a coat jacket on in that picture. Mm-hmm. He's cut his hair, looks more clean cut. And then when absolutely, positively pressed, they go, okay, fine. We'll actually give you his mugshot. Can you imagine if they did this for every defendant?
Well, they don't. They certainly don't. Yesterday we did a story about a 14-year-old boy who had allegedly thrown a rock at a police officer during a riot at a Trump rally in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He's a minor. He's 14 years old, and usually there are more laws that protect minors or protect their image. In the case of Brock Turner, he was not a minor. He was already a college student. He was already an adult. But with the 14-year-old, they released his mugshot right away. Like, it's public record. Everyone has access to it. You don't have to fight as a journalist to get access to a mugshot of someone who might be poor, someone who might be a minority. But when it comes to someone who is as privileged as Brock Turner, doesn't matter if he was convicted of rape. You have to fight to see his actual mugshot.
But this is exactly what we talk about when we talk about white privilege. So, and it's not just white. It's more rich privilege than anything else. Because if you're a poor black kid and you're arrested in Baltimore, you think the cops are going to be like, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't want to release your mugshot. Do you have any pictures of you wearing a tie? We'd rather release that. That has never happened in the history of America. Okay? They don't. That's not how it goes. And sometimes they'll release pictures and incriminating evidence about people they shot dead who are unarmed. Like, they'll be, oh, yeah, but did you know you once smoked marijuana? I mean, they will bury people, right? But in this case, Stanford student, privileged white, rich kid, oh, wait, no, I don't want to give you the mugshot. Even though I'm the prosecutor, even though I'm the people who are supposed to be making sure that I protect the victim and prosecute the people who did the crime, no, I'm going to give him every advantage. The judge, as we told you yesterday, said he might not be able to adjust to prison because he's had such a good life.
He's had such a good life, and he might have experience a severe impact when he's in prison. What he was specifically referring to when he made that statement was, well, this kid grew up in a privileged lifestyle, and if he's a convicted rapist, who knows what they're going to do to him in prison, right? But other people don't get that consideration when they're thrown in prison. You never asked
the 14-year-old you put in prison. You never asked all those minorities you put in prison. You never asked those poor white kids all over the country that you put in prison because you thought they belonged there.
That's right. You think of them as throwaways.
But the rich kid going to Stanford, he doesn't belong there. Oh, poor kid, all he did was rape a girl in behind a dumpster. So, like, we want to make sure that he doesn't suffer in prison. You know that he got 6 months, but because of good behavior, he might be out in 3 months.
It's insane.
For a rape.
So let me also give you some more information that will further infuriate you. There is currently a recall effort for the judge who sentenced him to 6 months in prison or jail. He wasn't sentenced to prison. Let me be very clear about that. His name is Superior Judge Aaron Persky, and he was actually not reinstated, but he is now able to serve a brand new term as judge because the elections took place today, and guess what? He went unchallenged. And so the recall effort is very important. So far, there are more than 300,000 people who have signed a Change.org petition. and then there is an official petition to get him recalled, and it gained a lot of money in a very short period of time, so hopefully it'll work, and hopefully we can get rid of this judge, because this is not applying the law in an equal way. When you make this type of consideration for someone who was convicted of raping someone while they're unconscious, I question your judgment as a judge.
And look, we're not looking for bloodlust here. We're just looking for fairness. If you're going to show mercy to someone and you're going to show compassion and empathy and go, I wonder how they'll do in prison, why can't you for once ask that when it's a minority in front of you or a poor kid in front of you and say, I wonder how they're going to adjust to prison. I wonder if prison will ruin them, will ruin their lives. And I wonder if I should do that to them for smoking pot, which you don't even think about. You don't think twice about, right? But then when it's a Stanford kid, all of a sudden, oh my God, he raped someone, but what will prison do to him? Is he going to be okay? So let's make sure it's just jail and that he can get out in 3 months. They could, I mean, the list goes on and on of the injustice here. Even the prosecutors, they could have asked for 14 years. The prosecutors asked for 6 years. Why? Why are you, all of a sudden, this is one case, they don't throw the book at the kid, right? The judge then goes, no, 6 months, and because of good behavior, it might be only 3 months, and we won't give you his mugshot, because we've got to protect this kid at all costs. You don't think white privilege exists? Or at least rich white privilege? Come on, man. You know that if you're middle class or poor, you wouldn't have been treated like this.
Well, we have some evidence for you guys to show you exactly how this type of privilege works in our justice system. So let's juxtapose that story with another one involving a minority facing similar charges. So Brian Banks was wrongfully convicted of rape, and as a result, spent 5 years of his life behind bars. Banks was a 16-year-old high school student, football star courted by big-time colleges in 2002 when another student at Long Beach Poly High accused him of rape, although his accuser admitted 10 years later that she made up the sexual assault. So he was asked to chime in about this. And remember, he served 5 years behind bars as a result of this wrongful conviction, right? Now, I have to note that he pled no contest because he was worried that a jury would wrongfully convict him and he'd be sentenced to 41 years behind bars. Now, here's what he had to say about Brock Turner, this former Stanford University student who raped an unconscious woman behind a dumpster and only got 6 months in prison as a result. He says, I would say it's a case of privilege. It seems like the judge based his decision on lifestyle. He's lived such a good life, and he has never experienced anything serious in his life that would prepare him for prison. He was sheltered so much that he wouldn't be able to survive prison. What about the kid who has nothing? He struggles to eat, struggles to get a fair education. What about the kid who has no choice, who is born to and has drug-addicted parents, or a non-parent household? Where is the consideration for them when they commit a crime? I was physically raped, referring to his prison sentence for a crime that he did not commit. I wasn't physically raped, but I was raped in a sense of my freedom. I was kidnapped, taken against my will, placed in a box for 5 years and 2 months. I was denied all human rights. When I screamed and pleaded and begged, it fell on deaf ears. It's a different form of being assaulted and taken advantage of. I know what she, meaning the victim of Brock Turner, is going through. And I think that Brian Banks makes so many powerful points, especially because he wasn't just robbed of 5 years of his life. He was robbed of his entire future. This was a guy who was going to be a football star, and it was all ripped away from him. And it was because he didn't get the same benefit of the doubt that someone like Brock Turner got.
Banks said that when he was being sentenced, instead of the judge empathizing with him, as Brock Turner's judge did over and over again, he said it was like he was ordering McDonald's at a drive-thru window. Oh, you're a poor African-American kid? Who cares? Off you go. Now, isn't that interesting that Brock Turner faced at most a 14-year sentence? Prosecutors chose not to even go for that. They chose to go for only a 6-year sentence. You know what Brian Banks faced? A 41-year sentence. So, now facing a 41-year sentence, what did they do? They pressured him and said, you're going to lose the rest of your life. So he pled no contest, where he doesn't admit guilt, okay, but they put him in prison anyway. They gave him 10 years. Now, on the other hand, we got a guilty plea from Brock Turner, 6 months. 10 years, 6 months.
I don't know if he pleaded guilty.
Oh, the Brock Turner.
Brock Turner. We don't know
No.
if he pleaded guilty.
No,
but
I'm sorry,
he was convicted. He was convicted.
We have a conviction.
Yeah.
So, but by the way, convictions, if you fight it, are supposed to be a longer sentence.
Absolutely.
If Banks had fought it, he would have gotten 41 years.
Yes.
Turner got 6 months. Now, you say, well, Banks, it turns out, didn't do it, but, maybe the situation of that rape, when they thought he did it, was worse. How much worse could it be than raping an unconscious woman behind a dumpster?
And then trying to run away as soon as two witnesses catch you. I mean, it's...
If it was consensual, why are you running away?
That's exactly right. And look, we know that there's a two-tier justice system, partly because judges will treat certain people from a higher socioeconomic status differently, and partly because those from socioeconomic status, like Brock Turner's, have the ability to hire the best defense attorneys, right? But I think the bigger issue here is just the fact that we've accepted a system that gives people benefits because they're wealthy. We give people a pass or excuses because they're wealthy, like the affluenza teen, right? Oh, well, he's so privileged that he can't learn from his own consequences, so as a result, we're giving him a pass. This guy, oh, well, he wouldn't do well in prison. It would be really difficult for him, so we're going to give him a pass. When has privilege become an excuse to behave criminally, violently?
Yeah. So it's funny you say that. I was going to bring up the same exact case because the judge's remarks reminded me of that affluenza kid. Well, since he's become accustomed to this rich lifestyle, prison wouldn't, might be too tough for him. So we'll do county jail and we'll do it for 6 months, but he could actually get out 3 months for time served. So, so what, the rich people, because they're accustomed to already having a life that's awesome, we have to continue to give them that life, even if, in the case of that affluenza kid, because of his drunk driving, which was brazen and outrageous, 4 people died.
4 people died.
In this case, you've got a conviction on rape, but on the other hand, they're accustomed to being rich. So, shouldn't we treat them with kids' gloves? And even though, by the way, he's not a kid, he's 20 years old. Whereas kids from inner city are getting adult sentences, actual kids, 14-year-olds, etc. I mean, you can see it. The hypocrisy is so stunning that it's amazing that they can't see it. They're so blinded by their bias. They're like, yeah, it's a Stanford kid. What are you talking about? Oh, it'll hurt his reputation. He's already so badly punished. Oh, it's a black kid or a poor kid? Let's go. That's it. I got a lot of cases to get through. Here, go. Decades, and I'm moving on. I don't give a damn about you. You don't look like my son at all. He looks like my son. If there, but for the grace of God, knows someone I give a damn about. You don't look like the people I give a damn about at all. Well, if you go to prison, and I don't give a damn what happens to you in prison. But when it comes to someone I empathize with, oh my God, what will happen to him in prison? Just try to have the same level of empathy for everyone. Shouldn't be too much to ask for in a democracy.
All right, switching gears and talking about something different. More than 2 decades ago, there was a biography done of Donald Trump. And in that biography, there was a portion that talked about Ivanka Trump and how she said in a sworn deposition that she had been raped by her ex-husband. Well, Harry Hunt III, who is the author of that biography, is now claiming that the publisher behind the book refuses to print additional copies. Hurt's 23-year-old book reveals the bombshell that Trump's ex-wife, Ivana, accused him of rape in a sworn deposition during their divorce, something she has since said she didn't mean in a criminal sense.
Is there a non-criminal sense of rape? I don't know because I didn't say it. She said it. She didn't, and it's not in dispute. It was in sworn testimony in a case.
Yes.
Okay. She said he raped me. Now it's inconvenient for her. She says, well, I didn't mean rape in the traditional sense of rape, which is criminal. I meant it in whatever a non-criminal version of rape is. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, of course, that got a lot of attention during this presidential or election cycle, I should say. And so more and more people want a copy of the book. However, the publisher behind the book refuses to print more copies. It's a company, W.W. Norton, okay, and Starling Lawrence, who's behind the company. And apparently the author says that they refuse to publish more or print more because the publishing house's lawyer viewed the book as too much of a risk. Norton's current in-house lawyer, whose name I do not know, has deemed the book too dangerous to reissue. It's chicken shit, since the book has been out for 23 years and no one has even threatened to sue me, so that's kind of bullshit. Now, Hurt says that, years ago, Donald Trump met with him and tried to pressure him about the book so it wouldn't, get out there that he had allegedly raped his ex-wife. And he had recorded the entire conversation without letting anyone know. Trump had done it. And then as soon as the author was unwilling to play ball with Trump got up and said he was going to sue him and that he had recorded the whole conversation. According to Hurt's recount of what happened, Trump's lawyer freaked out, and then Hurt's lawyer was like, you can't, that's not right, you can't do that. And then after that situation, Trump never went after him again.
Trump is such a... Who goes in and does a trick like that in front of lawyers without checking to see if it's legal?
Right.
And then announces it like a clown in front of everybody. And the lawyers, including his own, are like, oh, you can't do that, Donald. He is so profoundly stupid. Anyway, as to Hurt, I actually disagree with him a little bit. He's like, oh, nobody's ever threatened to sue me. It seems like Donald kind of threatened to sue you there. Mm-hmm. And Donald will sue you for looking at him kind of weird. So I get why the publisher is freaked out by it. On the other hand, you shouldn't be. That if you are going to give in to threats by Donald Trump, that's how he wins.
Yeah.
So he doesn't even have to actually sue you or win that lawsuit. If he's already intimidated you into silence, you've got a book that you didn't get sued on for 23 years, you had no problem printing in the first place, and that's based on sworn testimony. But yet, they're so intimidated by Trump that they back down anyway. That's really despicable.
It is despicable, but the one thing that I will say is, even though the publisher refuses to reprint new issues of it, or other copies of it, I should say, Hurt is not deterred by any threats. As a response, Hurt acquired the rights to the book and has published a quick and dirty version of the book on Kindle while he searches for another print publisher. By the way, it's crazy. Let's skip ahead to graphic 15. Printed copies of the book, used copies of the book, are selling like hotcakes and they're very expensive. By now, they've become rare and are listed on Amazon for $115 per copy. The most expensive copy of the book is listed at a whopping $1,872.21, plus shipping.
I think the shipping is going to be the least of your problems then. So, my guess is if the book's going for that much online, somebody will reprint it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right, one last story here. And
Let's do it.
Oh man, this one shakes my faith in humanity yet again.
Yes. Administrators at Grosse Pointe South High in Michigan are apologizing after a video surfaced of a few of their white students saying what they would do if they were president of 2040. Now, it is a racially charged video that has a lot of sensitive content in it. I give you that warning. Let's take a look.
Stupid, worthless, need to leave our country, send them back to Africa, or the slaves, one of the two options. Alright, so what are you going to do in 2040? Oh, segregation. They get made North to South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, Idaho. And I like the potatoes. Yeah, but that's New Mexico. How are they going to be treated? Awful. They're going to be owned by white people, and white people are going to be the dominant of the country. We're not hearing about things. No. You're gonna you put like the Dakotas, like those little burning things in the end, stab them, so you can know who the owner is, and you can sell them. You can trade them for like hot toys, bro. And you can get alcohol for that shit. God, no. Forget that. Alright, anything else, bro? We're not gonna put them in coffins. We're gonna put them in the river and then swim to the Atlantic Ocean.
So they said that they are going to burn black people at the stake, that they are going to allow slavery, and then they're going to throw black people into the Atlanta Ocean.
Yeah, well, they also said white people are going to be the dominance of this country. That makes me wonder if you're really going to be as dominant as you think you are when you clearly don't know what you're talking about on many different levels. Look, on the one hand, you can say it's stupid young kids horsing around. Why are they recording that? Everybody thinks it's so funny to record really, really stupid stuff. Until it gets out, then it's not that funny, right? And so, is it their real opinions? I hope to God it's not, but it's not like they think there's anyone else in the room, so why would they be faking it?
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying to one-up each other, like, oh yeah, I could be more racist than you. But any way you look at it, God, it turned my stomach that we're in 2016 and we have some people in the country that still think like this. How are they going to treat black people in their high school when they grow up? In their surroundings? Do you really believe that even if they were absolutely joking, trying to be outrageous, that they have a healthy view of African Americans, that they might treat African Americans fairly?
Look, I think the fact that they were comfortable filming this and saying things the way that they say it means that they're emboldened in some way, shape, or form, right? That there's some culture around them that makes them think this type of behavior is excusable or acceptable. And that's what makes me worry the most. Because, look, as teenagers, we've all done stupid things. We've all said stupid things, right? I'm sure if you had recordings of me talking as a teenager, I'd be extremely embarrassed by how stupid I was. But with that said, I think it's important to take situations like this and turn them into learning experiences, right? So I'm not going to say, these kids, like, they're terrible racists and we should destroy their futures. No, I don't want to do that at all. But as the administrators in this case have said, let's take this situation, let's have them face consequences that fit the crime, right? Which is, suspension or whatever. But then let's open up a dialogue about race relations and why this is not excusable.
Yeah, I got suspended in high school for cursing. They cursed, and then some. Now, on the one hand, they weren't in school. On the other hand, they released it to the public. So now the whole school sees it. And how do black kids feel in that school, if they have any black kids in that school? And it's a different power dynamic, too. It's one thing if it's poor people, and that doesn't excuse racism from the poor at all, right? But at least they don't have as much power to be able to inflict that. They can do it on a personal level. But when you're talking about rich kids from Grosse Pointe who at some point are going to be in a position to inflict their views upon others, if you don't at least correct it now, when will you ever correct it? Or do you think that's perfectly fine and they'll grow up with those ideas and those values, and one day some African Americans might suffer, and considerably so, because those guys are out there and they thought it was cool to be that racist. JR, did you want to say something? I couldn't tell if you were pulling the mic. Okay, no. We're out of time, guys. All right, so we got to go, but we'll be right back. Remember, 5 o'clock sharp, Pacific, 8 o'clock Eastern, live election coverage starts, including New Jersey. We've got a full show for you guys. Go, 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 and thank you again for making this happen. And to the members, tytnetwork.com/join. Come right back. Welcome to your Friday postgame. Except it's currently midday on Thursday.
Are you going to fire me?
Sometimes I'm being a dick. Back in 05, we almost went under, but members rescued us.
Once their only method of success is going the athletic route, it tends to be the more preferred way to trick your body.
Nothing good in the world to happen. A strong army that all they want to do is fight. It's totally
Don't do drugs and don't shoot people.
TYT is all in a good mood today. I know I'm a weirdo if I read books, but fuck people. I have a stack of papers here. Believe it or not, this is how Jack used to be when he did the radio show. Wait till you see these huge things.
I'm going to go with your tricep. That's very impressive. The quads.
That's for the members. That's the post games together. We're too strong.
Rally here in Fairfield, California. I want to give you a little flavor. I'm a Jew from New York, and I'm schwitzing. It's probably over 100 degrees out here. I got sweat coming through my TYT shirt. We're going to try to make it without fainting. Follow us in.
Crazy people. Living out on a day like today.
dedicated fierce group of people.
This is what they mean by feel the burn. You see this? Do you think these people, whether Bernie makes it or not, are going away? Or do you think that this beast has been awoken and it's going all the way, even if he doesn't make it?
Yeah, I think it's going all the way no matter what.
And how's that going to look?
Beautiful.
This campaign is listening to young people. You know what young people are telling me? They're telling me that it is totally nuts that when they do the right thing, when they go out and they get a great education, what happens? They end up $30,000, $50,000, $70,000 in debt. 200. Is that nuts or what?
What has his campaign meant to you?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been really cynical about politics. Even when I was a kid, you know, I never felt like it was worth my time because I never felt like there was someone who was really representing me.
These are the same voices that were in Occupy, in my opinion. What they didn't have was a cohesive solution to these problems. These same problems were being voiced during that. What Bernie is coming with is tangible, coherent solutions. He has plans to reach them, and things that have been done in other countries. This isn't new things.
We have got to make public colleges and universities tuition free.
If it's not him, can you see yourself kind of going back to voting for a politics as usual kind of person?
I used to think that. I don't anymore.
If it's not Bernie, you would at least consider voting for Hillary Clinton?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's not working for me anymore. Now that I'm more informed.
So you won't vote for Hillary?
Never.
I feel like it's Bernie or bust for me. I'm definitely a Bernie or bust. Burn or bust, yeah.
I think I'm Bernie or bust.
I don't even think Bernie himself could tell me to vote for anyone else, and I would listen to him.
I'm one of those Bernie for bust fans, so I definitely want to see this revolution literally take over our government and basically our government to represent we the people instead of we the corporations.
I would never vote for Clinton. That's just, I don't trust her, and I'm all for having a woman president, but I'm all for having a woman president who's going to do the right thing, and I don't believe that she is that one.
And you're okay with, you know, all the old stuffy pundits saying you're to blame if Donald Trump becomes president?
You know what? They're gearing up for a general election against Hillary Clinton. And if that's what's coming, Trump's already going to win. So why stand here and do nothing? You know, I'm standing up for Bernie. I'm standing up for his movement. It's beyond him. It's all of us.
And worst case scenario, and I've heard people say this, maybe Trump is elected. If Trump's elected and he's so far right, maybe that will show people that going to the right, being really conservative, isn't the way to go, and that will push us even more far to the left next time.
I've been listening to a certain individual in the Young Turks named Jimmy Dore. Jimmy, you're having an influence in America. Congratulations. If Bernie doesn't make it, are you going to consider voting for Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, I would say I would consider voting for Hillary because even though she's not the candidate I want and I don't agree with her positions, she is the best we got given the circumstances that we have.
You know, people say they like Donald Trump because he speaks his mind. I don't want a president who has those things on his mind. Bernie speaks his mind. What's the difference? The difference is that Bernie believes in unity, tolerance, peace, and justice.
You're wearing a fuck Trump shirt, so obviously you're not a fan.
I mean, I think Trump's definitely scary. There's no getting around that. But I mean, especially living in California, which is such a blue state, I am planning to vote for Bernie, whether he wins the nomination or not.
Large vote turnout on Tuesday. We're going to win California.
This is the beginning of something that's going to take us forth for, tens of years, 20 years. Hopefully this is the pivot back from the conservatism of the 2000s in Bush, and we're going to swing back. We had the centrist, Obama in my opinion was a centrist, and we could swing back to the left.
The monstrosity of the network media calling the election at the end of the polling in New Jersey at 5 o'clock. Just when people here in California are going to vote. That is like political malpractice. It's journalistic malfeasance. The people doing that should be slapped. MSNBC, you're dead to me.
Hey, it's Jordan. We just got off the bus ride from hell. We almost died 7 times, and I almost vomited at least 3. We're now at Qualcomm Stadium in San Diego. Sunday night. 6:15. Bernie's going on at 7. We're gonna go talk to some people.
In terms of a moment on this campaign for sure. I've been traveling with the campaign for a while now, since November, working with the campaign and helping support them across the country. And
what have you been doing about?
I used to be on staff, now I'm a volunteer. So I used to be actually the California Outreach Director. And most definitely after we won New Hampshire, there was this crystallization moment where you just felt all across the room. I was in New York giving an event there, and you could just feel it was palpable in the air how people knew this was actually possible. This was a moment in our generation. It wasn't like this with Obama. I was in college for Obama, and you never felt this type of excitement and people in their gut feeling like this is a moment to actually change history. Not just make a statement, but truly fundamentally change the way that we interact with our government. Not just, from communities of color to women, to interracial couples, to LGBT rights, to just the 99%. Everybody in this country really is on the same page, because it's all of us against the 1%. And this is the first time that something can actually happen in a real way.
When I heard Bernie Sanders for the first time, he was talking about healthcare, about this different classes, just the 99%, pretty much stuff like that. That kind of resonated home. You feel like his movement has kind of, for lack of a better word, like awoken a sleeping beast. A lot of people frustrated and upset, but didn't really have someone speaking to what they were upset about. Exactly, he's the voice for everybody that's angry about pretty much how this economy's being run right now. How with Trump being the Republican nominee, with him and Hillary pretty much being our only other choices, Bernie Sanders just kind of sounds like, he's like Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's our only hope right now. And it's just unfair how the media is treating him.
Are you ready to make history in California? I'm talking about my brother who exemplifies integrity. Unbelievable courage. People know if the election were held at this moment and only those who are under 45 can vote, my dear brother Bernie would win a landslide.
Just read some numbers that we have 70% of young Latinos on the ballot. And we're winning young whites and young blacks and young Asian Americans. And that is, why is that important? It is important because the message that we have been fighting for during this entire campaign is a message of social justice, of economic justice, of racial justice, of environmental justice. And that message is now in the hearts and souls of the overwhelming majority of younger people in this country, which means our message is the future of America.
Bernie kind of came on my radar at the beginning of last summer. I heard about him on the internet, so I go on kind of the forums. Reddit was a big one for me, so they kind of tuned me into this progressive voice that was going to be in this upcoming election, and that really struck a chord with me when I started learning about some of his policy prescriptions, and basically that was the beginning of my love for the man.
And what do you think of these the Democratic establishment saying, all right, if it's not him, Bernie's people they'll fall in line?
I think they're crazy. I don't know. I mean, they're propping up probably the weakest candidate in Hillary Clinton, in my opinion. She's got an FBI investigation going on right now. She basically represents the establishment. She's kind of hawkish in her foreign policy. A lot of things that I can't really vibe with. So
you sound like a Bernie or busted.
Yeah, I'm not ashamed to say that.
I think the media, in their never-ending, orgy of the horse race, Donald Trump as a booker, and all this, kind of because they're in their little bubble, they don't really understand this moment. They don't understand. A lot of them say, "Oh, Bernie supporters, they'll unify. Everybody's going to unify."
I think two major mistakes there. One is they don't understand the seriousness of this movement. I think it's been so long. It's been this since the 60s, since people have really risen up like this, that they've forgotten the power that people coming together like this en masse can have. I think it is the most offensive argument I hear going across this country when people say that I should vote for Hillary because I'm a woman, or that history would be made because she's a woman. You want to know who the true feminist candidate? It's Bernie Sanders. I've never met a human politician or just a man that is so strong on women's issues. I gave a speech as to why Bernie is the most feminist candidate with Susan Sarandon. That's how strongly people believe in him. If you ask me to lay down my reproductive rights on the line, who do I think would really fight for me and not bargain it away with the Republicans to get something else out of it? Bernie. Hillary, I truly expect that she would give it away in exchange for something else. He's a true feminist. He embodies the feminine and the masculine if you really want to go down that philosophical route.
I can't speak on behalf of all the millennials, but for me, I've always been a strong supporter of Bernie for his policies and especially his lack of corporate money that he takes. But I think for what my generation, it was the other candidates coming into perspective of saying, wow, look at where America's at right now, and these are our choices. What makes Bernie look a lot better. So it's great. It's sad that we have come to this position in America that we have three candidates that are, or these last two guys, Hillary and Trump, that are absolutely just absurd.
Well, my view is we have got to take on Wall Street.
Yeah, we gotta do it.
Everybody.
We gotta take on Wall Street.
Roger Clip.
Come on.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks election coverage on what could have been a historic night. Instead, will just be a very interesting night. So we've got a great number of races ahead. We've got a great number of panelists ahead, and a lot of hours ahead, and a lot of races to tell you about. And then, even more important than the races, will be the consequences of the results of this election. So, Michael Shore, Jay Huber, John Idarola, Anna Kasparian. Later, we will have Jordan Charton, our reporter, on. We'll have Jimmy Woodley, Fault in Our Stars, the Divergent series, among many other projects she's done. Huge star in Hollywood and a huge supporter of Bernie Sanders. Josh Fox, director of Gasland. He actually made one of the better points against Hillary Clinton I've ever heard. In fact, I even repeated in another radio interview the point that he made about Hillary Clinton's energy program. If you haven't heard that, I wouldn't mind if he reiterated it later tonight when he's on again, because it really goes to the point about the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. And so we'll get to that later in the program. Right now, might end up using tranquilizing drugs later in the program, especially if we're freaking out. So we're going to get the consequences of this election in just a second. First, let me set it up for you and let you know that New Jersey polls have closed, and so right now they're saying it's too early to call it, but that shouldn't take too long. Hillary Clinton is expected to win New Jersey comfortably. It would be very surprising if she didn't. Yeah. She had very large leads in the polling there. John, what's the latest poll you got there?
Most recent poll is from less than a week ago, she was up 61-34. That's CBS YouGov. At an ARG poll from a day earlier, she was up 60-37. And at the beginning of May, she had 54-40 in a Quinnipiac poll.
Right. So she will win New Jersey. And I've been saying that for weeks because I can read polls. Okay. So then you've got the West. The West is a little bit different. Obviously, California is huge. Their polls are closing in 3 hours. Then you got New Mexico, Montana, and the Dakotas all also today. And then obviously looming over all of this is the fact that most of the press has called the election already. And so the question then is how relevant, is it at all relevant, the elections tonight? And if so, how relevant? And we will certainly discuss that here. I'd like to note for the record, just real quick, CNN is already showing Trump's empty podium.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Amazing.
They're not competing tonight.
There is no relevant Republican race tonight, and nonetheless, they're showing Trump's empty podium. Now, the big moments of tonight will be the Bernie Sanders speech and Hillary Clinton's speech if she decides to make one, which I imagine she will. But I think that it might be partly related to what she already knows or doesn't know about Bernie Sanders' speech.
Yeah.
So, will Bernie Sanders concede tonight? Will he suspend his campaign tonight? Will he endorse Hillary Clinton tonight? Those are the huge questions that are looming over tonight. And in fact, the biggest moments of the night will be related to Bernie Sanders.
And already there's a lot of press headed to Vermont as we speak. I know a couple of people are deployed to Vermont because Sanders is supposed to go back to Vermont after today and kind of think about what he's doing, which is why he may not concede tonight. He may wait a little while. But
after all, Hillary waited several days after the last round of voting 8 years ago. It wasn't the night of that she conceded.
Yeah. So I mentioned this in regards to the Associated Press article in the show tonight, which is that they say like, oh, Hillary Clinton conceded exactly on the date, which was yesterday, that the Associated Press came out and said she won based on pledged and superdelegates. But that is misleading. Is I put it on the show, but partly based on John's great points during our production meeting about how it was not the same time in the primaries. At that point, all of the voting had been done. Right now, we still obviously have tonight a huge election night. And she waited 4 days after all the voting to finally say, okay, I'm endorsing Barack Obama. And I would also say there's one other giant factor, which is there was nothing else to determine in 2008. There was no possibility of indictment. There was no possibility of anything. If Obama didn't get accidentally run over by a bus, she had no argument to make, right?
A Kenyan birth certificate being leaked or something.
In this case, there's obviously at least the possibility of a major news event that could change things.
Do we think that in the last few big election nights, I feel like I remember Bernie speaking fairly early in the process. Obviously, California might force that to be pushed back because they're not going to close anytime soon. Do we think that Hillary will intentionally wait until late in the night to give one of two speeches depending on what Bernie does?
Look, unless Bernie Sanders' campaign has behind the scenes communicated to her what they're going to say already, which is possible, but I'm curious what Michael thinks of that. I really don't know. But if they have not communicated that to her, then if I was her, I would have two speeches ready. They wouldn't be very different. There'd be a couple of lines that are different.
They would just change. Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be two
speeches. And most of her speaking is just off the cuff, not prepared anyway. So I'm sure she's
So what do you think? If Bernie Sanders is going to suspend his campaign, would he tell Hillary Clinton to...
I think if he were going to do that absolutely tonight, his people would speak to Hillary Clinton. I think if he were conceding the race to her, he would call her. I don't see that happening tonight. But I certainly see, if that's in fact what's going to happen, I certainly see some of his staff talking to her staff. Again, these are not two warm campaigns yet, so it's going to be hard for that to happen. It probably wouldn't happen tonight, I would imagine.
So I've now read some reporting that there's two camps inside the Sanders campaign. There's the more traditional camp, which I imagine is led by Tad Devine, who's more of a Democratic Party establishment figure who's been involved in other presidential campaigns. And then the Weaver camp, which is more of the Bernie Sanders loyalists who have been with Bernie Sanders throughout his Senate office and before that. So,
and Jeff Weaver owns a comic book store.
That's right.
That was his job. He is one of the great capital area comic book stores.
Only you would know that.
That's why I'm shocked to find out that. Yeah, that's why Jeff Weaver is literally comical. Oh God. Although in this case I happen to be on Nate Silver tweeting to that effect earlier. So those camps had already engaged in a conversation within the Bernie Sanders campaign. What the rest of us don't know is what is Bernie Sanders' decision. But having covered politics now a long time, I can tell you, saying I'm going back to Vermont after tonight is a very heavy sign. It's a very overwhelmingly, generally speaking, normally, overwhelmingly clear sign that he is not going to be, and certainly continue the race in the manner in which he had been pursuing it.
Well, he can't really. There's no place to campaign except from Vermont right now and in D.C. I mean, so there's no. Yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't think there's a way that he knows that. Well, we're going to go back to Vermont, and then we're going to start. We're going to go to Nebraska again. I mean, I don't think that's...
Other than Ben Carson, I've never seen anyone go back to their home state and then continue their campaign. Ben Carson, to be fair to him, had to pick up new clothes.
Well, he did. That's true. But no, Sanders went home to Vermont after Super Tuesday for a few days.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he took a few days and then he came. But there was still more campaigning to do. Now that the campaigning is very different. If he's going to take the super delegate route, it's not a state-by-state set up and move type of thing.
So, look, obviously, when candidates are being asked, are you going to enter a race? They'll say no right up until the moment that they announce that they are. And when they're being asked, are you going to leave the race? They'll say that they're not right until they do. So it's difficult to interpret the things that politicians say because generally they're gigantic fat liars.
Well,
But sorry. But the only point I want to make is he has said he's going to the convention so many times. I wonder, and also he has fans who actually give a damn whether he's telling the truth or not. Generally, like Ted Cruz says, I'm saying this till the end. He doesn't have any real fans anyway, so he can lie if he wants to. But Bernie has said it so many times and has such strong fans. I wonder if that would force him to, even if most of his campaign staff didn't want him to.
And every campaign says those things, and when they don't happen, there's zero backlash to it. I mean, there's Sanders said he was going to do it, and he didn't.
Well, but John is right though that this might be the one campaign where there is a
size of movement.
Yeah, because all other politicians pretend to have popular support, etc. But the best line was the one John pointed out a couple of election nights ago when Hillary's camp said, "No, we're choosing to have more subdued rallies."
They're gambling with small events.
Okay. So nobody's choosing that. Okay.
Nobody was, but again, a little bit of boring history here. Bill Clinton did do that when all the firestorm was happening around Jennifer Flowers. When he was having trouble on the campaign, they decided to go into smaller rooms for a while and kind of get their momentum back that way, rather than go in front of a big crowd. Also, the knock against Clinton with these with the the loud speaking, all the things that are unfairly knocked against her, I think, because you can't help the way you sound. Those happen in bigger venues, and those are the kind of places that she was getting criticized for. So, of course, we know what they're covering up with that. But Bill Clinton did that as a strategy in 1992.
I think that was a smart strategy, given what he was dealing with at the time, right?
Yeah.
But Hillary's not dealing with something even close to that.
Right.
So,
and Hillary hasn't been filling stadiums like Bernie Sanders is, or like Donald Trump is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Can we think of a politician in our lifetimes that had as much of a movement behind him as Bernie Sanders does? Obviously the first guy I think of is Obama.
Yeah, I think of Obama.
Yeah, but
he had some big rallies.
No, he had huge rallies, and so I'm not taking that away from him. And maybe I'm looking at it too much from the current day's goggles. But it seemed to me that back then that was an enormously popular politician as opposed to a more fundamental movement that exists with or without the politician. Because Obama was such a dynamic politician, there's an argument to be made that Bernie Sanders is not a dynamic politician, but that he happens to be the right guy at the right time. In fact, part of why they like him is because he's not a politician. He's just like a grumpy old guy who's been saying the same thing for 40 years.
I think Obama's language was intentionally tapping into the same thing. It wasn't the same language, but its intent was the same. The target was the same.
I think that it was. I think you have to compare the two. I think Obama's movement was unlike anything we had seen. We said it then. That was, in the 8 years since. Think of what Twitter has become in that time. So you have this echo chamber that you didn't have with Obama. That speaks even more highly of the movement that he had behind him and the game changer that he was. And he beat the establishment politician. Whatever you think of the president today and how he's been president, we can differ about that. Whatever you think of him today, at that point, he was the refreshing new thing in somewhat the same way that Bernie Sanders is, without the one note that Sanders has carried so well.
So the thing that I think is really interesting about Bernie Sanders, though, is what Jake just mentioned about him not appearing to be a dynamic politician, right? So he's not as polished as Obama was. Obama was super polished, an incredible speaker. He just looked very clean cut and perfect every time he was speaking. But his message also did resonate. What's amazing about Bernie Sanders is he doesn't have the benefits of appearing to be a polished politician or a dynamic politician, but his message is so much stronger, I think, that it somehow is able to, give him a pass for not appearing dynamic.
Yeah, it's more specific anyway than Obama's was, so in that way it's strong. But I would also say that the first black president of America couldn't have been a grumpy old black man, and so that had to be a more polished politician.
Wrangle, perhaps. Right. Even though it was the wrong thing to say, in some ways, when Biden said about Obama at the time, he's so clean and articulate. Like, it's such a classic Biden mistake to say that, right? But in some ways, we understand what he was saying is that this guy had to be safe enough for whites to vote for him. That's right. Which is an unfortunate thing. And now, I was just talking about how in his death, we've made Muhammad Ali safe enough for whites, even though he wasn't. Right?
Well, he became at the time. I mean,
that's why that's why they said about him that he transcended race. But in reality, no, he was very political, very black, and very proud. Right? And he said things that today would be so controversial that it would light the place on fire. Yeah. And so, but Obama, quote unquote, transcended race in that way because people viewed him as polished and safe and all this stuff. Whereas Bernie isn't. He barrels into things, right? And the speeches I've talked about this before. His consultants have told him not to do those speeches. That they're way too long. That that if you're going to do it,
they vary so much.
and there's a certain way and a certain cadence and a certain timing. And Bernie Sanders looks at it and goes, "Oh, that's a really interesting idea." Crumples it up and throws it in the garbage. He's like, "I know, I'm going to go tell people what I actually think."
Yes.
Yeah. And that is why I think his movement is actually much stronger than Obama's movement was. So there's a number of factors. Yeah. One is the time, right? People are more frustrated than they were 8 years ago. Matter at the establishment. Two, to Michael's point, Obama was so much vaguer, right? He was like, "Oh, change whatever you want it to be." Right?
It seemed specific enough at the time. I don't remember.
He was specific about a lot of things.
He was, but it
not
was Reagan-esque. It was Reagan-esque. It was a bigger metaphoric idea that he was able to carry against the establishment. Also, you have to remember, the president that he was running against was far less popular at the end of his presidency. He was running against that administration that had a terrible record, and so it was far less popular than even the Obama record is among Democrats today and the country.
And they're not really independent variables. Like, you can't just say, "Oh, Bernie's movement, Obama's movement." Bernie's movement very likely has been influenced by Obama's movement. I'm sure a lot of people, I can only speak for myself, felt like, yes, Obama, he's going to do everything. He's going to he's going to do some things, I guess. And then you realize that you were maybe somewhat misled a little bit, and then the next person comes along who's more specific, has more of a history to prove that they mean what they say.
Right.
And then you're like, "Oh shit, no, that's the real thing." Mm-hmm. And so I think that there's probably a lot of young people who were only barely of voting age during Obama's
time. It's also the messenger, though. I mean, let's go back to what we were talking about with Bernie. I mean, if you put Martin O'Malley and Bernie Sanders side by side, and you didn't hear them or look at them, they would be essentially the same candidate. This frustrated a lot of O'Malley supporters who wanted to easily beat Hillary Clinton and be the ones to beat Hillary Clinton. But when you had Martin O'Malley, this polished former governor, it didn't work, right?
Yeah.
For some reason, he was younger, he's handsome, he's more handsome than Bernie Sanders.
Rolled up sleeves.
Apologies. He has rolled up sleeves, all of that. But so the telegenic part of him, and then it didn't work because of who he was. So there is a little bit of the nuance that goes with it.
So I have a little bit of a controversial question, and maybe you guys have talked about this while I wasn't on the panel, but do you think that Obama's presidencies and the promises he made that he didn't keep to his Democratic base hurt Bernie Sanders, right?
That's interesting. It's a great question, and it's actually a good part of this conversation because I was first, I think, no, they helped Bernie Sanders. Mm-hmm. And then secondly, that leads to the point that I wanted to make on this topic, which is after Obama let people down and did not push for dramatic change. So when, universal health care, that would be dramatic change, right? Free college education, that would be dramatic change. Those are the dramatic changes that Bernie Sanders is proposing. And I think the fact that Obama did not deliver on those gave people a sense of, we're done with the slick politicians, right? Obama was slick, he was polished, etc. So I'm not buying what Martin O'Malley is saying. So I think O'Malley was hurt a lot more by Obama because it's another young, telegenic guy that's telling me all these promises. Now that dude in the corner has been saying the same thing for 40 straight years.
Yeah.
Whether it was popular or unpopular, whether it was polished or unpolished, he's been like, let's do universal health care, right? And he's been saying it for so long that by contrast to Obama, I think a lot of people look and go, well, if anyone is sincere, it's that guy.
Yeah, and I think that his record is what helps him more than anything, right? Because Obama didn't have an extensive record where he could prove that he would keep his promises. So
very often those are the people that get elected president, the people who don't have the extensive records. It's pretty rare that you have someone. It's why senators just never become president and may not for a long time. Hillary Clinton aside and Bernie Sanders aside, because what's that? To that, I mean, that used to be a natural graduation. But I also don't think we should overplay the unpopularity in quotes of Barack Obama, because he is wildly popular among most Democrats, and Democrats are the ones electing Democrats. So it was a fine line for Bernie Sanders to have to walk with President Obama, because he allied himself with the president a lot as a senator and as a supporter at one time. But he had to also say how, where Hillary Clinton veered away from administration is not necessarily where he would have.
So that it was a tough line to walk. This is a super powerful movement, even in a candidate who looks like he's going to finish behind Hillary Clinton and pledge delegates tonight, and then that's unless an indictment happens, that means that Hillary Clinton will be the nominee. But he closed a 60-point gap in the polling nationally. He won well over 20 elections, and then more tonight that are coming. He did this amazing thing. When no one gave him a chance, no one knew what his name was, all these disadvantages. And I think that movement is super strong. If Obama's was that strong, and he gave us Affordable Care Act, good, okay, not as much as we wanted, but okay.
A couple years of community college.
So he kept us out of the war with Iran. And we can get into more, but overall, it was incremental change. It was not dramatic change. So I get the sense that if Bernie Sanders in a similar position, especially if he had the supermajority that Obama had, he certainly, whether you think he would have gotten it or not, he certainly would have pushed for a lot more change. So, that is part of our disappointment, my disappointment with Obama, even though he's done some good things and accomplished some change.
Yeah, well, also, with movements and presidencies, they're two different things. There's reason to think that a loss for Bernie Sanders is better for the movement than a victory for Bernie Sanders. And I'm not being defeatist or glib either. A movement can end with a victory. So President Obama wins, and all the people that were in that quote unquote, we got our president, we beat back the establishment candidate Hillary Clinton, we got the first black president, we have changed the world. Man, this has been great. I got to go back home. I got to go to work. I got to go to school. But the movement continues when you don't win. So
that's actually a really good point, because I remember when it started to look pretty grim for Bernie Sanders, and I started getting depressed, but then it honestly motivated me more to care about organizations or political action things like Wolfpack, right? Because if you care about the actual message that Bernie Sanders is trying to send about getting money out of politics, for instance, you can actually continue fighting for that regardless of whether or not he gets elected.
For sure.
So.
Yeah, so, whenever I've thought of what Michael's saying in the past, and I always get stuck at, on the other hand, you would be president.
And there's that. No, there is that. But I mean, on the other hand, Barack Obama was president. A lot of people think he's been a spectacularly good president, and that he's done a lot of things that he said, and only expect incremental because of what he was up against. And we can have that argument until the cows come home, which they never do. And then sort of, and then
they have dumb animals.
Do they have a home? To be fair to them,
that's a good point. It's a field. Yeah. And where did they go? But honestly, that yes, but you want the victory. So these Pyrrhic victories and these moral victories, great. But if you're a Bernie Sanders supporter, you want him to be president. You want to see what he could do.
So just to finish that thought, from my perspective, it's not. Yeah, it's you win by winning. That's my general attitude, right? But having said that, I really think that Michael's very right about this particular time with this particular movement, because this movement is not going away, and I think Bernie Sanders, in some ways, will be less restrained if he hasn't won. He's got to be within the confines of the Democratic Party if he wins. If he doesn't win, once we've gotten past the conventions, etc., and certainly once we've gotten past the election, he can do any damn thing he pleases. Yeah. So, for example,
he can open up a comic shop.
No, but look, I'll give you one example, and it's when you think about it, I think it's a little mind blowing. Okay, so what if Bernie Sanders were to show up at the next Democracy Spring? So, we did civil disobedience to get money out of politics. 1,400 people were arrested, which is a very large number. 432 people on one day, largest arrest ever at the Capitol for any kind of civil disobedience movement. If Bernie Sanders shows up, maybe 10,000, maybe 50,000 people get arrested on one day. Then they got to bring in cops from D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, and as far as the eye can see, to process 10,000 people, 20,000 people, whatever that number is. And that is super powerful. Yeah. And so, no matter what happens tonight, there's a lot more road ahead for Bernie Sanders. And either way, that road is super important. Okay, now, New Jersey, I am surprised it hasn't been called.
I've got it up here.
Oh, you
4 more minutes until results are expected to start coming in.
They said, the Washington Post says 57-43 for Clinton right now, but with 0% reporting, which is always one of my favorite things in politics.
Yeah. They got it from the AP. Oh yeah, so I'm seeing 56-45.
That's tight.
Here comes Bernie.
Well, we've got 10 precincts out of 6,400.
By the way, it is still a mathematical possibility with the votes tonight that Bernie Sanders could take the pledge delegate lead. He'd have to win 95%?
95%, you want to bet on it?
Yes.
No,
please. I would love to bet.
Also, wait, I got breaking news. Trump is winning in the New Jersey Republican primary. He's got 78% of the vote.
I looked through some of the, when I went to vote today, some of the little ballot things. And in California, you had the choice. You still had Jim Gilmore on the ballot, Kasich, Cruz, and Trump, which I thought was, interesting. I didn't know that Jim Gilmore was
I did know that. You know why? I interviewed him in Washington. When I said, well, you dropped out of the race, he said, no. I suspended my campaign. So, and in fact, Kasich asked the other day, does Gilmore still live?
On the voting, so I went and I voted early this morning before shooting Think Tank, and I am lucky enough that I live maybe a 60-second walk from my polling place.
So do I. That's great.
So I walked to it, and I walked in. There were 6 polling things open. They handed me the thing. I marveled for a second that in the advanced society that we have, you still have this stupid thing where you're punching.
Yes.
How is that the best that we came up with? But aside from the technological thing, it took me
maybe 4 minutes to vote because I didn't really pay too much attention to most of the down ballot races. But then in some places, I know, whatever, I don't care. But then in some places, you can't vote at all, or you have to wait for hours and hours to vote, or they just mysteriously don't have enough ballots, even though we've already had 35 contests so far, and they know how many people roughly are voting compared to last time. And so isn't it ridiculous, something as fundamental as choosing your political leadership? Some people can do it in 2 minutes. I can have a nice, brisk little walkover and do it, and some people have to literally put their entire lives on hold to be able to do it. That's insanity that in 2016 we still have that in America.
My experience was not as convenient as yours. My polling place was very close to where I live. I walked there. The line was disastrous.
Really?
Like,
oh, really?
Yeah. And I was stressing because, like, I gotta go, I gotta prep the show, I gotta do this and that. And then as soon as I got to the front of the line and I'm about to vote, Jake calls me and it's something work related and sensitive, and I had to make a decision. Either I leave and deal with this, and then I gotta get to the back of the line, or I vote. And I was like, I gotta vote.
It was a wrong decision, obviously.
The correct decision is be slightly rude, step to the side, and then step back in without waiting in the long line.
Let each person behind you go in front of you one at a time.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, now that we're telling voting stories, quickly I'll tell mine. So, super easy, no problem at all. I had the same thought John did. Why can't it be this easy for everybody, right? I handed my wife's ballot in because she did a mail-in ballot, but you can actually hand the mail-in ballot if you sign for it. So that was super easy. And I had a mail-in ballot, but they realized, I'm actually voting at the poll. They did the appropriate, they crossed out mail-in ballot, put in voting here. I voted.
Yeah.
Easy peasy, right? The second thing I noticed was, as usual, there's a lot of older voters. And that's one of the reasons that it looks like Hillary Clinton will win, because the older voters go to Hillary Clinton, and there's more of them, right?
Yeah.
They vote more.
That's so true.
And so that's just the reality. On the other hand, there was a Young Turks viewer who wanted to take a picture with me, so my guess is that even though she was middle-aged, that she might be going for Bernie Sanders, right? And so even in very liberal Los Angeles, it's just that looking at the demographics, nothing more than that. I suspect that you would have had more Hillary Clinton voters in my polling.
I don't know. I don't really see a lot of Hillary bumper stickers. Like, I pay very close attention, and that doesn't mean anything, right? But I see Bernie paraphernalia everywhere, especially in the area that I live in, right? So I don't know if that means anything, but I've seen some stories indicating that LA is a Bernie town. We'll see.
There was a Marco Rubio one on an SUV. He still got it. He's still standing strong for Marco Rubio. And on the TYT fans in the voting, so I went in, and there was like a young Hispanic guy, and there was a really cute girl with blue hair. She was like kind of like goth, and she doesn't watch TYT right now.
Oh, really?
I was really hoping. I was like, she's young. She looks like a Bernie fan. No, she just like looked at me, and then she looked at me the way every woman looks at me.
Right through.
Yeah.
So, Anna's point is an interesting one, and it brings up a larger conversation. So, yes, Bernie Sanders crowds have been much larger. Yes, generally speaking, you shouldn't judge if someone's going to win based on the size of their crowd.
Yeah.
This apples to oranges. And
but you can't help but be afraid of it or excited by it, depending on who it was. I was at some Mitt Romney rallies that were like Beatles concerts.
Oh,
honestly,
my God.
they were so full of people who were so toward the end of the campaign. I couldn't believe it, and I thought, oh Jesus. But obviously it's not the size of the rally. It's
it's not the size of the hand.
Right.
Yeah. The hand is hard.
So, but okay. Now the important differences. In a general election, you almost can't tell anything from the size of the rally. Because
that's true. Yeah.
About half the country is super jazzed up about voting against the other person, right? And there are big rallies on both sides. Sometimes in the primaries, you can tell. So, for example, I've asked Bernie Sanders this before. When did you know? When did you know you were onto something? They said, I think it was in Minnesota. So really early on, and they get to somewhere. There's like 7,000 people. They're like, oh, they must be having a concert or something. I wonder what it's for. And they're like,
Bernie, it's for you. And he's like, oh. And that was way before any of the voting. And they realized, well, this is different.
Yeah.
Right? So sometimes the crowds do tell you something. Okay? Not every time, certainly a lot less so in the general election. But they do tell you something from time to time. And Anna, you're not seeing the bumper stickers. I think that goes to the same point, which is lack of energy in the Clinton camp. Now, that doesn't mean she's going to lose, even in the primaries, because as we were just talking about a little bit earlier in our coverage, the older voters tend to vote more. Right? They vote in higher percentages.
They tend not to put on bumper stickers as much either.
And so they go out and they do their civic duty, and they vote and they vote and they vote. And so although there might be more energy in a crowd or in terms of the visual things you can see in a city for one candidate, the other candidate might win anyway based on the flow of the election and the sheer momentum that her machine has.
The sheer mass of elderly voters.
Right. And it's not just elderly voters, it's Democratic voters who actually like being Democrats. Just beyond being a liberal or a progressive. I don't identify with the Democratic Party. Mm-hmm. I identify as a progressive, right? So every once in a while somebody will write dismissively of Bernie Sanders. He wasn't even a Democrat until this election. He was an independent. Which I think, why on God's green earth are you being dismissive about that? To me, that gives him more credibility. But there is a lot of people in this country who are just Republican Party or just Democratic Party. And that's what they've been, and that's part of their identity.
Yeah.
And if so the Democratic Party establishment says, this is our candidate, there's going to be a lot of weight and momentum on that side, even if there is more energy on the other side.
Can I bring up a quick point just because I can't help but CNN draws you in with all these flashing lights and graphics and everything. That's why they do it. So we've watched how many election nights now, and every time it looks exactly like it looks now. They've got the Trump thing, and they've got the Clinton headquarters thing, and they're going to show you the speeches, and it's great, big, and it's explosive and all that. Have they ever, at any of these, shown the problems with voting? Talked to voters who were forced to use, one of the ballots that might not actually get accepted, or provisional ballots, or had to wait in line for hours. Like we had, Jordan has talked to those voters on election nights. The guest, Shailene, I saw she was tweeting out videos of people talking about their experiences. I don't think I've ever seen that at one of these election night things. It's just victory speeches and Jeffrey Lord talking about the KKK, and that's all that they can seem to fit. They have the resources to send people all over the place, but there's no 4-hour line.
I don't know why there isn't a great interest in that, honestly. I don't know why that does. I don't know why voter ID laws don't resonate the way that I think they should. I don't know why. On the other hand, I don't know why, getting a provisional ballot because something went wrong. Okay, get your provisional ballot and vote. I mean, I know that pisses a lot of people off. It would piss me off too. But at the end of it, that's why the provisional ballot system is there anyway, because something went wrong. So it's an insurance for that. But yeah, I don't understand why there is not more focus on the problems with voting. Remember Brad blog? Yeah, he spends a lot of time covering that. Yeah, it's like nobody's. Not enough people are paying attention.
I think it's because, from their point of view, I think it's one of the reasons they didn't like Bernie. They didn't really like Trump's a slightly different thing, but the election is supposed to be this big national circle jerk where we congratulate ourselves on being so awesome. And that's why they don't like questioning how the parties are structured or questioning about the schedule. Should it be this way? Like, if we believe that there aren't enough debates, shut up, don't talk about the debates. It's all supposed to be like, look at all the balloons. Look at all the red, white, and blue streamers. We're so goddamn amazing. But, when it fails people regularly, every election, every primary, and every general election, you have problems in various states, and they never seem to get fixed. And for some reason, in this election, we're massively cutting the number of polling places. They don't want to cover that part because that interrupts the tone of the circle.
But also, John, so few people vote that they don't care. I mean, not enough people care because not enough people vote. And I don't, that's another mystery to me, why it's so easy, as we've all talked about. And there are places where there are terrible lines. We all had these unique experiences where we walked around the corner and Anna had to wait longer than any of us, and it wasn't very long, and she got a call. So the whole, it all goes back to that, is this apathy, not only about getting upset about how difficult and confusing it can be, but also that people don't do it at all.
So I feel like I agree with you in that there should be more people who are politically active and aware. More people should go out there and vote. but we shouldn't do anything to deter those who are inclined to vote,
course not.
right? And I feel like
I was talking about the apathy more than the
right.
problem.
Yeah, I think that those who have had difficulty voting or feel like their vote was somehow, screwed up in some way, want answers, and they want the system to, change. They want to fix it, and the only way to do that is if you have the media covering it and getting these stories out there. And unfortunately, you don't see a lot of that. So I totally understand the frustrations that they're feeling, and a lot of them, get sent to us because they know that we'll cover those stories.
Super fast, fan just tweeted in saying that Chris Hayes did once go and show long lines. So Chris Hayes, one of the good guys.
About Brad Bernstein, who does a great job with Brad Blog and has covered that issue for such a long time. And I said, you remember, of course, Jake knows it, but it was people do cover it, they just don't cover it in a continuing way.
Yeah, by the way, when most people are watching them.
His partner is Desi Doyen, who is on the show from that. Brad's on the show from that. Yeah. Some of the New Jersey results have started to come in. Ooh, it just changed a little bit. 46.8% to 43.2%. Ooh, that's a 13.8%. Oh, what did I say? 46?
Yeah.
Bias. Okay, I meant 56. So he's trailing by 13.6. He was supposed to lose by about 15. Here comes Bernie.
But you know what? Elizabeth hasn't come in yet.
That's right. And has Middlesex or Monmouth come in yet? My two home counties.
Monmouth has 0.
Like a lot of counties.
Middlesex is above, right?
No, Middlesex is 0. Sorry.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye on them, though. Don't you worry.
That's right.
My mouse over these two things.
Okay. No election is done until Middlesex comes in.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Crucial.
Yes.
Middlesex.
As goes Middlesex, so goes the. I don't know.
And so goes Monmouth usually.
You don't even know that.
Okay. So New Jersey will likely go to Hillary Clinton, and if all the press hadn't already called the election, they would have called it as soon as the New Jersey results were confirmed. So I wonder what they're going to do. So that's why.
So actually, in sports, you would say that was a great call. They knew it last night.
So they might set off fireworks in the studio. Actually,
maybe they were just doing a prediction like I like to do.
Right.
So I don't know what they're going to do when New Jersey is finalized, which should be fairly soon. It's only 1% reporting, but I think that lead is still big enough to
New Jersey
usually call it out based on exit.
Crestfallen about the AP stuff because New Jersey finally was, and you know this, finally relevant in some way, they thought, and once again.
If you want to hear something really disappointing, so I was just comparing the vote totals, and so far there's 12,500 votes in the Democratic side, and there's 9,500 votes in the Republican side. So I thought, oh, that's good, there's more Democrats voting. But then he's not in a competitive primary, but there's still already 9,500 New Jerseyans are like, oh, I'm going to vote for Trump.
And it doesn't
even matter. But
and that's with only 1% report.
I know.
But I'd vote.
I live
like, wouldn't you vote if there was one? I always vote. I just like voting. I think
for Trump.
Yeah, but I mean, not for Trump. I'm just saying that if let's say it was Jim Smith running,
I have the best example. First of all, I love voting. I'm super hokey and corny about voting, and I view myself as I am patriotic, right? That's why I vote in even circumstances that other people might find irrelevant. In 2012, I went to go vote in the Democratic primaries, even though Obama was running unopposed, because I didn't want to vote for Obama in the primaries. So I wrote in Larry Lessig, right? And I was super proud, and I put my, I voted thing on and came on air, etc. And by the way, today I should finish that story. I did this at Facebook Live about it earlier today. So today I go to vote. Happy to do it. Always super proud. And I've got to say, two things happened that were relevant, though, that I didn't quite expect. Actually, I was more proud of my Bernie Sanders vote than I think any vote I've ever given.
Same.
Because I felt like in all the other ones, there was a little twinge of like, I'm sure with the Obama vote, I didn't feel that twinge. I'm sure I was excited about the Obama vote, both in the 2008 primary and in the 2008 general election, although not only not nearly as exciting in 2012, as I just said, I voted against Obama in the primary of 2012 when he was unopposed. I wrote in someone else. But
This time, it was even more so. I felt like this is the candidate I actually believe in and think might get things done. Because even back then, I thought Obama was clearly better than Hillary Clinton, but I wasn't positive about what he was going to do, right? I was saying, look, he has a short term as senator, and I remember pointing out at the time that his mentor in the Senate was Joe Lieberman, who was a red flag. There were some red flags.
Do you remember, though, when he was announced to have won the general, you played the fireworks, the bugles, for like 3 minutes straight.
Oh, yeah. No.
In 2008. Yeah.
No, when Obama...
We're at the old studio then.
Yeah, that's right. When Obama got elected in the general election, that was a glorious moment. Yeah. Because it marked the end of the Bush era, and I remember one of the first things I said is, we docked the ship, like safe harbor. And it was more of an ending of that era. But I was hopeful about Obama. I wasn't positive about Obama, but I was definitely hopeful. So that whole hope thing, no question, worked. And it was also historic. It was the first African American that was, real, and there was a lot of excitement.
First African.
According to some, right?
Reuters is called New Jersey for Clinton.
Right. So New Jersey is unsurprisingly called for Clinton tonight. And so, but with Sanders, I know what I'm going to get. I would be shocked if Sanders didn't do what he said he was going to try to do. Right?
Yeah, I think...
Like, there's no tricky move like, I'm going to go for University of Health. You're just kidding. I'm only going to go for a quarter of the loaf. Whether you think he's going to get the loaf is a different question. But he's going to go for the whole loaf.
Yeah, for me, Bernie was more believable in that he would say things that I agreed with, but were clearly hurting him in that the establishment was more aggressive in going after him after he would say those things. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't
remember... Because if you were making a political calculation, you wouldn't have said that.
That's right. And I don't know if I'm remembering this incorrectly, but I don't remember, the DNC going after Obama as aggressively as they have with...
I don't remember that either.
No, they didn't go after him as... Well, I mean, here's the thing.
The leadership was slightly different.
Yeah, the leadership of the party was different. So the posture of those people were different. And I think that nobody thought for a while that Obama was going to do anything, especially after New Hampshire. So there was this relief that they had after New Hampshire. Then all of a sudden it started back up again, and then they realized, hey, this is a real thing, we have to deal with them. The leadership was different. And I think that also there wasn't the experience of that. And the leadership, the people that really do like Hillary Clinton, who are within the party, feel like they let her down last time. So this time they were sort of re-energized to do it differently, and it didn't always work out as well.
So my theory on that is that they're both establishment, and the establishment knew it. Like, we were hopeful, but the establishment knew.
No, I disagree with that. I really do. I don't think that there was no wink and a nod about Barack Obama. There was not.
This is what I call the invisible hand of the establishment, like the invisible hand of the market that Adam Smith talks about. Like, somehow they knew something we didn't know. When it comes to Bernie Sanders, everyone in the establishment was like, red flag, red flag, red flag, right? With Obama, there were, from the establishment point of view, not many red flags. There was nobody was like, it can't be Obama. It can't be Obama.
The party, though, wanted somebody who was decidedly different from the Bushes. And that was not because of dynasty, because of having been around for a long time. That was refreshing in Obama and not in Hillary Clinton at that time. So I think that the party itself warmed to that because they don't want something that's as different from Barack Obama. So it's a little bit of a different dynamic that goes into it as well.
Well, if
I'm not talking about this table. I'm talking about the party. That's who you were asking.
Okay, so our views on that are clear. So the other reason that I was proud of the vote today is not proud, but that it was a little different experience for me. Is that for the first time I had to say, yes, I'm a Democrat, and Bernie Sanders made me say that, and partly the Democratic Party made me say that. So let me explain. So when I was younger, I was a Republican. I was a registered Republican, right? Then I left the Republican Party and was proud to be an independent. So you got to earn my vote. I wasn't on Team Democrat or Team Republican as a matter of family or lineage or culture, right? And as a function of my job, too, I want to be more open-minded, etc. Now, in reality, I voted almost always for Democrats because the Republican Party has been so hideous for the last 16 years at least that they really didn't give you much choice, right? But I was happy not to be a Democrat. I was happy to be independent. But the Democratic Party got me so worried that if you're not in precisely in the Democratic Party, that they're not going to let you vote.
Yeah.
Right? So I have to give credit to an unjust system in a sense to make me panic enough to be like, okay, fine, I'll check off Democrat, okay. Make sure I can vote in the primaries.
That's super interesting. So, Christian is from out of state. He's from Florida. So, he didn't have his California driver's license until I forced him to get it to make sure that he would have no problems voting. And I remember him asking me, like, which independent, is that okay? I'm, no, Democrat, right? And of course, I don't have a problem with him registering as an independent, but I knew who he wanted to vote for, and I was like, no mistakes, right?
Right, and they are, because in California, the independent party is a different party.
Yeah.
And so many people get tricked into registering as an independent, then you're not allowed to vote in the Republican or Democratic primaries, and it turns out the independent party is some loathsome right-wing libertarian party that is super extreme.
Yes.
They're called the American Independent.
Yes. But the second part of that is really important. He took an independent like me and had me declare for the Democratic Party. Bernie Sanders did. So you've got all these people, and certainly people much younger than me, much newer to the process, much more undecided than I am on which side they're going to go for. And they've all declared for the Democratic Party because of Bernie Sanders.
That's so ironic.
And the Democratic Party's been fighting it tooth and nail this whole time. Accept it. It's a don't look a gift horse in the mouth. It's not a Trojan horse. It's a gift horse. Take it.
Don't you think they were fighting open primaries, not fighting the registration? I think this is by design to an extent.
No, they liked that you had to register as a Democrat.
Yeah.
That's why I said, ironically, I give them credit for the system. Right?
Exactly. Okay.
But they've been fighting the Sanders movement. I mean, at every turn, the DNC has said, "Oh, the debates at the time that they're least likely to watch, close down the polling." I mean,
Saturday, December 19th. That was the most beautiful Democratic debate.
I mean, preposterous, and everybody knows it. It was so
Nobody was at the
obvious.
Christmas party that night.
Yeah, it was so obvious that they didn't even bother denying it a lot of times. And you had Rhode Island close more than 2/3 of their polling stations. You had Puerto Rico close more than 2/3 of their polling stations. Wisconsin, Arizona, New York, with the voter purges and the limited number of polls that were open. You're supposed to encourage your side to vote more. You don't want to disenfranchise the people who are excited to vote within your party.
Yeah.
But the party did do that throughout the process. Now, if by this late date they can't figure out that that's a good thing for them, and they should open themselves up to that and embrace that movement, I don't know if we could ever help them. But to this late date, here comes Hillary Clinton's team, making sure the superdelegates announce to the Associated Press that they're going to support her the day before the California primaries to discourage people from voting in the California primaries.
You don't know that because to me, I would imagine that if that was the case, that was really dumb. So I don't.
It was really dumb, and it was the case. Now, let me be clear. Let me be clear that I'm saying it was the case.
Right.
I don't. There's not any internal
telling you that
or sources.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think that's the case at all.
Michael. Okay, so let's have that debate real quick, and then we got to take a break, and then Hillary Clinton is going to speak, and she might speak before Bernie Sanders. So
I believe she's going to speak at 10 p.m. our time. I think there's 1 p.m. Eastern. I think
1 a.m. Eastern. That's crazy talk.
I know.
There's people
That's what people were sending to me. But
waving flags.
It might be 10 p.m. there, 7 p.m. here, John.
Yeah, there's no way
that was not
speaking at 1 a.m.
correctly about it.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I have no evidence that it's not 1 a.m. Eastern.
Right.
But it ain't 1 a.m.
Right. That's pretty. That's pretty blatant. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, they wouldn't do that.
No, they wouldn't.
Oh, I don't think it makes sense.
Okay. So, real quick, let's have this. So, Associated Press called the election yesterday for Hillary Clinton. It was not based on the Puerto Rico voting. Yes, that affected it. But they said what put Hillary Clinton over the top was superdelegates that they then realized, but that they contacted that said we were unpledged. Now we are saying that we are going to support Hillary Clinton, and that put her over the top.
And the way it works also is the AP calls these people constantly canvassing the superdelegates, the elected, the party officials, everyone, constantly canvassing them to see when they change. So they have a chart of who has declared, who has undeclared, who has switched, etc.
So it is my contention that the Hillary Clinton campaign, which is a campaign that is certainly works hard, right? They have a huge team. They know politics inside and out. Do they not know where the superdelegates are aligned? They know. They have a list of each superdelegate. They know exactly where they are. My contention is, again, not any inside sources or internal memos. I'm totally upfront about that. But based on my knowledge of politics, the Clinton campaign thought we might lose California. So there's a chance we're going to lose California. That would be embarrassing. We don't want to declare victory after we've lost the largest state. Let's call up the superdelegates that we knew were going to back us, pressure them to confirm to the AP. Then the AP, somewhat unwittingly complicit in that political machination, goes, "Oh, look at that! Those 2, 5, 10, they never clarified, superdelegates have come in and now said, yes, I'm supporting Hillary Clinton," and that puts her over the top. The day before the California voting. What a nice coincidence.
But it's not a good coincidence for her. I mean, looking at the campaigns objectively, it could work either way. I mean, I can't predict whether or not it's good for Clinton or good for Sanders that this came out yesterday. A lot of people would say it's terrible for Clinton because, she's won. I'm not going to go across town. The way John was saying, why are people voting for Donald Trump? 9,500 people went to vote for Donald. He's unopposed. If they think she's won already, you know how hard it is to get people out? Old people,
it's not the same, though, because Sanders would still be running.
No, I know. It's right. Sanders would still be running. You're right. It's a little different. But I'm talking about we're talking about an older skew of voters here. Yes, there are more diligent voters. They're harder, though, in many cases. It's a harder time for them to get to the polls, not in California, not in June. But I'm just saying, in theory, in political theory here, you never want to get ahead of that and risk at all your supporters not coming out. Though you make a good argument, and it's also a great point that if you're in the Clinton campaign, you think you're going to lose California, you think, whoa, maybe we want to get ahead with good news. This is not the way to do that, though, and nobody in campaigns would do that.
Well, no, not nobody in campaigns would do that. Let me give a second reason why they might do it. This way, if they lose California, they go, we didn't really lose it. We'd already won. That's why our guys didn't show up. So us losing California doesn't mean anything. By the way, now that I will guarantee, if they lose California tonight, there will be a Clinton surrogate on TV immediately saying, no, that doesn't count. We had already won. That's why our side didn't show up. So that's meaningless that Sanders won California.
I got tweeted that by a few fans.
Yeah, so those 2 points combined, and Clinton's,
for sure they will say that. For sure they will say that.
Yeah. And Clinton's drive to it's over. I've already won. Let's wrap this thing up. Sanders, tonight, you better understand, it's already over. I think those combination of things blinded them to the fact that, in fact, it would hurt them, especially because now there's a perception among Sanders supporters that you needlessly won this with anonymous superdelegates, not even letting us vote in California, which looks terrible for Clinton people, but I don't think that's how they perceived it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a theory that that's interesting. I don't think it's real, but I do think it's meritorial that you can come up with a theory like that. I just don't think that it's I don't think that's what happened.
Okay, I have at least gotten the theory that it's meritorial.
Hey guys, we got to take a quick break for technical reasons, but we'll be right back.
No, this the. All right, welcome back to the Young Turks election coverage, and we've got two great guests for you guys. Josh Fox, director of Gasland, back with us. He was on with us last Friday. His new movie just opened last week, actually, How to Let Go of the World and Love All the Things That Climate Can't Change. We talked about that when you were on the show on Friday. And Shailene Woodley, star of The Secret Life of the American Teenager, The Descendants, the Divergent series, The Fault in Our Stars. Should I keep going? Shailene, my wife and I just watched The Fault in Our Stars like 3 weeks ago. Loved it. And then I ran into John Green at the YouTube Creator Summit.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah. So I'm all about the fault in our stars. I've got a lot of fault in my stars.
We all do.
For those of you who don't know, John Green wrote the story, The Fault in Our Stars, and Shay obviously started the movie. We're close now, so I'm calling her Shay. We're already look at that hat. and Michael Schur obviously with us. So some news organizations have already called New Jersey Hillary Clinton, including Reuters that we mentioned in the last hour. So Hillary Clinton wins New Jersey. Now this is when they would have put her over the top, except they already put her over the top yesterday, kind of in our opinion, or most of our opinions, jumped the gun. Michael has a slightly different opinion on it, but Josh.
No. Michael doesn't have. Michael has a different opinion about how it happened. My opinion about jumping the gun, the same as yours. But
you think that AP jumped the gun?
Yeah, I think that it was a silly thing for AP to have done. I just don't think that the back work that went into AP doing it was the same as you think. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I'm happy that we're clear about that.
Just one piece of news also. Renee Elmers, a congresswoman from North Carolina. This is the first Republican casualty in the House. Lost to another Republican merged district. Renee Elmers was someone who a lot of the most conservative people in Congress liked when she was elected. She's no longer in Congress now.
Do we know, Michael, if she lost to a more conservative?
I was about to say, she lost to someone who was about as conservative as she is, maybe a little more conservative. So it's not really, no.
But the Republicans did lose an important Iowa state legislator today because of Donald Trump. He's like, I can't do it anymore. I'm going to no party. He's actually in the most conservative part of Iowa. But he's like, I cannot support this racist. I can't take it anymore. I'm not a Republican. So that has happened. Okay, so now the reason Shailene and Josh are here is because they're huge Sanders supporters. We're surrogates for the campaign. Surrogates for the campaign. Shay, let me start with you since we haven't had a conversation. Okay, why Bernie Sanders? What's the big deal? Why are you so excited?
I've never been political before. I had never engaged in politics because I felt like I was a grassroots activist, and no matter what I did on the ground, the White House and the government was never going to pay attention. Whether it was climate change or prison reform, I felt like my voice was not being honored. And Bernie Sanders came to my attention in February, as a little bit late in the game, and I immediately, what he stands for resonated for me. He really just wants to improve the human condition, especially for those who have been marginalized for so many years. And it's just his integrity, his truth, his honesty that for 40 years of his entire political career, he's been on the right side of history. He said we shouldn't go to Iraq. Everything that he stands for, I support. And to have someone who is running a campaign where he's not accepting money from any corporate interests, that to me represents and shows really his integrity. So moving forward, I trust that when he gets into the White House, he's not going to say a bunch of things now and change. Once he's there, he's actually going to continue to listen to the American people. And I think that's very important.
I'm curious. Can I jump in there? Do you think Obama changed after he got into the White House?
I feel like Obama had corporate interests and ties in mind, which is something that made me sort of lose my trust in him, because he had so many affiliations that speaking climate change, right? He just allowed offshore fracking. He's passed things, and Arctic drilling. He's passed things that he said in the past that he was, for climate change activism, and then has changed his opinion by his actions. And that to me represents the ties that he has with the fossil fuel industry.
And so, why do you get the sense that Sanders is a politician that wouldn't do that?
Because he's already proved to us that he hasn't accepted any money from super PACs. I mean, he's the first presidential candidate in the history of our country who's never accepted money from corporations and super PACs. And that, it's one thing to talk a big talk. It's another thing to walk it. It's a lot harder to walk it. And to see somebody who is a politician who's already taken steps in his campaign towards integrity and towards truthfulness and honesty and transparency, that to me is everything. Of course, I don't know Bernie very well personally, but I can see, and I can see from his legislation from all of his years in politics, that when he says he's going to do something, he does it, and when he says he's not going to do something, he doesn't.
And I'm curious about this too. Rosario Dawson said to me that she got a little bit of a backlash from Hollywood when she came out so aggressively for Bernie Sanders. A lot of Hollywood is in favor of Hillary Clinton.
we say Hollywood, this is actually many different things. There's a corporate Hollywood that's actually far more conservative and pro-Republican, and then there's the stars that are more liberal, but not uniformly so, but that are, George Clooney, et cetera, seem to be more in line with Hillary Clinton, obviously based on his fundraisers, et cetera. Did you get any backlash at all, or no?
I haven't really experienced any backlash. A, I'm not looking for it. And B, no, I think a lot of the conversations that I've had with people, listen, I'm all for Bernie, and I'm not going to skip up on my pitch for Bernie, because I really do believe that he's going to encourage change in America for the 99%. I believe that with every single part of me. But ultimately, being someone who's 24 and not knowing everything about politics and realizing that I went to high school, I got great grades, and still wasn't taught much about politics, that to me is a democracy. So I joined this campaign to endorse Bernie Sanders, but also to educate my peers and to educate people who maybe aren't part of my demographic about democracy and what it means to be an American, what it means to have the right to vote, because it's a luxury. So I think people respect that in a way, because I don't try to force my opinions on Bernie on people. I really just want to engage in conversations and debates.
Makes sense. Josh, you come at it from a little different perspective. Yeah. You're a director and a filmmaker. Is Hollywood liberal? Or?
Well, I'm a documentary filmmaker, so I'm not really part of that Hollywood crowd. I mean, the documentary branch of the world, kind of is a journalistic branch that is constantly kind of invading both the television world and the film world. But we come from, I think, a tradition of storytelling, but also of journalism. And I have to say, as a journalist, I am deeply dismayed. I'm angry, and I'm disgusted with the actions of the mainstream media over the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
What is this? Banana Republic? I mean, you don't announce the results of the election the night before the election, because you have a series of secret conversations with an elite group of, super delegates, whatever that means, who are designed to circumvent a populist insurgency. What we have on our hands right now is a populist insurgency in the state of California. We've been going up and down the state campaigning, and that's not journalism. That's voter suppression, and that's manipulation. And, for all the talk right now of the mainstream media being in the tank for Hillary, and also overemphasizing the Trump campaign, we see these results. We know that Hillary Clinton spent vastly more time on the mainstream media than Bernie Sanders did. And when we go out and canvass, because we do go out and canvass quite a lot, knock on doors, pound the pavement, get a sense of where the electorate's at, people do not know enough about Bernie Sanders. And the only thing I can say is, and they also don't know enough about Hillary Clinton, to be honest. But there's a brand loyalty thing that happens. People know about the Clinton administration, and there's a tendency to go in that direction. When you don't know about the other person's position, but when you go out there and you say Hillary Clinton's pro-fracking, Hillary Clinton's climate change plan involves 300 new frack gas power plants that will last 30 to 40 more years, 2 million new fracking wells, thousands of miles of pipelines. When you go out there and say Bernie Sanders is for public education all the way up through college, people start to understand, oh wow, I can't vote for Hillary Clinton, I gotta vote for Bernie Sanders. And part of that's the fault of the media, being obsessed with this kind of celebrity cycle of politicians that doesn't actually delve into the issue. So this is part of the campaign, I think, that both of us are on, to say, look, you've got to get out there and know about these issues. But for the media to come out the night before the election, and when you're on the ground doing what we're doing, battling so hard, going to campaign offices, and people spending their whole week there, and weekends there, and every living moment, every waking moment, living and breathing this election, and then you come in, it's such a shame. Because the truth of the matter is, we are never going to know what the real result would have been had they not done this. On both sides.
So I have a question for you then on that score. I was all over the country covering this election for a now defunct network. For the purpose of this conversation, we'll call it Al Jazeera America. And I remember that network. And I was with some of the AP reporters who were actually going over the superdelegate lists. We were in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They were going over superdelegate lists, and one of these people was charged with calling Wisconsin superdelegates to poll them. Wisconsin superdelegates, some of them were committed, some of them were not yet committed, and didn't commit the night I was there. And my question to you is this: as a journalist, as a documentarian, and anybody can answer this question really, but when you have the information and you're the AP, Puerto Rico comes in, you call up, you get the information, you know that there are these untapped superdelegates, you call them in the purest sense, and they say, yeah, now I'm with Hillary Clinton. Now I'm with Hillary Clinton. Now I'm with Hillary Clinton. Say, well, the election's tomorrow. Do I sit on it? Do I go? What do you think that the media...
Well, absolutely, you sit on it when you're the night before the biggest presidential primary in the entire contest. Without a doubt. Because you have to know, as a journalist, what the implication is of the information that you're putting out there. And editorial staff
and a lot of I should also say,
editorial staff
you're immersed in this stuff.
No, to be honest, the timing of this is so...
No. I'm not defending. I'm really asking a question. I'm saying you're immersed in this. A lot of people, and that doesn't make them right.
I don't believe it for a second.
You haven't let me ask the question. Let me ask the question. The question has nothing to do with this. A lot of people don't think that this was the most important primary. A lot of people who do what I did, or still do it because I don't, that are out there don't think that this is the most important primary today. They think that the die had already been cast. That being said, I don't know that they're right. I don't take a position on that. But so you're saying though, and I'm really asking this informatively, if you know that information, it's incumbent upon them to sit on that information and wait another day. I don't
think that some 11th hour news break happened at 8 p.m. last night. I really don't. I think if they were sitting on this information, I think they already were sitting on it. You know what I'm saying? I think they were sitting on it since Monday or since the week before. When did they finish their reporting? When did they finish their polls?
We don't know. We don't even know that there's a fault there too because we don't know who the superdelegates are. Yeah, there's no transparency here. We don't even know if it's some reporter sitting in Milwaukee calling somebody in Wisconsin and then calling the AP bureau in D.C. and saying this person moved over.
The truth of the matter is you got to reveal your sources. And in this case, there's so much about this. Look, let me point out one other issue that I have with mainstream media. The State Department will not verify an election. The United States State Department, in other countries, if exit polls and actual voting data come in more than 2% off of each other. In this whole election, we are seeing 10%, 12%, in New York, 16% gap between what the exit polls said and what the actual vote came in as.
And that came out of Ohio in 2004.
That's a question that must be asked, or else you're not doing your job as a journalist. And I'm asking it right now. I'm asking the question: why in New York State, when I walked off the radio, I was on a radio interview the night of the New York State primary, and it was 48-52, Clinton leading in the exit poll. 52-48, yeah, Clinton leading, 4% gap, and then all of a sudden the vote comes in, and it's a 16-point gap. What happened there? The State Department of the United States, which is ironic, right, because the Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, would not certify that election because there is the chances of that discrepancy happening are hundreds of thousands.
That's funny that you mentioned that, Josh, because that's the one thing I keep coming back to. How come nobody ever did an analysis of that? I always found that surprising.
The other way.
Well, there are people doing it.
No, but Michigan is more understandable, not because Bernie Sanders won, but because Bernie Sanders does better in open primaries. And so his enthusiasm of his base show up on that day.
Right, you have to
and Michael, there's a difference between registered voters and likely voters. They poll registered voters, but more voters show up than the regular registered voters that vote in prior election because of the enthusiasm of Sanders. So that's a little bit more logical, but no one ever said, wait a minute, the exit polling in New York was so off.
Yeah.
Why, maybe, like, for example,
and also they're not really doing exit polls tonight in California.
Well, the other thing that just happened, no exit polls. So we're just doing away with the exit polls.
If the exit polls could be,
but the mainstream media can make up terms whenever they want to. So what the term that they just made up was, we're going to adjust the exit polls if they're off the real vote count.
That's madness.
That's just because that's fudging the results.
For example,
that's fudging the results. They should come out and say, we're fudging the results of the exit polls tonight.
Because
as the real vote.
Seriously, I've covered elections all across the world. I'm from the safe confines of this LA studio, don't get me wrong. But when I see an election, for example, in Turkey, and Erdogan says, oh, the exit polling was off by 12 points, so we have adjusted the exit polling. I go, I don't think so. Right? And so, but when we do it in New York, why is that like, oh yeah, of course, we adjusted the exit polling, we're done with it. Okay, so that's one part of it. But back to AP for a second. So to answer Michael's question from my perspective, if I'm the Associated Press, I don't know about sitting on the story, but I do know that I would ask at least two more questions. One is, hey, you just switched from not declaring who you're going to vote for as a superdelegate to voting for Hillary Clinton. Did the Clinton campaign call you at all? I mean, that's a fair question, right? That would be an interesting question. If the Clinton campaign called however many switched in that time period between Puerto Rico and when AP called the election, let's say the number was 10. By the way, that's going to be my second question. How many was it? Who were they? Right? Did you ask all of them? Did the Clinton campaign call you in the meanwhile? Did they want you to come out today as opposed to after the voting in California? Now, if you're a real journalist, that would be a really interesting question because you might want to put in your AP story 10 superdelegates switched today, putting Hillary Clinton over our perceived threshold, but we found out all 10 were called by the Clinton campaign and asked to come out today before the voting. Yeah. See, that would be an interesting story. And just to finish the thought, Josh, the second question is, what do you mean anonymous sources? You have anonymous sources if it's a whistleblower. You don't have anonymous sources if it's a superdelegate that is a Democratic Party establishment person. And you can't count them anonymously. If you're going to count them and say, trust me, they're going to vote for Hillary Clinton, you have to tell us who they are. You can't say, oh, no, I'm not going to tell you who they are. Just take my word for it. This is not
not just the night before. That should happen throughout the process.
Definitely. Give me a list of the damn superdelegates. It's insane that we don't have the people who raise their hands and say they're for Hillary. If you're going to count them, then and you're going to raise your hand saying, I'm definitely voting for Hillary Clinton, and that's why the Associated Press is counting me, then raise your freaking hand. Who are you?
I mean, but honestly, I've been asked by the Sanders campaign to call superdelegates. Of course. They all got called. I don't know if you've been asked to do that.
I haven't been asked to call, but when I am approached or I'm in the same room or a company of a superdelegate, it is a conversation that we have.
Well, I've been asked to call them, and we know who they are, and we know what issues they care about. And I talked to one in California. I'm not going to say her name. I don't actually, to be honest, can't remember it. Because we've been doing so many things. But her name was Rachel. But she said to me, look, I'm not going to declare until after California votes. Because I might be with you, I might not be with you. I hear your issues. I hear this. I very much hear you on fracking, and that's an extremely important issue to me. But I want California to vote without my influence. And that was an incredibly decent moment. And we had this long conversation about environmentalism, and she was an environmentalist for 30 years, and we talked about all the things, all the battles that she fought. She had seen the films and been very, very sympathetic, but she said, still, look, this is democracy.
Yeah.
We let the people vote. And they got to know over there at the editorial staff of the New York Times that what they're doing is actually discouraging people on both sides of voting.
I mean, in my experience in the last 24 hours, I've had 5 phone calls from friends saying, oh, well, should I even go vote today? Is that something I should still engage in? Because I read yesterday A, B, C, and D. And a lot of my friends aren't political. My friends don't know about politics.
We were having that discussion earlier. Who does it benefit? Who does it hurt? It kind of hurts everybody.
And that, to me, that's the form of voter suppression. Because all of a sudden, you have people who were going to go to the polls to vote, but now they've been fed this narrative, and they don't know whether to believe it or not. And if people don't have time in their lives, or willing to take the time in their lives to do their own research, to investigate further, because they're just reading mainstream media, then you're disenfranchising people out of their vote. You're taking away the narrative they had before.
Two Clinton voters who were so angry last night about this, just furious about it, because they thought, like, this is going to undo Hillary Clinton today. That her supporters are not going to come out. A lot of them probably voted earlier than Bernie voters.
Ultimately, it's up to the media to tell us what's going on.
But that's why I asked the question: what do you do if, in fact, you came by it in the way that they've been coming by it, the diligent reporting they've been doing, and I don't know the answer to it. I don't know that I would sit on it if I had it.
Transparency, but you made a great point. Like, if you're not going to, whether or not we agree or disagree on whether they sit on it, just be transparent. Talk about who those people were. Don't come out and say it was anonymous. I think you made a really great point. I think that would have changed the dialogue.
Then you're not sitting on it if you're revealing who it was who changed it, which is fine.
I'm saying if you do take the action to reveal that information, be transparent.
That should happen.
And to Shailene's point, just real quick, I had an Uber driver from a couple months ago who said, "Oh, I love Bernie Sanders, but too bad the race is already over." And I was like,
"Oh, I've talked to so many people who say that."
Right, and I said, "No, but she thought it was literally over." And I said,
because Iowa voted.
Right, and she was California, and I said, California votes months from now, and at that time we were in the heat of the race. it was unclear who was going to win. He had gone on a big run at that point, and I'm like, where in the world did you get the idea that the race is over? She's like, I watch TV.
Yeah.
And so if you've been counting the superdelegates all along as if they have voted,
maybe she watched Al Jazeera. We went off the air, so that was it.
The race is over.
You know what's so ironic is that exit polls were used by the networks to call races before they would do the actual vote count. If you remember,
yeah, it was, but there was the NVS, the National Voter Services, or the VRS, Voting Reporter Services. That was the unit that was used by all the networks, and they waited until all exit polls all polls were closed before they would VNS, Voter News Service.
Well, one other point I think that especially is upsetting about this is that the whole ethos of the Sanders campaign is that when you have been disenfranchised, and you've been pushed out of the narrative by the 1%, when you are part of these movements, but we know Princeton University did a study a couple years ago, apropos of nothing, and said we want to know what form of government America actually has. So they looked at all these public policy questions, and they did all this science, and they said, they come back, and they said, America's not a democracy. It's an oligarchy. Because they found an issue after issue after issue. It did not matter how you voted, because that's why 75% of Americans can want action on climate change, and we don't get it. And 85% of Americans want to raise the minimum wage, and we don't get it. Or 95% of Americans want background checks on, AK-47 so that maniacs can't get 30-round magazines, and we don't get it. So they found out that actually the vote doesn't determine policy based on America as an oligarchy. And what I'm saying is America has become this nation of movements in response to that oligarchy. And those movements are the climate change movement, the anti-fracking movement, the LGBT,
and the only one that's going to make a difference is his movement to get money out of politics.
Well, the movement to get money out of politics.
Nothing happens with the other ones until his gets.
No, I don't think that's true at all.
I shouldn't say nothing.
I'm sure hugely significant victories through ban fracking in New York State.
You're absolutely right. I have to tell you something. You're right. I'm retracting that. I shouldn't say that. But major sweeping change in the way our government works will not happen until money is
right. That the mainstream media went in and played exactly that card. And said, guess what? We don't think you matter at all. We're going to declare this election over before a huge number of
people sitting around saying, "Oh, let's do it now." I mean,
I don't know why Bernie Sanders isn't getting that coverage. I think a lot of it has to do with
I feel like listen, we don't. This is not a conversation we need to. I think Bernie Sanders got a ton of coverage. He's almost won the nomination for the Democratic nomination for president. He came out of nowhere. He's a spectacle. Every reporter I know, he had a bus full of people for months going with him. He had a plane full of reporters going with him. He is one of the 3 most covered politicians in America this year. I think that's pretty impressive. One of the 3.
But still less coverage.
But you know what I'm saying. I mean, Donald Trump is an anomaly. He's covered in the most absurd way all the time, and he gets accidental coverage. One person is the former Secretary of State, former First Lady, and the other person is this upstart, amazing force, an enigmatic person in politics. And so I think his ascent can also be credited in great part to the media that covered him and kept going where he was going from the very beginning.
I mean, when he finishes 0.2% behind Hillary Clinton in Iowa, what are you going to do? Not cover him? When he crushes her in New Hampshire,
but Jake, it's cause and effect.
What are you going to do? Not cover it?
It's cause and effect. You have to cover it, but he finishes 0.2 because so many people were covering this political phenomenon.
No, so let me.
Yeah, well, yes.
No, so I think the answer is both. So my sense of it is this: that yes, Michael, they covered Iowa, New Hampshire, and they covered the races to some degree. On the other hand, there are, as Josh has pointed out, empirical numbers on the amount of minutes and seconds they were covered. And ABC News, for example, had a comically low, they covered it for 8 seconds or something for a whole year, or 2 minutes, something along those lines, and they had given dozens of hours of coverage to Trump and Clinton, etc. And then there's the other part of it, which is when you put the superdelegates up from the beginning, and it looks like a 92 to 8% advantage for Hillary Clinton, it signals to everybody this race is already over. This is just semantics. We're playing it. Oh, Iowa, he won, but he tied, but it's not really a tie because she's got the superdelegates. In New Hampshire, was an excellent example. He won by 22 points, but on that night they put up the total count of New Hampshire, and it was a tie in delegates because they counted the superdelegates. So no matter what he did, the media declared it a loss for him. And that is,
and not to mention at those times, there were 17 people running for president as Republicans for a while, and they were the focus of so much of the media at that time too. So I think that that was the race that people were following because of the narrative that it was Hillary Clinton's race to lose.
Well, that's the issue superdelegate issue is the issue. Superdelegates do not count until July 25th. And that is not being told. If you turn on your television, very rarely do reporters admit that or do reporters report that. And that's something that, for people who don't know a lot of politics, I keep saying that just because I come from that world, and that's a lot of America, that information needs to be out there. That needs to be credited, that superdelegates do not vote until July 25th.
And they can switch.
Right, but there's the media, that's where you're right. The media does know also that superdelegates generally, when there's somebody who's ahead and they're declaring, they don't switch.
But guess what?
Switch from what?
I don't want to jump on what you're saying, but to be honest, Hillary Clinton's poll numbers are going down against Donald Trump, and Bernie's poll numbers against Donald Trump are going up. There's a rising tide of Bernie Sanders in the media, in the polling,
I have to be consistent though, because I've said it here and I've said it everywhere. I don't think those hypothetical numbers for Clinton or for Sanders for anybody if they're running against
to Shailene's great point is that when you get past this primary process and you count up how many delegates each candidate has, and neither of them has enough to clinch the nomination, then the superdelegates are going to go in and decide what's going to be decided at the convention. Actually, nobody really knows.
Who's going to be the most electable candidate and who can beat Donald Trump.
And who's going to beat Donald Trump? Because honestly, America is in this new love affair with fascism and with authoritarianism, and we have to defeat it. And the Democratic Party has to pick the best candidate for it. And, Donald Trump has Clinton dead to rights on NAFTA in the Rust Belt. NAFTA is an incredibly important issue in PA, in Ohio, in Michigan, and she's going to have a really hard time overcoming that obstacle when her husband and her former administration created that policy.
But that's her husband. That's her
very,
husband.
very problem.
She's going to have to figure that out.
Big problem for the DNC as well. And superdelegates, right? If we believe in this superdelegate system, which I don't, I think.
But it's where we're at. It's
right. I don't think nobody's arguing that it's a good system. It certainly needs a fix, but it is the one that's exactly like Shay said. That it's where we are.
We should give you some results. Some of the results are in North Dakota with 29% reporting. Bernie Sanders has a huge lead there. It's 61.7, 29.6, but 22% reporting in New Mexico. Hillary Clinton has about a 7-point lead, 6-point lead, 53 to 47. South Dakota, I'm a little surprised by. She's got a 7-point lead with 43% reporting.
Well, here isn't it yet?
Okay. 53.7 to 46.3. So we'll see if those results stick. I'm always amazed by the little differences, and it might be because of caucus versus primary, opener versus closed. And Michael, maybe you could help me remember which one North Dakota and South Dakota are. But why is North Dakota a blowout for Bernie Sanders, but he's losing in South Dakota?
Yeah,
is that big a difference?
There's a lot of fracking going on in North Dakota. That could be an issue, which is also
North Dakota is a huge petroleum state,
and also an issue in Michigan. Right, but some of the flip in the Michigan poll that you brought up earlier was because 3 days before the primary, Bernie Sanders came out really strongly as a ban fracking candidate, and Michigan is a state where there's a lot of fracking. There's hundreds of thousands of them there. They're doing ballot initiatives all the time.
I was there.
It could have been that could have been the crucial.
And there was backlash to Clinton sort of tying Sanders to being opposed to the auto bailout. Then too, there was a real backlash. They thought it was going to help her. There was a backlash to her. I mean, I was just talking about it in terms of and I know the State Department does do that with elections abroad, and maybe somebody should do that with elections here with exit polls.
Okay, so I want to ask you guys before you leave about what happens next. So if as we suspect, at the end of tonight, Hillary Clinton still has a significant pledged delegate lead. Do you think that Bernie Sanders should go all the way to the convention and try to flip the superdelegates, even if there's no indictment, and say, no, I'm more electable than Donald Trump? All you superdelegates should try to switch over to me and make me the nominee. Or, no, just suspend his campaign for today.
I absolutely think he should go all the way to convention. I mean, Bernie Sanders is running for president, but Bernie Sanders is representing so many people in this country who have felt like their voices have never been heard. And I think that is why he should go all the way to convention. Because you see millions of people already in America, if you go on social media, if you track it online, who are saying themselves that they want to show up to Philadelphia, that they want to encourage people, they want to encourage the DNC to open their doors to them. I mean, you have so many independent voters, you have so many young people like myself who I identify as a Democrat, but I want to feel welcomed into the Democratic Party. And right now I don't necessarily feel welcome to the Democratic Party. So I think it's important for Bernie to go so that our voices are represented. And also, I mean, regardless of what your opinions are of the polls with Bernie beating Trump and Hillary being neck and neck with Trump, right now those are the polls that we have. So I think it's a very important case for him to show up.
Josh, you seem to indicate that you agree with that in our earlier conversation.
I do. Well, I think there's a historic thing that's happening.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the Clintons brought the Democrats over to becoming this hybrid party with a lot of Democratic values and a lot of Republican values. And you've seen that carry through the Obama administration. You've seen the Democratic incrementalism, right? This establishment incrementalism hasn't worked. It hasn't protected us on climate. It hasn't protected us environmentally on fracking. It hasn't protected us from the ravages of the big banks. All of the income gains of the last 8 years went to the top 1%. What you're seeing in Bernie Sanders is a resurgence of actually the Democratic Party before the Clintons. The Clintons had to triangulate to beat Reagan. That was true, and that was for that. I'm actually quite grateful for them because I remember how awful those years were. But the truth of the matter is that excluded the progressive wing of the Democrats, and it created the situation where you punch the progressive and you punch the hippie and you say, "Oh, you got no place else to go. You got no place else to go, environmentalists. You got to vote for us," even though we're actually moderate Republicans in our stance, especially on the environment. And a lot on finance and all these other issues, crime and prisons, all these things that really, really turn your stomach, and you got no place to go. But what Bernie Sanders and our campaign, I think, represents is a chance for us to reassert the true values that are inside the Democratic Party from FDR, and those days built the greatest nation on earth. We need them back. We see economic inequality, social stratification, racial, institutionalized racism, economic and environmental degradation in ways that we've never seen before. And it's happened under Democratic presidency for the last 8 years. And this is what this insurgency and what this political revolution is about. So absolutely, we cannot be excluded. If we get excluded at this point, I don't know. It's scary to think about.
Let me just ask this real quick. So I agree with you on the progressive priorities. I agree with you on the insurgency more than you could imagine. But is it hypocritical to then say, well, the superdelegates shouldn't have counted, but now that they do count, we lost on the pledged delegates. Nonetheless, we should use the superdelegates to win the overall prize.
To be honest, the whole system is so nuts. There's some caucus states, there's some primary states. Popular vote, we don't even know if it matters because in caucus states, where did it tilt the balance the other way? I've posted some of this stuff on Facebook, and I had just been to Canada. We showed our film in Canada. People were like, "What's a delegate?" You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And they were like, "Why do you wait a minute? What's a co-payment?" Yeah. You know what I mean? They're like, "We have single payer, and when we vote, we just vote, and then the one has more votes wins." Right. This whole system is so insane, and it needs major reform because also beyond those things, like who's a delegate, who's a superdelegate, who's a caucus state, the primary state. There's a lot of voter suppression going on. People calling it the new Jim Crow, or as Greg Powell called it, James T. Crow, election analyst, or whatever. The idea that the system has become so obtuse and so distant from common people, and I think that's what the Sanders
and the caucuses are that way. But I think it's a fair point. Like, why should they stop at the convention if you don't have the requisite number of delegates?
Those are the rules.
They should keep going. Those are the rules. And if this is about, listen, Democrats have for so long criticized Republicans for being exclusive, for only agreeing with the point of view that they have in their head. So Democrats have to allow that conversation to continue and to happen. But there also has to be some acknowledgement that once the die is cast, there has to be a way out, whatever that way out is, and acknowledgement that, hey, it didn't work on July 25th, or it did, and fabulous, and we're off to the races.
So, you guys make such an interesting point. Honestly, I hadn't thought of this. What if it was the Republicans? If Ted Cruz or Donald Trump was behind in pledged delegates, and obviously they don't have the system on the Republican side, but if they did, they were behind in pledged delegates, but they could still win at the convention with super delegates. There is no way in the world Ted Cruz would have given up, or Donald Trump would have given up, and everybody in the press would have thought that was the most natural thing in the world.
Yeah.
Well, of course you're going to have a contested convention, and of course the Republicans are going to go fight at the convention. But with when it comes to
back
Democrats,
to the media.
right? I mean, and so now
And
the
also,
three of us are
it's such
more.
a hypothetical. The superdelegate system is so ridiculous. It's just so absurd to have it. It's there, though, and those are the rules. So you're talking about the Republican hypothetical.
Shay's point.
That's
That's why we're talking about this right now.
Yeah.
But to be honest, these issues are not absurd or hypothetical. Well, Hillary Clinton is taking money from Exxon Shell and Chevron.
But the issues are the issues. I'm just talking about
Bernie's not. There are real reasons why we're here.
I'm talking about the people who don't know what a caucus is and don't know what a delegate is, certainly don't know what a superdelegate is, why they're there. I mean, smart people who don't know these things. And that's what has to also change, and that has to be established, I think, at this convention. I mean, they're not going to do it now, but between this convention and the next, it's ridiculous.
So, by the way, I told this to Bernie Sanders when I interviewed him. I don't think the superdelegates should count unless it's an extraordinary circumstance like an indictment, which would really, I mean, if you don't use them for that, then you should disband them immediately, right? But, to be fair, the Hillary Clinton team is also being hypocritical because they thought the superdelegates should count all along. So now, meaning that, yes, the superdelegate voting is super important and should be taken into account and should be part of the process. So if Bernie Sanders turns around and goes, okay, agreed, so let's let them vote on July 25th, wouldn't it be an hypocritical position for Hillary Clinton to say, no, superdelegates shouldn't count? Of course it would be. That would be incredibly hypocritical, right? So let's just be fair about both of those sides. By the way, North Dakota has just been called Bernie Sanders the winner in North Dakota. Here comes Bernie Sanders!
The winner in the Peace Garden State. Did you know that, Jen?
I did not know that.
I think it's true. Like for people in Shay's generation, this is enormous. Upsetting. I mean, like, can you talk about that though? From being the first time walking into this, emotionally, this must be something that's fairly enraging.
Yeah, I mean, it's exhausting and exhilarating at the same time. Because for the first time in my life, I'm hearing somebody talk about fracking. I'm hearing someone talk about prison reform and the deprivatization of prisons. I'm hearing about someone who says and acknowledges, I want to honor the sovereignty of Native American nations. Not only am I going to say that, but I'm going to visit these reservations. I'm going to talk to the chairman. I'm going to hear them and have dialogues about what they want to see come to fruition for their futures. And so to have those facts and to have the access to social media, I mean, that's why this election is so fascinating to me. Like, taking myself out of it as just an observer, you have social media working in a way that we haven't really experienced. I think the last election with Obama, it was there, but it's really full force right now in a way that I don't remember it being.
Certainly between 2008 and 2008,
yeah,
it's changed drastically.
So, there's so many different stories, there's so many different narratives that are going around that the disenchanting thing about it to me is, what do I believe? What do I listen to? Because I have my parents who have been watching CNN, MSNBC, and reading the New York Times and LA Times their entire lives.
Where do they live? Here?
They live in Los Angeles. My parents are very alternative and progressive and do their own research as well. But you have a lot of my friends' parents, let's say, generationally, who listen to the narratives of these television stations because that's what they grew up with. That's what they know to be true. And then you have my generation who really, in a big way, are investigators. My generation gets in there and they want to know the truth. They want to know what's really happening. They watch, they pay attention to Amy Goodman on Democracy Now! They watch The Young Turks. People really want to know the truth and know the facts. And also, when they're given a narrative, do their research. They don't just believe it. They go, okay, well, this is what you said, but I'm going to investigate further. So when you have all of these generations who have different information, that's what to me feels disenchanting and really hard to witness, because at the end of the day, all I want is truth. It doesn't matter if it's something I believe in or something I disagree with. Just give me the truth. And what we're seeing is so many false narratives go out into our system and feed the ears and the eyes of so many Americans, and that's tragic to me. It's tragic that the media is now calling our elections, and people believe that because that's what we're trained to believe.
So one last question for you guys. If it turns out you go through the whole process, the whole convention, Hillary Clinton is the nominee, Bernie Sanders accepts that, endorses her, etc. I interviewed Jill Stein this morning, obviously the likely presidential candidate for the Green Party. They're going to have their convention after the Democrats.
Super Green delegates.
Yes. They don't have any super delegates, and they don't have any corporate donors. Now, that is a party that is massively progressive, right? To the left of Bernie Sanders. Would you guys consider voting for the Green Party instead of the Democratic Party?
I mean, honestly, right now I'm focused on California. After California, I'm focused on convention. By the time convention's over, we see things changing every single day in this election at such a staggering rate that I could say, oh, I would vote for this person, or I would feel this way or lean this way. But in a month from now, I don't know how I'm going to feel.
We may not even know who the Republican nominee is.
Well, it's very hard to speculate in this election. It's very wacky. The wackiest election of my whole life is going to get wackier from here. But one thing I do know is that these movements that have been building and gaining a lot of steam from this Sanders campaign, and when I talk about it, you know what I mean? When we go down there and there's, people representing all these different chapters of this progressive revolution that's happening in America, that's real. And whoever's in the White House is going to be experiencing the power of that. If it's Bernie Sanders, he's going to get it right back from us. If it's Hillary Clinton, she's going to get it from us. If it's Donald Trump, he's definitely going to get it. The truth is that you got to, in many ways, the only way I can think about this in a speculative sense is who would I rather be fighting with in office? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I remember, in the Clinton years when we were doing protests about the WTO in Seattle, and we were talking about economics, and then all of a sudden here comes, George Bush, and we are fighting wars that should never have been fought. By the way, voted for by Hillary Clinton, but you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so the agenda is set, and often that means who are we protesting and what are we protesting? And our economic agenda back in those days got completely derailed by the fact we had to deal with the Iraq War, and we had to deal with all the other issues that George Bush and Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld basically created for us. So,
they said that the 9/11, the big loser of 9/11 was the WTO, and the big winner was, obviously, in terms of politics, the big winner was Gary Condon. Remember him? He was.
Oh, I remember Gary Condon.
His whole case went away that way.
But honestly, elections are determined by enthusiasm, voter enthusiasm. I went out, and I've been touring the country with my film. I've been to 53 cities. I went out there and I said, if I turned around right now and said, Hillary Clinton, we got to vote for her, what would that do? And I said, would you do it? And then about 2% of people raised their hand and said yes. And I said, well, what would that mean? Would I destroy my credibility completely as a person who's been building this movement for years? And I said, absolutely, it would destroy your credibility. It would be gone. So the truth is, as this wing of the progressive, Democrats who have this enormous power, we have to exercise that power. And I'm really worried about this sinking ship of Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump, and the poll numbers are rising. I'm very worried about that, because when I've gone out there and talked to people and said, okay, now it's time to vote for Hillary, what do you think? People are just like mad because they feel excluded, and mad because they feel patronized and feel talked down to, and that part of that whole elite mindset that doesn't feel right now. I don't know if there's anything that I could personally do to say, let's change that. That's up to Hillary. Yeah. Hillary has to go and say, I'm going to ban fracking. Hillary's got to say, I apologize for my vote on the Iraq War. Hillary's got to say all of these things and really mean it. And unfortunately, Hillary Clinton has a long history of flip-flopping on things. So she's, in many ways, the worst candidate to accept a reversal of position based on what we have to say.
And also gaining independent voters. Because so many independents haven't been able to participate in this because of the closed open primaries.
And that's all the more reason why we go to convention, and all the more reason I still think Bernie Sanders is a much stronger candidate against Donald Trump than Hillary Clinton is. And I think we also have to really investigate and examine, and I'm calling upon journalists out there to say, investigate the discrepancy between the exit polls and the results. That question will linger over this election if no one looks into it. I don't know who very long into that. I wrote a tweet about it a month ago, 2 months ago, where I was like, why isn't Nate Silver leading this? Isn't that the thing that Nate Greg Palast is a great journalist. He has several books. He's been looking into it. Hey, Greg, what is it?
I had Greg palest on the current TV once. I think you did too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know, Greg. Okay, so thank you guys for joining us. Not only do you have a little over an hour to left to vote, so they're on here to support Bernie Sanders, and you can still vote. Don't let anybody tell you you can't, because you can.
Stay in line.
Yeah, that's right.
As long as you're there before 7, stay in line.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Or even after.
Before 8?
Yeah, before 8.
Sorry, before 8.
There, he's doing it again. Uh-oh, there we go.
Suppressing over here.
But while they're on, I should also note that Josh's movie is How to Let Go of the World. I love all the things climate can't change. I think your reference on HBO. It's and it's coming up on HBO on the 27th. That's right, of June. Yeah, June 27th. I think your reference to like deciding the elections the day before the elections. I think that was literally in a Woody Allen movie. Oh, it's one of my favorite movies. It's called Bananas. Yeah, Bananas. That's it. It was a great movie. I've watched it like a thousand. But we're in Bananas as we speak.
I have to ask you a question having nothing to do with these elections, Josh. Modi and Obama today striking some sort of a climate change deal between the United States and India and that region, South Asia. Do you know anything about it?
I've been on the streets knocking doors.
Good.
However,
I was out of curiosity asking because I don't know.
The bilateral agreement between Obama and China was really significant.
Yeah.
Much more on the Chinese side.
Yeah.
China committed to building 1,000 terawatts, 1,000 gigawatts, 1 terawatt of renewable energy in 15 years. That would be equivalent to the entire American power grid. So that means if China can do it in 15 years, why can't we do it in 10? Why can't we do it in 7?
There's that too, right?
Well, so they're setting the bar in other countries in many cases. We have to do the same here. The candidates to do that. Yeah. All right, and Shailene Woodley, Divergent 18 comes out soon, I think.
I think it's 19 and a half.
Yeah, and the sequel to The Fault in Our Stars, The Fault in Our Superdelegates.
I love you so much. So good. Call John Green.
There's a project.
All right, Shailene Woodley, Josh Fox, thanks so much for joining us on the air. You guys are awesome.
Thank you for having us.
We're so appreciative.
Yeah.
All right, hey guys, New Jersey's been called for Hillary Clinton, North Dakota's been called for Bernie Sanders. The rest when we return. So, Jodie Foster's directing a movie that's coming out, Money Monster. George Clooney's in it, Julia Roberts in it, Jake Huber's in it. What is this?
You're not really in it. You're not actually playing a role in it. You're just kind of like sticking around, aren't you?
What is this? This is not bullshit. This is not like the last Jodie Foster movie I was in.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Where
Like you're in the background, like.
I gotta tell you this, because on shoptyt.com, there's a shirt that's relevant to the story where I'm in the background in Contact with Matthew McConaughey's in the foreground, and then it says Thug Life.
Really?
Yes!
I haven't seen that shirt. That's fucking awesome.
No, I'm one of the news guys that's amazed by what's happening. You know, you see that in the movies all the time, but normally they go to the CNN or MSNBC host.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they'll do that in the movie as well, but they're going to come to TYT.
That's cool.
No, that's not cool. That's super cool. We're going to get drunk and go to Bart over there with, like, he became like Buds immediately. And then she's like, all right, see you later, Jody.
Really?
Yeah, I'm like, oh, okay, are you Bart? Are you going to see her later?
Man.
All right, back on the Young Turks Selection coverage. Jimmy Dore, everybody, don't freak out. Anna Kasparian's back. Cenk Ugermichael, sure. All right, Jimmy's going to let go in a second. He's usually reserved, but tonight he's decided that he's not going to be reserved. I made all that up. Okay. I want to update you on the results a little bit more. It was 68% reporting. I know New Jersey already being called for Hillary Clinton, but it was a walloping. 63.7 to 36.3. Part of the reason I'm telling you that is, as I told you, every vote counts. If she wins more votes, more delegates from New Jersey, relative power of the movement, yada yada, well, if you're excited when Sanders does, I guess you're not excited when Hillary Clinton crushes in New Jersey. So that is important context. But the second reason I'm telling you that is, if there is indication on whether voters were not going to come out based on the AP and all the other press calling the election yesterday, was that going to help Hillary Clinton or was that going to help Bernie Sanders? The first data point is New Jersey. It's not the only data point. California is going to be the biggest one, but we're trying to guess what's going to happen in California. And the data point in New Jersey seems to indicate it helped Hillary Clinton and not Bernie Sanders. Because she was favored by about 15, and I'm not good at math, but this is significantly larger than 15. This is 28-point lead. Now, that might have happened anyway. I believe New Jersey's closed primary. But on the other hand, North Dakota is no registration at all. And as usual, when everybody's allowed to vote, Bernie Sanders crushes. There, he won by similar numbers, 63.1 to 26.8, even a bigger blowout. New Jersey has a lot more delegates than North Dakota does. That, again, is relevant to, if you think delegates matter in terms of the strength of the movement, then score more for Hillary in New Jersey than you do for Bernie Sanders in North Dakota. To a point that Jimmy often makes, I often make, well, the general election is an open it's an open election, and everybody gets to vote. And every time everybody gets to vote, Bernie Sanders does much better. A lot of people think, no, it's a mirage. Well, we've had a lot of mirages. That's the case. Now, latest in South Dakota and New Mexico is almost exactly what I told you before. Hillary Clinton was about a 7-point lead in both of those states. Exact same numbers, actually. Wow, that's amazing. That's right. Not about exact. 53.3 for Clinton, 46.7 for Sanders in both New Mexico and South Dakota. Why South Dakota and North Dakota are so different, but South Dakota and New Mexico are so similar, no one will ever know. This primary season, man, loop after loop. So, I mean, there's been so many races where you're like, why does he do so well in that state and just gets hammered in the other state? Some of it is super explainable. We know Hillary Clinton won the African American vote in the South. That's why she crushed in the South. And Bernie Sanders does better with certainly with the open primary. Some are easy. But then why did he lose Massachusetts? Why did he lose Nevada? That's a caucus. And which leads me to one of the larger points I wanted to make tonight. So when we're looking at the map of
who won which areas of the country, Bernie Sanders did much better in the West. Hillary Clinton obviously did phenomenal in the South. And then they split the Midwest in some ways. Bernie Sanders wins Michigan, but Hillary Clinton with a very important victory in Ohio. And so who decided the election? It turns out it was the Northeast. And Hillary Clinton's wins in the Northeast proved decisive. So obviously Bernie Sanders won New England area in terms of New Hampshire and Vermont, but man, she held Massachusetts by 1.2. But that was a big, small win for her, right? It was a small margin, but big in optics, and surprising to me at least, and I know to some others as well, that liberal estate he did not win. And then New York was a death blow to Bernie Sanders. I mean, that is where, if he was going to make a comeback, he had to win New York. And he didn't, and he lost it by a fairly wide margin. Now New Jersey gets crushed in it, right? Pennsylvania goes to Hillary Clinton. So it was the Northeast. So I know that the Sanders people had a beef with the South, right? But you should have almost a bigger beef with the Northeast, because you could have won the Northeast. And so that seems to be what happened in this election. And tonight is another indication of a big win.
And North Dakota is a caucus. It's there's no registration. You can just go to a caucus. So that would also explain a little bit why, in terms of consistency, why Sanders did better there. We weren't sure if it was.
And by the way, if you're in the Hillary Clinton campaign, your counter argument to all of us on the Sanders side who say, hey, but he does better here and he does better with younger voters and blah 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 blah. They go, yeah, but you guys won a lot of caucuses, and the caucuses are less democratic. Less people vote. It's a super strange system. Yes, that helps you capture the excitement better, but less people vote. So, well, that's not a great system either, and it is super complicated. Yeah. And to be fair to the Clinton people and the press, it is a little weird. Yeah.
I think caucuses and superdelegates are going to be gone.
That's the question that I was about to ask, right? So how much longer are we going to deal with this complicated, cumbersome system that I think is going to discourage people from voting in the future?
Well, it's weird because it encourages some people in some places. And the Iowa caucus will likely stay because they're very proud of it. There doesn't need to be a caucus system in other places, though. I mean, voting does, as Jenk said, as we all know, causes more people to vote. So they're probably, if that's the idea, then they're probably going to do away with those. So Minnesota already has, and they just voted it out last week. So next time Minnesota won't have caucus.
So here's the deal I would strike at the convention. I don't know that this is a thing that a deal they can make at the convention, but it should be. Hey, I'm good. By the way, I'll be there, so maybe I'll help make the deal. Anyway, we get rid of the caucuses and the superdelegates. In return, all the states are open primaries. Seems fair, more inclusive. You want more people voting in the Democratic Party, so open up the primaries. The caucuses are cumbersome. Caucuses help insurgent campaigns like Obama's and Sanders, but open primaries would also help them. You make the system less complicated and more fair. Do we have a deal?
No, I have another question, though. So, California is a huge state, right? And there are many delegates on the line. Many, many delegates.
Okay.
So what I want,
a tremendous thing.
It's a little frustrating as a native Angelino that by the time the primaries get to California, it's already been decided, especially by the mainstream press, who the
You almost made it this time.
Huh?
Just almost stuck into it mattering until last night.
It didn't. It just exactly.
Right.
And so
it never does.
First of all, the media reporting who the nominees are before California has even voted, I think is irresponsible. Even if you know without a shadow of a doubt that Hillary Clinton is going to be the nominee, I don't think that it's right for you to put out headlines indicating that, hey, this is the nominee. It makes people in California, people who are voting today, feel like their vote doesn't matter, and that's unacceptable. But I also hate the fact that we have to wait till almost the very end to vote, right? Especially with a state as gigantic as California.
Well, so again, that cuts both ways, though, because if California had voted earlier, Bernie Sanders wouldn't have had the time to build up momentum. So if California had voted right at the beginning, Sanders, I think, almost certainly would have lost California.
That's a good point.
So the insurgent campaigns want the bigger states to be a little later, maybe not at the end, right?
Yeah.
But certainly not at the beginning either. That's why I have the best compromises.
Okay,
anyways, okay. But I do want to make one more note about what Anna said, which is actually very interesting. So, said even if you, AP, for example, knew without a shadow of a doubt, which they certainly didn't.
They did not.
Right. That which way the superdelegates are going. They should have waited a day to let a quarter of the country vote.
Yes.
Right? And so there is a rationale for that has a precedent. If all the press know the exit polls, but they don't tell you the exit polls, even though they know them, until the polls close, because they think that would affect the voting. So they have information they do not share with the public because they don't want to affect the voting. Now, in a situation like this, here we have they think they have information that clearly could affect the voting. Even if you're unclear which side it helps, it affects the voting one way or another, right? So there was an excellent argument to behold that information. Now, to me, I don't think they really had it. They won't even tell us who raised their hand and said they're going to vote for Hillary Clinton. So apparently you don't really raise your hand, right? So so that's why I think it was wrong on all the levels. But there's an argument to be made, even if they were sure, they should have held it for one more day.
So do you think that had more to do with media outlets wanting to be the first in reporting things, or do you, as I assume, think that it has more to do with them wanting to just put an end to Bernie Sanders and, No,
I really don't think it is directly and outwardly conspiratorial. I don't think the Associated Press thinks, I'm done with Bernie Sanders. Right?
Yeah, I mean, the Associated Press has been pretty fair in their reporting from what I've seen.
Yeah, and that's, if Associated Press isn't fairly consistently, then we're all in a lot of trouble, right? And so, no, I think it had a lot to do with, I'm going to be first. And as I said on the show today, being first doesn't mean anything anymore. In the old days, if you were first, you beat people to print. So your newspaper would have the story, and the other newspaper wouldn't have the story. You'd sell more newspapers. That's why being first mattered. Now it doesn't matter at all, because the minute you print it, everyone has it.
Well, everyone has it, and half of everyone else is also checking to make sure if you're really right about it, and a quarter of that time you're retracting because you're not right about it.
Yeah.
It's the competition's a little different now. And just to answer a California question, California, it hasn't mattered since 1976, and that was for the Republicans. Ronald Reagan, the governor, beat Gerald Ford, the president, and at that point it made Reagan viable for the convention. And then since then they toyed with the reason it's in June is all because of money, because the Senate primaries were always in June for the November races. It gave the candidates more time to campaign. They moved them back, but it was just too costly because people weren't voting because it was not enough people were voting, and then people wouldn't show up for the Senate and congressional and other races later on. So it was all because of money.
Overall, though, the way we choose our candidates in America and our leaders on the national level is pretty messed up, I think. And I think the Electoral College needs to go.
I don't, but we could have a really thoughtful argument.
It's funny talking to foreigners, and they'll say, so when I was talking about parliamentary governments and the disadvantages and advantages over our system, and they were saying, so in America, do you get to vote for the president? I'm like, yeah, kind of. And they go, well, the guy who gets the most votes, he always wins, right? Yeah, not usually. Sometimes, most of the time, but not always. And it's like, well, how does that work? I'm like, well, first the oil comes out of the ground, and then it's a long series of meetings after that. But that's why this is like.
Well, the primaries are imperfect. Nobody's come up with a way to make them better. I'm not talking about the style of them, but the scheduling of them. Because Jack's right. I mean, if California were earlier, Sanders wouldn't have had a chance in California. It's too big a state.
That was a devastating point.
And so people talk about having one primary day. You can't do that because it's impossible. It would have been possible for Sanders. It would have been possible for a small for, let's say, Ted Cruz, who've been able to do a one primary day. Regional primaries are tough because some people have appeal. What if you're Marco Rubio and you're running in the Pacific Northwest and somebody else is doing one? So there are all these reasons that nobody's really been able to come up with a perfect way of doing.
Caucuses need to go.
And caucuses,
here's why caucuses need to go. Even though people say, I think they say they favored Bernie Sanders this time, but here's what I think. Is that when I was in Des Moines for the caucus and we went to the restaurant, the waitress couldn't go and caucus.
She was there at night. She was
Yeah,
working.
the busboy couldn't go and caucus. You know who could? The guy who owns that restaurant can go and caucus. The bartender at the bar can't go and caucus. You know, the guy who owns the bar can go and caucus. So that's what's, I think, wrong with the caucus system. You have to invest so many hours. It's bad enough we have to vote on a work day. Let alone now you have to go invest hours and hours in a process that nobody really understands anyway. So that caucus thing has to go. There's nothing wrong with voting. And Josh made a great point at the Bernie Sanders rally at the Coliseum. He said, you know, when we live in a world where you can't like a post on Facebook twice, somehow they got that down. You can't vote twice on Facebook. So why do we still have to go through all this shit to vote, right? So they figured that out. So I just think we need to stop voting on work days. We need to have a weekend full of voting. And this movement in the country to restrict voting is ugly and gross, and it's not being called out the way it should be, even by the people who it hurts the most, which would be the Democrats. Like, they should be screaming about it at the top of their lungs all the time, and I don't really hear it.
Yeah, I think people found caucuses charming for a while.
Yeah, they are charming.
And I don't know that it will change in Iowa like we were talking about. I don't think so. Because they love their caucus, and it's a source of pride. But I think the rest of the caucuses, as a starting point, should go. We can have our conversation about the Electoral College another time.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
But I think, just in general, a gentleman never runs against a lady anyway. That's just George Clooney taught me that. That's not what gentlemen do.
Yeah. So, as I've been saying, I interviewed Jill Stein this morning, and
sexist.
Yeah, I asked her if it was sexist to run against Hillary Clinton. And she was like, well. And by the way, we often talk about how you can flip that and go, wait, isn't it anti-Semitic to run against the person who could be the first Jewish presidential candidate of a major U.S. party? Well, Jill Stein would get to check both boxes. Yeah. Right? If you run against her, you're sexist and anti-Semitic.
Let's go together, by the way.
So look, Jill Stein would be more historic than any other candidate. So everybody, sorry, you all got to step aside. But Jill Stein totally outlived me this morning. So you watch the whole interview on TYT Interviews. We'll have some clips up on youtube.com/TYT, the main channel, tomorrow. But she wants to not only get free college, not only 0% loans like the bankers do. That's Elizabeth Warren's idea. If the bankers are going to get 0.25% interest rate, why can't our students get 0.25% interest rate?
It's not the bankers, it's bank to bank. It's bank to bank is really what Warren's talking about. If you're
it's Federal Reserve.
Yeah, exactly.
Banks won't borrow money. That's
right. But it's not a banker. But, I work at a bank. Can I get a...
I see what you're saying. Yes. But the banks get it. That's right. But Jill Stein's proposal is, no, we just cancel all student debt. Gone.
Oh, love it. That's a great idea.
Wow.
They used to do that thing in history, didn't they? Always excited.
She said, no, that's what she said. She's like, you're telling me I can't win. I'm going to cancel 43 million Americans' debt. I bet they vote for me.
Richard Durbin has talked about doing it with for-profit colleges, is canceling all the debt.
He absolutely should.
Yeah.
We absolutely should.
She says it's $1.4 trillion. That would of debt, which is a lot of money, and that's why she's to the left of me, and I don't think I agree with that proposal. But I don't have student debt, so that might affect me a little bit. But also because I think it might not be a great idea for the markets. But she says, look, we canceled $4 trillion worth of debt for the banks. There, I'm not sure she's right. And so if I thought she was right, then that's a different conversation. But we can investigate that further.
But it's also not equitable. What if you just today finished paying off your student debt? Tomorrow they said, no more student debt. How do I get my money back?
It's like that's you were a dweeb who did your homework.
Right. Exactly. You pay the price.
I get it. And for anyone who sees something like that, and they've had to deal with paying off their student loans, it would piss them off, right? But you also have to think about the greater good as opposed to you as an individual, right? Because what it does is it benefits society as a whole to have all of these young people not have to deal with hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt. It helps the economy. It helps them.
You're saying think about other people.
Yeah, but you think about other people, and look, I know that it sounds selfless, but there's some degree of selfishness involved as well, because you want a good economy. You want people to be able to work in jobs that they really like. Look, I'll give you an example. When I graduated college, I was relatively fresh out of college when I started working at TYT. If I had hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt, Cenk, do you think I'd work at TYT with what you guys were offering me and pay? Fuck no. I'd be like, no, I can't work here. I have hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt to pay off. I wouldn't have the ability to be part of what I'm doing now, right? And so there are so many stories out there of people who feel like they just can't afford to do what they really want to do because they have this huge burden on their shoulders.
But, let me just actually add to that. So I'm super lucky because my dad, to be honest, I paid my student debt for a short period of time while I was a lawyer, right? And then I was a starving radio talk show host for a long, long time, 15 years at least. And so I wasn't lucky that I had any money. I mean, I would eat cereal in the morning, mac and cheese at lunch, and then maybe back to cereal at night, and round we go.
It's tough to keep the weight on eating like that.
But I did it. Okay. But my dad paid off my student loans. I mean, so unlike Mitt Romney, I appreciate that, and that is amazing. I'm super, super lucky. If he hadn't, I would have had to stay a lawyer.
You'd have to stay a lawyer. You'd be miserable. But more importantly, you're not able to contribute to the economy when you're, burdened with that loan. Like, you're not going to get, a mortgage for a house, and I'm talking about high-end stuff, but you're also not going to have as much disposable income to go out there and spend your money. It impacts the economy in ways that people aren't really realizing. It's not registering with them.
So, I'll give you the most concrete example. This show. So, I would have never been able to do this show because I would have been stuck, as people have said, an indentured servant. And I used to represent corporate executives who ripped off either their clients or their shareholders. Okay, that's part of why I wanted to leave right away. But if I had all that debt and I had no way to pay it back, and you can't go declare bankruptcy if you have student debt.
You can't?
No, you can't. That's the one debt you cannot get rid of.
You cannot.
You can get rid of millions upon millions of dollars in debt, hundreds of millions of dollars in debt.
That's right.
But you can't get rid of your $20,000 student loan. Okay?
Why it follows you for the rest of your life. They'll garnish your wages if you default and refuse to pay them. Student loan debt is the only debt you cannot get rid of.
And you're telling me that Wall Street contributions to politicians have an effect in the laws? I don't think so. I need specific evidence of corruption.
So, but by the way, just to finish the thought, okay, I would have been a lawyer and I had contributed to the economy in some ways there because I would have been stuck in that job. But instead, we created this company and we hired 60 people. Hey, there, we helped the economy. And what would have helped the economy more? Hiring 60 people and creating this company and perhaps one day hiring a lot more, right? You paid back your student loans. And that's a good question. So
why is it that you think Hillary's policy is better than Bernie's? Or Jill Stein's?
The education.
Yeah.
Don't give me.
I know.
Okay, all right.
But look, all I'm just trying to say is it's not just about you as an individual being bitter because we'd forgive student loan debt for all these people. It would be about society as a whole helping the economy, and then you wouldn't have millennials feeling pissed off that they're not getting paid enough at certain jobs, and they're dealing with these stagnant wages, right? They're dealing with stagnant wages, low-paying jobs, underemployment on top of the student loan debt. And then on top of all of that, you get all these articles and people in the media talking about how entitled and unbearable they are. It drives me crazy.
So Hillary Clinton is about to speak. She's been getting the Donald Trump treatment tonight, meaning they've been showing her empty podium for hours. So
that's because he spoke so quickly and left Donald Trump because they had his.
Oh, that's right. They had his empty podium. Yeah. He got on for about 5 minutes, said, "Yeah, I win everything. I'm winning. You're losing," and left. She's on now, and she's doing like the "I am the winner. I'm the king of the world." So let's go to that. If you're a Hillary Clinton supporter, you should be watching right here just to see Jimmy in pain.
It's all about, because this is nothing about his vision, because he doesn't have a vision. This is nothing about what he's going to do for the country, because he's not going to do anything for the country. This is all about, look, I did it. I'm a woman, and it's going to happen, and I'm going to be, and that's it. That's what this is all about. And by the way, I bet she's mostly smiling just for her own ego, because that's what she projects. That's what everyone's written and said about her. And I tend to believe it. So this is a gross moment for America.
Is Jimmy coming on the show tonight?
This is gross. I think that everyone here wants that glass ceiling to be broken. I don't think there's a way to do it. You don't break it with the same kind of corruption.
She looks eccentric. She looks like James Cameron accepting the Oscar. She's the pink queen of the world.
And you know, it's just that.
Have taken with me, and I am so grateful to you. It is wonderful to be back in Brooklyn here in this beautiful.
She's in Brooklyn. It is a huge crowd tonight. Yeah. Yes.
It may be hard to see tonight.
I can't really hear her
We
well.
are all
That's okay.
standing under a glass ceiling right now.
Oh, they're standing under a glass ceiling. Get it?
Yes. We're going to break it with 10 million Wall Street contributions. Those are heavy, baby. Those are glass breaking.
Reached milestone. First time in our nation's history that a woman will be a major person.
Can't tell how deep it is. Still trying to figure it out.
Get ready. Get ready for 4 more years of this.
It's not about one person.
You're right.
It belongs to generations. Women and men struggle to sacrifice and make this moment possible. And our country has started right here in New York.
Get things done. She can't hear fucking microphone. What's going on over there?
When a small but determined group of women and men came together with the idea
I will say
that women deserve equal rights, and they set it forth in something called the Declaration of Sentiments, and it was the first time in human history that that kind of declaration occurred. So we all owe so much to those who came before, and tonight belongs to all of you.
It looks like.
Yes, we're not supposed to talk about materials, but I actually really like that.
I want to thank all the volunteers, the leaders, the activists, supporting our campaign in every state and territory.
It's not just her campaign. All the networks are like, what's the fucking mic? They're all like losing it right now. Because people are getting away because they can't hear. Talking about that she's talking about football.
Your neighbors for making contributions. Your efforts have produced a strong majority of the popular vote, victories in a majority of the contests, and after tonight, a majority of pledged I want to thank all the people across our country who have taken the time to talk with me. I've learned a lot about you, and I've learned about those persistent problems and the unfinished promise of America that you are living with. So many of you feel like you're out there on your own, and no one has your back. Well, I do. I hear you.
That's the guy looking at that. The guy. Yeah.
And as your president, I will always have your back.
Yeah, actually, that's the thing I don't know. Whether you'll have our back. That's the thing I definitely don't know.
Congratulate Senator Sanders for the extraordinary campaign.
It's like almost I'm over-interpreting here, but like, nice job. Way to run against me.
Causes and principles, and he's excited millions of voters, especially young people. And let there be no mistake, Senator Sanders, his campaign, and the vigorous debate that we've had about how to raise incomes, reduce inequality, increase upward mobility have been very good for the Democratic Party and for America.
That's one of the reasons why we want to watch this speech. Because she's been attacking him all along. Now, this is normal. Natural turnaround, and she should smother him with love.
Deeply felt campaign. But whether you supported me, or Senator Sanders, or one of the Republicans, we all need to keep working toward a better, fairer, stronger America. Now, I know it never feels good to put your heart into a cause or a candidate you believe in,
I know, because it happened to me.
and to come up short. I know that feeling well. But as we look ahead, to the battle that awaits, let's remember all that unites us. We all want an economy with more opportunity and less inequality, where Wall Street can never wreck Main Street again. We all want a government that listens to the people, not the power brokers, which means getting unaccountable money out of politics. And we all want a society that is tolerant, inclusive, and fair. We all believe that America succeeds when more people share in our prosperity, when more people have a voice in our political
She
system,
took all that money from
when
Wall
more
Street
people can contribute
because she
to their
didn't want Wall Street to have more money.
We believe that cooperation is better than conflict, unity is better than division, empowerment is better than resentment, and bridges are better than walls.
It's not her fault because that's almost every politician in my lifetime talks like that. So she's not any worse than them in that sense. But now that you see Bernie Sanders talking the real, it feels like instead of walls.
Yeah,
you know,
too pre-planned, too rehearsed. Yes.
And the stakes in this election are high, and the choice is clear. Donald Trump is temperamentally unfit to be president. And he's not just trying to build a wall between America and Mexico. He's trying to wall off Americans from each other. When he says, "Let's make America great again," that is code for let's take America backwards. Back to a time when opportunity and dignity were reserved for some, not all. Promising his supporters an economy he cannot recreate. We, however, want to write the next chapter in American greatness with a 21st century prosperity that lifts everyone who's been left out and left behind, including those who may not vote for us, but who deserve their chance to make a new beginning.
Can we start the primaries again?
When Donald Trump says a distinguished judge born in Indiana can't do his job,
She did not smother the Sanders people alone. That was like glancing. I'm actually surprised. She just mentioned the Sanders people in one minute. She's on there back. She doesn't come back to that. I think that's a terrible mistake. She talked about it for I mean, at most a minute.
It goes against everything we stand for. Because we want an America where everyone is treated with respect and where their work is valued. It's clear that Donald Trump doesn't believe we are stronger together. He has abused his primary opponents and their families, attacked the press for asking tough questions, denigrated Muslims and immigrants. He wants to win by stoking fear and rubbing salt in wounds. and reminding us daily just how great he is. Well, we believe we should lift each other up, not tear each other down.
Everything sounds like a politician.
Sanders isn't going to do anything for California.
We believe we need to give Americans a raise, not complain that hardworking people's wages are too high. We believe we need to help young people struggling with student debt, not pile more on our national debt with giveaways to the super wealthy. We believe we need to make
put Jimmy in a box and make him listen to Hillary Clinton for like an hour and have him like ride his pain. And Hillary
It has to be a padded room, though, so Jimmy doesn't hurt himself.
Insist that climate change is a hoax. To be great, we can't be small. We have to be as big as the values that define America. And we are a big-hearted, fair-minded country. We teach our children that this is one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Where did I hear that before?
every other politician realize that.
Not just for people who look a certain way, or worship a certain way, or love a certain way.
She's on board now, baby. Not just for people who love a certain way, even though it was sacred to her.
Is not, however, about
sacred.
the same old fight between Democrats and Republicans. This election is
sometimes things aren't as sacred.
It really is about who we are as a nation. It's about millions of Americans coming together to say, we are better than this. We won't let this happen.
He's my favorite presidential candidate currently under FBI investigation, Jeff. You know that.
If you agree, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or Independent, I hope you will join us. In just a few weeks, we will meet in Philadelphia, which gave birth to our nation.
Great.
Back in that hot summer of 1776. Those early patriots knew they would all rise or fall together. Well, today that's more true than ever. Our campaign will take this message every corner of our country. Stronger when our economy works for everyone, not just those at the top, with good paying jobs and good schools.
Jimmy drops his IFB during live coverage. I put the over under at 2.5 per night. he's going way over today. He does it every time. The rest of us put it in our pockets. He just puts it right here so he can drop it every once in a while.
We are stronger when we
I think that's what people want to talk about. Want to hear talk about? Is that what you think people want to hear talk about?
A common purpose.
Hard to focus on her speech and pay attention when she sounds so rehearsed.
Like every community knows they're not on their own. Because we are in this together.
We are in this
Take a village to raise a child.
Tough road. Tough road. Very tough.
Everything about it is appealing.
The biggest
He sounds like a news reporter. The number of ambulances have doubled, but so have the number of accidents.
When you're stealing the show.
Childhood marked by abandonment and mistreatment. And somehow managed not to become bitter or broken. My mother believed that life is about others. And she taught me never to back down from a bully, which it turns out was pretty
Right back, seriously, there's nothing wrong with this speech. It's a good speech for a standing politician. It just sounds so rehearsed now, so unreal.
Jay, okay.
It's the changing of the time.
Sounds a little more rehearsed than my driver's ed video.
I mean, I'm not here to defend him, but what do you expect from every political speech? I mean, Bernie Sanders' speeches aren't all the exact same. He just has great intonation, and he says the same things every time.
But he makes
and
it
he's
sound
funny.
real, yeah. And then we've got the best universal healthcare.
I think the sincerity stands out.
This is the woman who, anyone who's followed politics for the last 20 years says this is how she's spoken. She spoke like this as a senator. It's measured. It is, exaggerated. And all those things. But
That's why she's neck and neck with the most hated politicians in the world.
and she's not neck and neck. And I think that no matter which one of these two people is going to the nomination,
And of course,
I think one is going to be a much tougher slog. And by the way, Donald Trump is every bit the candidate. He doesn't want to be president. He doesn't want to be president.
There's a part of me that sometimes thinks that.
There's no way would he go off on this judge like this. People say, when is he going to snap? Right? People keep asking that question. And I'm not the first one to say. Somebody said, I think he snapped about 4 years ago. And now this is the result of it. Chris Christie dropped off.
still ceilings to break for women and men, for all of us. But don't let anyone tell you that great things can't happen in America. Barriers can come down. Justice and equality can win.
Talk about eating the scenery.
Look at that guy. In that direction, slowly at times, but unmistakably. Thanks to generations of Americans who refused to give up.
I can't.
But it's what Barack Obama does.
Now
it's what the only person who broke the cadence was George W. Bush, and when he did, we thought he was a moron.
I know. Well, he sounded like a moron because he is a moron. Whereas Bernie Sanders is not rehearsed and he's not a moron.
But it's the same thing every time.
It doesn't matter if it's the same thing. It's the same thing that resonates with people that feel like the system is against them. So when he speaks off the cuff and passionately about the things that matter to middle class and working class Americans, they listen, regardless of how he says the same thing all the time.
There's a hall full of people there. This is just how politics is. It's speechifying. It's what it is. It's
And some people, you wouldn't deny that some people are better at it than others.
For sure. Her husband was much better.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. Bill Clinton had a way to inspire you. I don't think
criticizing.
He would agree that. That's just for fun. We're just having fun.
I know you're having fun.
It hurts our feelings to watch her.
I want you to keep going.
No, but I like the stuff, the sturdy stuff she's saying. It sounds a lot better. She just has that unconvincing stiffness that was missing.
Right.
Our children and grandchildren will look back at this time, at the choices we are about to make,
Our children
the
and our
goals
grandchildren.
we will strive for, the principles we will live by. And we need to make sure that they can be proud of us.
I did.
The end of the primary
What
is
happened?
only the beginning.
If you're a member, rewind.
Rewind.
But if we stand together, we will
If you're not a member, make this shows like this happen. TYTnetwork.com/join.
Oh, it's over.
It's over. It's over. That was so quick. It's over.
If you're used to Bernie speeches,
That might be true. That's a good point.
Oh, thank God. Thank God I can eat tonight.
she's very pregnant.
Oh, there's her hedge fund managing son-in-law. Isn't that nice?
Does her daughter about to have a baby in a second? I mean,
oh well, that was pre-planned.
Her daughter's about to have a baby.
Well, she's about to literally have a banker baby.
A banker baby.
Her husband's a banker.
Rubber baby banker bumpers.
It reminds me of you remember this probably, Michael. I'm your anchor banker.
Oh yeah. Let Anchor Savings show you the way to save for tomorrow today.
That's right. Isn't that funny how commercials stick with you?
Yeah.
Those commercials ran like 35 years ago.
Anchor Bank wasn't a bank app like 30 years ago.
That was back when we weren't bailing out banks. That's how old those apps were.
But you know what happened? They did merge with each other, and that's why Anchor Bank probably went away. It's probably 11 banks ago with Chase.
That's right. And the person who allowed that merger was Bill Clinton.
When he stands on stage and he does this, I always think of he's doing things. Like he's I remember I was with her and her and her and her. He's doing that. And it's like, oh, look at that, look at that, the boobs on that one. I think that's what he's saying. No, that's what I always try to pretend what he's thinking, and he's just like, get her backstage, stuff like that. That's what I think he's saying.
Okay, let's have slightly inappropriate conversation. It's the Young Turks, why not? And by the way, 15 minutes until the California polls close, and then we'll tell you how it's going there. And still very close races in New Mexico and North and South Dakota. South Dakota is down to 51.6 to 48.4. So I'm going to say, here comes Bernie in South Dakota.
Look at that.
Yeah, kind of running.
Yeah, well, look at but really, I mean, that's a big move. That's a big move.
And it's 78% reporting, so he's running out of runway. And there we are.
Can you name another city? I said before, Pierre isn't reporting it.
Bismarck?
Sioux Falls.
That's North Dakota.
That's North Dakota?
Yeah.
How about
Sioux Falls?
About Bismarck?
What's up, Bismarck? Bismarck is, did you use that one yet? That's a good one.
Okay,
Bismarck.
Thank you. What about Pierre?
Sioux? How about
Sioux Falls?
Sioux Falls. I've been there.
Wait, are you serious? I said Sioux Falls.
You said Sioux Falls?
Yeah.
Okay, Sioux Falls.
What about
I thought you said Sioux City.
No, I said
Sioux City's not.
What about Rapid?
Fuck, I didn't get credit for that.
I heard it.
Rapid Falls City. Rapid City Falls.
Rapid City.
That's it. That's where the Mount Rushmore is, right?
No, well, maybe.
Where's Mount Rushmore? I was there. I've been there. I did a show there.
And you don't know where it is?
It went well. I had a juggler open for me. Can I tell you a true story?
Yeah.
So this guy is, when you work as a comedian on the road, a lot of times they have magicians and jugglers and bullshit, right? So this guy, they would all do the same tricks too.
You know, by the way, the jugglers, like sometimes when you work on the road, they've got like magicians and comedians and bullshit like that.
We're the real deal. All those other guys, they're called comedy clubs, not juggling clubs. Nobody goes to a fucking juggling club. All right, so anyway, the guy was doing this thing with the 3 sticks, and he goes, "Stick. You ever see guys do those tricks with the 3 sticks?" Yeah. So he's doing. So he does this big trick and nothing. That's his closer and nothing. And he goes, "Folks, what the fuck's the matter with you guys?" And that's my closer. And some guy in the back yells out, "Guy last week did the same trick, except he lit the sticks on fire." I don't know what maybe. Oh, because we went there at the.
Okay, now we're off the rails. So I'm going to continue off the rails. I knew one juggler in my life. I also knew one person who got cat scratch fever and was knocked out for 6 months from work. Same guy.
Really?
Yeah.
What is cat scratch?
What is
He was
that?
juggling cats.
Like, oh no, there
Steve. Could have predicted that.
Yeah. Cat scratch fever is not just a Ted Nugent song. It's if you get a cat scratch. For some people, the rule you get the fever. You get really tired and you can't do anything. And
Really?
Yeah.
It's a real thing.
It's a real thing.
Yeah. Do you remember in the Jerk cat juggling?
I do not remember that in that movie. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
And I saw the movie twice. I don't remember.
That makes me sick. And he shows the in Mexico they're doing cat juggling.
Yeah. No, I saw another movie that had big cat juggling, but the cats were on fire.
That was good. That was good.
I'm on fire.
You're on fire.
Okay. So I met Bill Clinton once, and it was actually a very interesting room. Rachel Maddow was in the room. There was a lot of
really
fascinating. Ben Mankiewicz was there. Sam Cedar. It was an event for Air America. That's why. So from the old days, we were in New York. Oh, it was a fundraiser, something, right? And Clinton was there. Great, fantastic. This story doesn't mean anything about Bill Clinton. Okay, it was a snapshot of about 3 seconds, right? But it's only a Bill Clinton story I got, so I'm telling it because it was kind of fun. So he's going down the line and he's talking to people. He's Bill Clinton. He's shaking their hands with both hands, and he's getting into conversations about politics and policy and stuff. Sometimes he can't. I think he talked to Jonathan Alter for like half an hour in the corner because he got wrapped up in a policy debate or something, right? And then he gets to me, but there's a really attractive woman standing right next to me. So he's like, and he gets to me, he's like, "Yeah, hi, nice to meet you." Okay, and he goes right to the woman. That was the quickest greeting I have ever gotten by any human.
Where were you guys at? I remember that story when you came back with it. Where
we were in New York. We were in New York, yeah. And so that doesn't mean anything. I mean, who am I? He didn't, there's no
Definitely
need.
not a hot woman.
No. And maybe he found her captivating for other reasons.
Oh yeah,
But
totally.
in your defense, you had nicer tits.
I do from time to time. So, anyways, obviously we're covering the elections.
Obviously.
All right, so now let's get on to a relevant topic here with 11 minutes left to go before California closes. Okay. And by the way, California is likely to be pretty close, so they're not going to call it right away.
But you're gonna probably see the early ballot in some of the early ballots.
That's right, but you might see exit. Well, no, they don't have exit polls, but early ballot.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be misled by that because the number of votes that come in for Hillary Clinton early are going to be higher than the number of votes that come in for Bernie Sanders early.
My vote's going to be pretty high because I was fake. But the point is, hang on, the AP is calling the NBA championships for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, that's probably a good call.
Yeah, that one they've been probably far more likely to be.
That's it. That's right here.
Okay. He does actually have an IFB, and you know it because he drops it every once in a while. Okay. One more random thing before I get to the relevant conversation. We did a Wrecking Ball T-shirt. We did a graphic, and this is how we're doing T-shirts now. We do a graphic. You guys say you love it and want it in a T-shirt form. We make it into a T-shirt because Politico had written an article about how Bernie Sanders was going to bring his wrecking crew to the convention.
Yep.
Okay. I thought it was wildly inflated and ridiculous and slanted, and we were making fun of it. So we put Bernie Sanders on a wrecking ball like Miley Cyrus.
Whose idea was that?
Oh yeah, it was Casper.
I never get any credit.
Can I see the graphic? Can I see the graphic on it, guys? So, shoptyt.com to get this.
That is awesome.
Pretty great.
I actually haven't seen the graphic yet, so that's great.
Yeah.
He's desperately hanging on there. I don't think Bernie's going to love that picture.
But, I don't know if Bernie Sanders supporters or Hillary Clinton supporters do that.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? Yeah. But it's open to everyone. Go nuts.
There's no TYT, Brandon.
No, it's in the back. There's a tiny little TYT between the shoulders. Shoptyt.com. To get that shirt if you want. Okay. So now, relevant point. So the conventional wisdom is that once a race is over, that everybody on that side, and usually it's a party, obviously Democratic Party, Republican Party, falls in line. And the reason for that is, hey, you don't want the other side to win. You don't want the other party to win because you really, really disagree with the other party. And usually there is not an overwhelming difference between the candidates on your side. Was there a giant difference between Bob Dole and George H.W. Bush? I don't think anyone even at the time believed that. Okay.
And by the way, now there isn't really either.
Yeah, that's right. I've seen them. Yeah, I know, right? That is interesting. Anyway, there was at most a smidgen or a scotch of a difference between those two, right? So now is a little different time. And there does seem to be some significant gaps. Look, on both sides. John Kasich, Donald Trump, two very different people, right? And there is a world of difference between those two. Doesn't mean that John Kasich's a lovely guy, but there is still a big difference. Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, a significant amount of difference. So, will you guys, and I'm opening up to everybody here on the Young Turks panel, now, if I frame it as will you fall in line, of course, the obvious answer is no, I don't do that, and I won't do that, yada, yada. But will you be supportive at all of Hillary Clinton, or are you going to continue, like, for example, Jimmy, on your show, on Twitter, on the Young Turks, or when you're on the panels, etc., are you going to continue to criticize Hillary Clinton? It's a question I think that people in the audience and people in the press might have. So, curious what you guys' thoughts on it.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. And look, I understand what the risk is, because if you, especially as someone who's part of a huge platform like TYT, if you're actively criticizing Hillary, the conventional wisdom is that you're helping Trump, right? But what am I supposed to do? Pretend like Hillary's policies are good when I don't think they're good? I feel like I'm principled when it comes to this show, and that's my number one priority, and that principle is truth-telling. So I'm not going to lie about what I feel about Hillary or Trump in an effort to help Hillary win over Trump. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I see what you're saying.
I have to be honest with the audience about her policies. I'm not going to misinform them or hide information from them because I'm afraid of Trump winning.
So will I stop criticizing Hillary Clinton? Hell no. I will not stop criticizing Hillary Clinton because let's just remember first of all, for what she just said. People look to us and they're going to tell if we're bullshitting or not. I'm not going to bite my tongue. I'm going to tell them what I think. So after, I don't know, what is this, after 30 years of triangulation, Right now, we have a 74-year-old bald-headed Jewish guy getting 46% of the Democratic vote, and he calls himself a socialist. That's after 30 years of triangulation. That's after 30 years of neoliberal bullshit. You have a 74-year-old bald-headed Jewish guy getting 46% of the vote.
That's twice.
Just think about that. 46% of and he calls himself a socialist, So that's what this has led us. So if you think in 4 years things are going to be any better, you're crazy. They're not going to be any better. And by the way, they're going to be much worse. And so I don't think Bernie Sanders should go anywhere. I think he should go all the way to the convention, and I think he should go to the next convention, because he should make the Democrats who are elected scared, just the way the Tea Party scared the crap out of the Republicans. Bernie Sanders, there's a movement now. This is started with the Occupy. Bernie's giving it a voice. It doesn't need to go anywhere. And of course, I'm going to keep criticizing her. 46% of the Democratic Party wants a socialist to be. That's all I'm saying. Their plans have failed. I will keep criticizing her. I'm sorry. We got something to call?
Yeah, no, but Jimmy, to be fair, you say he should go to the next convention. But the Associated Press has already called the next convention, and they say Hillary Clinton's already won that. Yes, let me pause here. Other media outlets are calling New Mexico for Hillary Clinton. So it appears to be a narrow win right now at 69% reporting. It's 53.1 to 46.9. Actually, which is very similar to the where we stand in pledge delegates nationally. So, and as everybody knows, as New Mexico goes, so goes the pledge delegates. But so she won the Northeast and the Southeast, Arizona and New Mexico. Well, New Mexico was not a big win at this juncture, but Arizona was a very big win for her back then. So Northeast and Southeast proving decisive here. All right, but to continue our conversation, Michael, you like Hillary Clinton more certainly than the rest of the panel does.
Yeah.
So you criticized her less during the primaries anyway.
Well, I didn't criticize a ton of people. I mean, I had my job was just to kind of report on what was going on, not to have an opinion about it. So I broke my opinion rule to say how bad I think Donald Trump is. So I'm probably just going to keep that dialogue up. I interviewed, met, spoken with Bernie Sanders, like him, never have with Hillary Clinton, but I do admire her and think that this is, I do see and appreciate some of the history the Democratic Party has made over these last few elections. And so I think that's pretty cool. If it weren't Donald Trump, though, I wouldn't be sort of espousing an opinion either way. I think Donald Trump is a dangerous, dangerous guy, and I think he's a bad guy too. And so, I think that there are enough people out there that will look at this race and say, I don't want to risk putting a racist in the White House. I don't want to risk somebody who is overtly offensive as Donald Trump is. So, I'm going to look at this race in the same way. I think that if I were a Bernie Sanders supporter, I would say fight on, go to this convention, see it play out. I would also, at a certain point, want to sort of make sure that Donald Trump isn't president. And that would be the first thing that would come to mind. And that hasn't changed.
Yeah, so for my purposes, it's not even an open question as to falling in line, as we all agree, obviously, but what would that entail? Mm-hmm. And I remember Rush Limbaugh saying after one of the elections, I'm tired of carrying the water for the Republican Party. Yes. This is the last election I'm going to do it. And where he accidentally admitted, I don't give you my real opinion, I carry water for the Republican Party.
Right.
And so it was an interesting little accidental revelation. So what would we do? Would we skew stories? I'm trying to figure out what the Democratic Party and the rest of or some of the press thinks that people like us should do. I'm a little confused by it.
I know what they want us to do, right? So every once in a while when I write a critical article about Hillary Clinton, and it's always about her policies, right? So the one that got a lot of heat and a lot of attention was her ties to the for-profit college industry and how her ties led to Bill Clinton making $16 million in 4 years from one specific for-profit college, right? I published that, and I got so much heat because people were like, you're helping Trump, right? So essentially they're telling me, even though this criticism that you have of Hillary is justified, just shut up. Don't do it because you're helping Trump. But that's not my job. It's not my job to cover up for a particular candidate just to ensure another candidate doesn't win. It's my job to give you information about both candidates, whether it's critical information or good information, positive information, so you can make your decision for yourself, right? I'm not telling people to vote in one way or another. If you want people to withhold information so the election goes in a specific way, I think you're the bad guy.
So there's
that's important. That's an important perspective to take too. Again, like when you talk about something like for-profit colleges, there are other ways of getting it. They have to get into accreditation. They have to get. I mean, there's so many problems with that. So, but I also do think that and I know you were about to speak, Jack, but when I was listening to Anna speak, it's the whole idea that these issues have to be pronounced by the candidates, and if they are, and listen, Bernie Sanders, let's say he concedes and loses this race, whether it's tonight, tomorrow, or in late July, he's going to be the one that is in charge of where this movement goes that he has started, and all these people, and who they go on to support, and how they do it. But he's also going to have to dictate what he wants out of it, and I think that he has the right to do that now in ways that other candidates haven't before.
So, by the nature of the news cycle, though, there will probably be less stories about attacks against Hillary Clinton that we identify with, right? So when Bernie Sanders criticized her for being too close to the banks, well, that's very true and a deep concern of ours. Whereas Donald Trump, his first line of attacks were, she killed Vince Foster. That's insanity, right? So, then we are forced into defending her because that is true, right? Yeah. Like that she did not kill Vince Foster, and you're an idiot and an insane person if you think so, right? So if he was, now there will be moments where he attacks her on free trade. Do I believe anything Donald Trump says? No. Do I think that he's going to do the right thing on trade? I have no idea, right? No one has any idea. Trump doesn't have any idea. Yeah, exactly. Right? But if he says, okay, here's her policies, well, we can't lie and say, no, that is not her policy.
It's not our job to manipulate an election, okay? It's not our job to manipulate an election. And another thing is, look, I know that the majority of hosts on the show happen to support Bernie, and we've been very honest about it. But there was never a meeting where we're like, we all support Bernie, right?
Or you must support Bernie.
Or you must support Bernie. We all decided, oh my God, this guy is bringing up the issues that we've all felt really passionately about through our reporting through the years, right? I'm not interested in manipulating an election. I'm interested in giving people the information they need to make their own decisions. And we have lots of people who watch who are Hillary supporters, and they might get frustrated by what we're saying, but I think that the criticism that we've done is justified. They haven't been unfair attacks. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and look, there's a million instances where you defend Hillary Clinton because the attacks are outrageous and silly. Like this Benghazi. There's the usual Secret Service smear job that they do, not the Secret Service itself. Roger Stone will plant a story in the press about, oh, the Secret Service thinks she's a witch. Right? Like, oh, it's such an obvious plant, right? It's totally false, has no real reporting behind it, etc., right? So you got to keep it real. But, something Anna said there is where I was going with it, right? So isn't it interesting that the assumption is that the press should fall in line?
That's right.
Like, so we are breaking the rules when we don't fall in line. And so what does that tell you about the press? Not something very positive, right? And I guess that they view...
But don't you think, Jake, it's the assumption from the press also? Not the assumption that the press will, but the assumption from the press. So that, okay, now that these young Turks and their minions and the people that follow and listen to them, the people that are in large part are on board with Bernie, probably, I don't know what percentage, I can't even guess, of the audience, that it's expected that they will fall in line by the press, not expected that you will fall in line.
No, but I already feel pressure. I don't know where that pressure comes from, and I certainly don't succumb to it, but a lot of people yelling at me, saying, you are leading your audience towards things that will hurt Hillary, hence the Democratic Party, and hence help Donald Trump. They're screaming that from the rooftops. Well, first of all, I tell people, to the best of my ability, what the facts are. And so, yes, I'm opinionated about it, and yes, I'm animated about it. But it's up to you to decide if I'm right or wrong and what you're going to do with those facts. So I don't get to take the audience and go, okay, guys, come this way, right?
Yeah.
And you certainly don't get to do it if you're wrong. If I tried to manipulate them in a way that isn't true, you know what would happen? It's not like they would come with me. They would leave me. They would leave us. Because they go, then what's the point of this guy if he's just going to be another guy trying to trick us, you know, or have a slant that isn't true,
yes,
as we get with some of the rest of the press.
So the thing that I'm most proud about is in various instances, I feel like you specifically, Cenk, have done things in the name of honesty and truth-telling, even though it hurt you personally and it hurt the Young Turks, right? So when Obama first got elected, our audience, a huge part of our audience, despised us because we were calling Obama out for not keeping up with his actual promises while he was campaigning, right? We found out pretty early on that he wasn't going to keep his promises, and what are we supposed to do? Just sit back and be like, whatever. No, you hold his feet to the fire. We are not the Democratic news network, okay? We are the Young Turks, and it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or a Republican. If you do something wrong, we're going to call you out on it. And that's what appeals to me the most about this company, right? The truth telling. So I feel that pressure too, but that pressure honestly is irrelevant because at the end of the day, what the audience sees is the honesty, and I think that speaks volumes.
And by the way, if the Democratic Party was open to it, they might then go, oh, I see, their audience does not respond well to that bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay. So perhaps I should stop doing that because I'd like to get more votes, more support, more progressives, and maybe one way to unify the party is stop the BS and be more upfront, be more honest, be more progressive. And again, none of that is on us. We're supposed to report on the facts. It's on you as the candidate. And if you assume that the press is supposed to naturally fall in line and back you, well, I think you've got all the wrong assumptions.
Yeah.
And again, that's not on us, that's on you. So of course, going forward, what we're going to do is tell you the reality. And by the way, the reality is that Donald Trump is a monster, right? And today I did 3-4 stories. One about how he's actually not that rich. He got a tax exemption for having income under $500,000 in New York City. Okay, federal income. Okay, but your income, Donald Trump, your income's under $500,000. Either you're a fraud, right, or you're nowhere, like you're committing fraud, I should say, or you're a fraud, right? One of those two, right? And the list goes on, and the racist things against the judge, and you know, and buying off Bondi in Florida, the Attorney General, for $25,000 to get her to lay off the Trump University scam. I mean, Trump is a target-rich environment. You don't have to make anything up. You don't have to slant anything. You don't do any of that. Just tell the truth about Trump, and that'll do the job. But in terms of Hillary Clinton, for those of you who think and who have been yelling at us to get in line and to support her and not hurt her cause, sad day for you. If she's not doing the right thing, we're going to call her out on it.
Yeah.
We're not going to stop doing that.
And that's not to say that we're only going to focus on her, obviously. We focus on all candidates. It's not a one-sided thing.
And it's certainly not to say that we're only going to do negative stories about her. No. We're just going to do what the facts determine.
Yeah, right? like for instance, we'll be like, maybe the evidence isn't that horrible in her indictments today. Maybe she has a chance to fight this indictment. Maybe we'll say stories like that, right?
By the way, it is entirely possible. I keep saying it's possible that she'll get indicted, and everybody's like, no way, right? It's also entirely possible that she won't get indicted, and then what are we going to do? No, she was. We're going to tell you she didn't get indicted. We're moving on.
Yeah, so you know, I think that Hillary Clinton should come on the Young Turks. I mean, I don't think it because it would be cool for you, but the show and all of us and everybody. But I think, what would be the first thing you would ask her?
Oh, you think I'm going to tip that off to her?
Yeah, I want you to tell me right now.
So, look, I want to ask her, and this is why I don't know that she'll come on. Right. So, I want to ask her about her changing positions. Look, if I was advising Hillary Clinton, which is an interesting, mind-bending idea, right? I would tell her to pull an M&M, pull an 8 Mile, and just come out and go, you're right. Let me tell you the things that I've done that that, I wish I hadn't played politics with. I don't know that you say everything, right? But I say, give me one or two where you go, God damn it, I wish I had the courage to be in favor of gay marriage early, right? And I know that sounds fake. But try to mean it.
Get that.
Right? Yeah. So, and go, hey, I was for civil unions, but you know what? It wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
I should have been there in the fight. And what I'm telling you right now is, I'm in the fight now. And you can trust me. And yada. So now that's not an interview. I'm saying if I was, I have a lot of different hats on the show, right? Analyst, and then sometimes I do political advisor, right? Etc. But if I was going to ask her, I'd ask her a lot of honest questions, and it'd be really interesting to see what her answer would be.
Now, can I just say my first question was, it's a fact. They've researched this. We know for a fact that it does not matter what the voters want. It's what the top 10% money people want. We know. We've seen the result. Princeton, they did a study. So we know that, right? That our government is only responsive to its donors and not to its voters. And I would say, what is your plan to give the government back to its voters and take it away from its donors? What is your plan?
Okay.
That's what I would say.
All right. So let me read you guys a couple of results that just came in. Then we'll take the break and we'll come right back.
But that's pretty powerful, though, right?
No, that was super powerful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have a tissue? Okay. It was as if you lit the sticks on fire.
Oh.
That's how powerful it was. Okay. South Dakota is at 51.5 to 48.5, 87% reporting Hillary Clinton leading there. Montana, Hillary Clinton has a small lead, 48.6 to 46.6. I just lost the battery on my iPad.
This is awesome.
Okay. So she has a 2-point lead in Montana. Those are results just came in a little while ago. California, with less than 1% reporting, is now at 62 to 37.
Which means nothing.
That means nothing. It's mail-in ballots, and it's less than 1%. So real California results are coming in when we return, so stay right there.
I'm an undecided voter, and I'm feeling the burn.
Bernie Sanders, it's like an affliction. This guy can't stop getting elected.
Because people are, that's how sick of politicians people are. What now? What now? We get animated about this. Yes, we're not the robots on TV. I actually care about the news. I care. Senator Sanders, I'm going to do something unusual. I'm going to ask you a policy question. How dare you? That's the problem. You're the problem. Don't ever attack the Republicans. Where the fuck is the liberal media? Where is it? I don't see it. No. These are all establishment guys. They love the system as it is. They're all enormously rich off the system that exists. For us, this system isn't working.
So what this campaign is about is trying to create an economy that works not only for the people on top, but works for all Americans.
So what's happening in the Democratic Party is what used to happen in the general election. We would have a person who represented workers and the people and the voters, and then the Republicans would represent business and corporations and Wall Street, and we'd have a freaking election. That's happening all inside the Democratic Party this time.
And instead of focusing on issues that actually matter to millennial voters, for instance, we're focusing on non-issues in the country. The fear-mongering about Muslims and terrorism.
If you want someone who could beat Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders does better against Donald Trump in every single poll over Hillary Clinton. Here comes Bernie in Illinois. Tell your friends, tell your family. This is really good. Take that over.
People come with huge plans exactly like Bernie Sanders. That's how you get them to change. You come at them
with a landslide victory because he's run a populist campaign with big plans and a bold vision for the future, and then you rip it down their throat as they're always talking about.
You've got to believe, you've got to get, when they came out west, they had to get on wagon trains. They went 18 miles a day, but they got there without fucking penicillin.
With that voice in the wilderness, he created a ripple effect, which then now is a tidal wave as we stand right now.
I just wanted to make a statement about how a lot of the issues that matter the most to the electorate don't get covered at all.
The money, Lebowski!
Yes.
I love this show. We're going to rock the boat. We're going to be counter-establishment. We're going to tell people the truth to the best of our abilities, and we're going to keep it real with them.
Don't freak out.
Don't freak out.
Don't freak out.
Membership gives us so much journalistic freedom. It's incredible. So, TYTnetwork.com/join.
I will not. And that women on toes.
I used to enter the toilet back then. I think my mom was like, she never. Back in the days, chocolate. I still remember when I was home.
Election coverage. Oh, it's a whole new cast. I'm beginning to kind of love this rotation. John Iderolo's back. Jordan Sheridan, everybody. Yeah, TYT reporter.
If I was on the whole time, I'd love it too.
Well, you wouldn't. Okay. I haven't been able to leave this chair in quite some time.
Oh, that's true.
5 hours and 18 minutes. Okay, so Jordan, let's start with you. Press bus stories. Go.
I was with, the echelon of our elite media. You got NBC, Washington Post, CBS, on and on and on. I should say nice people. I mean, they're nice. But you really see up close just the drivel and the minuscule bullshit that they try to make into a story, mostly at the expense of Bernie Sanders. Short example, when you travel with Senator Sanders' campaign, you're going to lunch with them, sitting right at the table. So Bernie comes out of this Mexican restaurant in a shopping center right outside LA. and there's an event going on in the middle of the square with a stage. So Bernie, I guess, tried to just impromptu walk onto stage, and whoever the woman was running it said, no, this is my event, and wouldn't let him go on stage.
Mm-hmm.
The press bus is going wild, trying to figure out what exactly happened. I'm hearing one of them talk about, like, Latino turns down Bernie Sanders. Basically make a molehill into a mountain, or whatever it is. You were talking about before this rush to be first. They don't practice journalism. They practice just, like stampeding. They're just trying to get any little thing before the guy next to him on the bus. That when I don't, thanks to you, I don't have that pressure. So I'm actually asking, an advisor came on the bus. They're asking nonsense, questions, the horse race, yada yada. And I said, hey, with all due respect, do you really, who cares about the platform? She's not going to honor any of that. Do you guys really buy that? And she was like blown away, because they're not really asked these actual questions. They just ask, like, what's Bernie going to do if he loses California? Where's he go? Did he speak to Obama today? It's just all nonsense.
Yeah. So let me just jump in there for a second, because look, I don't want to talk about the people on the bus that I met for very, very, very briefly, but it's not their fault. This is they're getting directives, right? They're not senior management at their companies, right? And the directive is to focus on the trivial, right? So, like, if you can find a way to say, like, a Latina rejected Bernie Sanders, that's an interesting story. But is it, though? Like, if she did and you talked to her and she said, no, I'm a Hillary Clinton supporter and I didn't want him big-footing the event, okay, that's arguably an interesting story. But if it turns out, no, she doesn't even know who Bernie Sanders is, she's like, I don't know who this old guy is trying to walk out of my event, well, then it's a less interesting story. It's like a quick, funny story you might do, right? Even better example is Obama. Did you talk to Obama today? Because there's we know that, in fact, he did over the weekend talk to Obama, because the conversation was supposed to be confidential, but the Obama team leaked it to the New York Times and NBC News. Okay, the reason they leaked it is because they wanted public pressure on Bernie Sanders. See, I feel like Bernie Sanders, there's all this politics going around him, and I'm not being overly kind here to him, I'm being somewhat critical in saying that I don't know that he knows the politics that's going around him. Like, Obama didn't talk to you to do you a favor. Obama talked to you, one, to pressure you out of the race. He knows that part. But two, to later leak that story to create more public pressure on you, right? And so that's the part that I think, like, that Senator Sanders goes, oh, damn it, I didn't expect that. I think that's my guess as to his reaction. But the rest of the press, they eat that up like, oh, did he talk to Obama? We're going to get a story. But what is the story? If you conclude what I just concluded from it, then I would say that's an interesting story. If you just reported it, we got it. Oh, they talked today. And, like, so what that you got that first? The minute you had it, all of Twitter had it. So what did you prove by getting it? Right. So I just think they forgot the whole point of journalism in a sense. And again, management and overall companies rather than the guy who's executing that decision.
Well, your reliable sources segment actually got me into a little tiff with the CNN person. I won't mention the name of the person, but she said, oh, did you see Cenk's segment yesterday? I said, oh yeah, I saw it. And she said, oh, what do you think about that? I said, should have happened weeks ago. You guys have been terrible. She's like, well, what did Brian do wrong? I mean, the superdelegates are what they are. I'm like, I don't think you're understanding, just math. Math is very verifiable. This is what I said. I said, so superdelegates can change. So that's not a hard, fast, verifiable fact. Right now it's a poll. But even more egregious than you guys saying you're going to call it now was the fact that you were lumping it in this whole time, making the low information voter think Bernie had no chance. And it's like they're in a bubble. They don't mean it's clear to me they don't even know. They don't mean any malicious deceptive stuff. They're just like, well, this is what everybody else does.
And they're absolutely convinced that they're right. They've got groupthink, and they think like Like, I remember I told somebody you shouldn't have, somebody that was in the mainstream press, like, you shouldn't have counted the superdelegates from the beginning. Not only do they not vote, yada, all the things that we've been through, but that it skews the results in such an obvious way, especially in the front. And I remember them going, oh, I didn't think about that. Because they literally didn't think about that because they've got groupthink. And so they think like, no, what? We were first to report the superdelegates. We reported the superdelegates, right? When do I get my prize?
I think that, like, I get that both of you you're basing it on the experience that you had with them, talking to them. They seem to be genuine. But I think that you're still being too nice to them.
Yes.
Because it's one thing if, like, oh, I didn't know, and no one's ever educated me, but we've educated them, and they're still, I bet you I can find it right now. Where are the fucking superdelegates up on CNN? They don't fix it once you educate them. Either because of a knee-jerk, like, who are these internet people to tell me I was wrong, or just because, like, oh, tee-hee, my mistake continues.
Oh.
But once we correct it, you have to fix it, or else you're in league with the devil. That's the way
I don't know about the devil. And
okay, I'll dial that back a little bit. You're wrong. Okay.
I really don't think it's tee-hee. I really think that they think, who are these? They're so biased. They're in favor of Bernie Sanders. Of course, these internet kids are going to say stuff like that.
No, but I get it. But you just said that the reason that they've been doing it was because they never really thought about, oh, well, they don't actually vote until the end, so it's sort of dishonest to at least say, okay, we're going to say the superdelegates, but everybody needs to understand, every time, say it, they don't actually vote. But once you educate them, and once they know, they continue with the problem. So it's no longer incompetence. Now it's a plan. It's a plot.
No, but there's never a moment where management then picks it up in a meeting and go, hey, guys, did we screw this up all along? Right? And again, it's the invisible hand of the establishment. And that groupthink, once it calcifies, it is enormously hard to move. By the way, if you notice, finally we moved it a little bit, and it finally moved after it was too late. Where even though Associated Press is like, okay, fine, they don't technically vote till the convention, right? And okay, fine, they have switched before, but you can see them answering it for. Yeah, but they still call it. You can see them answering our points in their stories, but the groupthink is and it comes from when management says we're headed in this direction. If you're not on that boat, you know what I'm saying? If you don't agree, you're not going to stay on that boat, right? And that's the invisible hand.
Well, I think two things. Number one thing I've noticed, not just the last few days, but the whole campaign, there's a lack of like critical thinking when it comes to the corporate media. And in some of their defense, a lot of these people on the bus, they're like mid-20s, embeds, getting paid nothing, which I was there many times. And you're kind of just. You gotta feed stuff back to the bureau and this and that. Like they're not really that focused on what we're talking about, but they don't really have they don't think cynically, and that's my default, cynical and think they're lying, and that's what good journalists are supposed to do. The other thing I thought was just blaring in your interview with Brian Stelter. I mean, he basically showed what it was. He said, well, I think it's really an incredible thing that a woman is going. This is a historic thing. That had nothing to do with what your segment was about. It was about whether superdelegates should be included and it should be reported based on that. And he's talking about, like you said, the framing. I think that clearly showed what his true bias is. And CNN, I mean, you talked about it before. Outside of that, I just wanted to say on the Bernie front, being with him the last 2 or 3 days, you get up close. I'm getting him walking on the sidewalk, selfies, all that. I really got a sense, I can't get in his head, but I kind of saw he's like introspective, kind of like today is kind of the culmination for him of like a 40-year fight. Like there's nowhere to go after this for him, maybe back to the Senate. But this is, I really saw the way he was speaking, the way he embraced his family. It seemed like he was very, very introspective, like this has been a long fight. So I thought that was perspective you should know.
Okay, let me pause there. I want to talk about that in a second, but interesting results out of California so far. I imagine it's mainly mail-in ballots that they're looking at. 62.6 for Hillary Clinton, 36.3 for Bernie Sanders, with 13% reporting. So it's a giant lead for Hillary Clinton at this point. But remember,
13. I have 7 for that same number. But
yeah, and remember, a lot of the mail-in ballots get counted first. mail-in ballots tend to be sent in by older voters. That's why sometimes we'll do the "Here Comes Bernie" throughout the night, because the day of voters usually breaks significantly for Bernie Sanders, and so that's why you'll get mail-in ballots, and then "Here comes Bernie" as they count the rest of the day of voting. Likely the same thing will happen in California. Certainly won't be that kind of a difference.
And no LA, by the way, so far.
Los Angeles County's not even in.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we'll continue to update you as that's going along. I don't know about that. So we talked earlier, Jordan, about how I think that Bernie Sanders has a long way to go. That doesn't mean that's what's in his head, right? I don't mean electorally. I mean, boy, if he loses, he's got in some ways almost an equal opportunity. You can't say equal opportunity because being president is pretty important, right? But a huge opportunity to use that. Well, then he's got the freedom to say, all right, we're doing civil disobedience here. We're going to fight for that amendment over here. We're going to fight for universal health care. And you know what? Or campaign finance reform in Minnesota. Boom, we're all going to Minnesota. We're going to pass public financing there, to pick a super random example, right? And you couldn't do that not necessarily as president. You couldn't do that as a party official oftentimes. I know he's still a senator, but the Democratic Party would be like, no, but we have, our elected officials there, and they're not on board yet, and you can't do that. But imagine a Bernie Sanders unchained, if you will, from having to follow the niceties of whatever the Democratic Party would like him to do. I think that could be super powerful, and so in a lot of ways the fight is yet begun.
Right. I think also with this movement he's been the leader of, the next time, or the first time, Bernie Sanders filibusters something Hillary Clinton is pushing, if she becomes president, he might have 100, 2,000, 3,000 strong on the Capitol supporting him. I think he was well known as a senator, but obviously what he has sparked, I think he is going to have that movement. And I also think you really get a sense traveling with him the last few days. I mean, this guy's tired. The only thing fueling him, honestly, what I see is the young people, because everywhere you go, it's majority young people that I see around him. He was coming out of breakfast today. There's maybe 20 young people on this side, 20 people on the other side, Secret Service in the middle. He goes up to them and he starts hugging them. And, you can really tell that he's been doing this for a year. A lot of these places he's been going 7 days a week. In California, he's lived here for the last 3 weeks. So you could really, and his campaign, internally, I heard what you said about the different factions. I saw that too. But there's a lot of people that are just like, they're spent. And that's normal in campaigns.
Yeah, one of the campaign guys that I talked to hadn't been home since November.
Yeah.
Can you imagine not being home since November? And so, and by the way, Bernie, if he kept the speeches to like 45 minutes instead of an hour and 15, he can take a load off.
That same speech you give 3 times a day.
That's right, but he can't help himself. Right. Because he thinks, oh my God, there's 5,000 people here, or 12,000 people here. I gotta let him know. I gotta let him know we can do universal health care. Right? I'm not sure they know. I gotta tell them.
And what issue would he chop off? Each, 5-minute issue. He could cut off 3 of them, sure, but he cares about all those issues. He wants to talk about them.
And when I was, I saw him do 4 or 5 events in Southern California, he would literally spend at least 5 minutes talking about the plight of the Native American Indians.
Yeah.
Who the hell?
That's the one I got.
Who the hell else is going to... I'm talking about this guy...
Hitting Native Americans.
This guy's tagging all the bases. I mean, this is a true lib, so it was just a matter of time before MSNBC shit all over him.
I just want to point out, Rachel Maddow, who you've talked about before, had Hillary Clinton on last night, and Hillary Clinton, feigned a discontent. It seems like he's trying to overthrow the will of the people with the superdelegates. She, till the end, in 08, tried to switch superdelegates. She wrote a letter to them. I think you did a segment on that today. Rachel Maddow didn't challenge her one bit.
Yeah, so she wrote, if they're if they're willing to fight for me to the end,
I owe it to them to fight for them to the end, right? Now she's like, will you stop fighting to the end already? So, so I was when I was traveling with Sanders in Northern California briefly. So we go in to have dinner at night at some Chinese restaurant. He's sitting all the way in the back. Somehow somebody spotted him in the back from the outside. The dinner did last an hour or whatever it does. By the time he comes out, there is well over 100 young people screaming their heads off. It was at Berkeley, to be fair. And man, it was like an Elvis moment. It really was. I mean, I've talked about it in the post games before for the members, etc. But like, they're like, ah! And they're so happy, and they're trying to hug them, and etc. And that'll energize you. Yeah, that'll lead you to talk to an hour and 15 minutes, tell you people about the plight of Native Americans, right? And so, in a lot of ways, it's glorious. And I really think there's a world of opportunity ahead to use that in a super strong way.
Can you imagine if he's far more likely to become president than to become this, but if he got head of the DNC, he got like 2-year cycles, to just recruit young progressive like state legislators for state level offices, for Congress, for the Senate. Oh God, why won't they do it?
Oh, well, that's because they don't want his agenda. If they wanted his agenda, they would have already welcomed him.
I want to send 3 ghosts to Howard Dean's bedroom at night to remind him of, elections past. Remember that strategy you had? It sort of worked for a little while, and then you abandoned it, and now we're losing hundreds and hundreds of state-level legislative seats. Maybe we could go back to that for just a little bit?
So, it's a little bit more complicated than that, because Howard Dean did that strategy in 2004, 2006, more in 2006 and 2008. But then Citizens United passed in 2010.
That's true. And it was a really unpopular Republican president that he was doing it amongst the presidency of.
Yeah.
And it was before he was a lobbyist, so there's a lot of things.
But that is part of the factors, right? Mm-hmm. So, Citizens United, by the way, put all this campaign spending on steroids. The corporations had already bought most of our politicians. That famous Princeton study where they say we have no effect, but the lobbyists have direct correlation to public policy, that was done before Citizens United. So we had already lost our democracy. But yes, Citizens United put that on steroids. But okay, now giving you all that context, when Howard Dean did the 50-state strategy, and he said, why don't we fight for our ideas? And I think maybe we could even win them in Alabama. It worked. It had tremendous success. And by the way, you know what the establishment did? They gave credit not to Howard Dean, but to Rahm Emanuel for those elections. Yeah. And all Rahm Emanuel did was fight Howard Dean day in, day out to try to pick more corporatists, more establishment candidates. And the candidates, I was in there, man. I was in the nitty-gritty. I was reporting on that. Every time that Howard Dean picked a more liberal candidate, they won. When Rahm Emanuel got his way and picked a corporatist Democrat, they lost. But the establishment press turned around and said, Rahm Emanuel, what a genius. You see how he won those elections for him? He's so tough, right?
Yeah. I'll say that, traveling the last 6 months, I see that the Democratic Party, whether Hillary Clinton becomes president or not, they don't have a long shelf life. Because these people that I'm meeting, it's just my opinion from talking to them, people can cite polls, and a lot of Bernie Sanders supporters will vote for her. The majority of people I meet, if you put a gun to my head, they are not staying with the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party doesn't start running and electing candidates like Bernie Sanders. I've met them all over the place. They're angry, and a lot of them are hopeless, to tell you the truth, especially the ones with the student loan debt.
Well, then the Democratic Party is lucky that at least this go-around, they have basically the most reprehensible human on the planet at this point to run against.
Very lucky.
Anybody can look good standing next to that orange blob.
Yeah, I wonder if it is luck. So let's have that conversation for a second. So, as it turns out, at the end of the night, Hillary Clinton will have more pledged delegates, and so it's not the Associated Press calling it ahead of time. She will have more pledged delegates, unless something extraordinary like an indictment happens, which means that she will be the nominee, right? So Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. Did she get lucky that she has the most reprehensible person running against her that we've ever had in our lifetimes?
or maybe it wasn't luck. So, again, let me be clear as always, it's not conspiratorial. There's no, like, set of Bilderbergers sitting around and Frankfurters sitting around going, okay, let us put Donald Trump in and then Hillary Clinton in, and they will have no choice but to vote for Hillary Clinton.
Right? Well, really has some people thinking that Trump, a friend of the Clintons, was running to help out the Clintons the whole time.
Nonsense.
I never believed that, but people have said that the whole time.
Okay, so on the other hand, the invisible hand of the establishment, like the invisible hand of the market that Adam Smith talked about, is amazing, and it works in micro ways to get to macro results. So somehow we had Republicans who were all sponsored by the establishment, with the ironic exception of Donald Trump. And at one point, they had Trump on the ropes after the hands debate, when they were making fun of his small hands, and he talked about his penis. I said that's the one debate he lost. His poll numbers started to drop, and I said, maybe this is a turn. I said, maybe this is finally the turn. The next debate, the head of the RNC came out before the debate and declared that there would be civility from that on. And then Cruz and Rubio and the others stopped attacking him. And they let him off the hook. So part of the way that works is donors tell you, Marco, this is not right for you. And they did, and I reported it at the time. There was articles about donors telling Marco Rubio, this is not the right way to go. It's unbecoming, right? So now that's a micro decision done by a donor, which then affects Marco Rubio. And Marco Rubio is a robot who just does whatever his donors tell him. If the press tells you otherwise, that he's an honorable gentleman, that those millions of dollars don't affect him, and he legitimately has policy points. Go. I hope we're past that nonsense, right? And if you're a member of the press and you're not past that nonsense, you don't know anything about politics. Like, oh, you think that $1 million check might have affected Marco Rubio? No, that seems conspiratorial. Right?
Any proof?
Any proof? How about the $1 million check? How about that? Okay, anyway.
The only person not affected by those checks is Hillary Clinton.
So, but whether they intended for Trump to be the nominee or not, the results of the donors' actions was to let up on. And so Trump wound up being the nominee. And now, look, this conversation could be enormous. You could have a discussion of a lot of different decisions made by a lot of different people in the establishment. But at the end of the day, you wound up with a situation that is almost ideal for the establishment. The original plan was an establishment Republican versus an establishment Democrat, Jeb Bush versus Hillary Clinton, or Marco Rubio versus Hillary Clinton. We win either way. You know, Jeb will cut our taxes more, right? But Hillary will do the trade deal, Jeb will do the trade deal, you know, and we'll have very similar results. And then we win either way. But the second best scenario for the establishment was a very deeply establishment candidate like Hillary Clinton versus someone you cannot possibly vote for. So you get stuck in a corner where you go, oh, God damn it. All right, I'll vote no change. And that's where we are. And so that is what we see. That is what we point out to you guys. And so it's not conspiratorial. They didn't decide that in a smoke-filled room. But at the same time, that is the result that you get at the end. And it's also not a coincidence. It is those decisions that were made by the people in power, which then wind up having the result of having them keep their power.
I think Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump, really, a lot of people, like in the media, have always said, oh, this is it for Trump, you know, this latest on the judge. I don't see that. I think the thing with Trump is, I think he has a chance to beat her only because Hillary Clinton still has potential to have her 47% moment. I still believe those transcripts are coming out one way or the other. And if anybody believes that they're not going to make her sound like the managing director is a political story said, I got a bridge to sell you. That's not going to be good for her. I think there's going to be, if the media actually does any reporting, I think there's going to be some more focus on the Clinton Foundation, which Bernie didn't touch. And I also think, more importantly, I think Donald Trump, once he gets the memo that you know, like, be racist in the background, not in the front ground. I mean, the jobs report was just like 38,000 jobs. Yeah, the economy is stagnant. I've done reports on, you know, the recovery in places like Indiana where people got kicked out of their houses and are living in mobile homes. Hillary Clinton is obviously going to do the anti-Trump campaign, but if he has any sense and somewhat moderates, she's not winning white men. I think she's going to have a hard time with Bernie's millennials. Independents remain to be seen. I don't think it's going to be the cakewalk a lot of Democrats are now starting to think it might be.
I definitely don't think that it's going to be a cakewalk. And I don't think that his judge comments, like the idea that any faux pas, no matter how bad, this many months out could doom your campaign, I think is crazy. But what I do have faith in with Trump is that we've got way more judge comments still to come.
Yes.
And look, it could be that he decided 2 months ago or 6 weeks ago when people started saying, oh, he's pivoting to the election, oh, he's moderating, oh, he's going to change his positions, maybe decided, now I'll wait 3 months. But they've been saying that that's what he's going to do, and I believe that he has demonstrated we were wrong to think that he could do that. I don't think that he can do that. He's not a smart planning guy who comes up with, okay, going into this interview, here's what I'm going to do. He shoots off the cuff. That's what people like about him. Very authentic. But when someone asks him a question he's not prepared for, his response, more often than not, is really fucking offensive and scary to a lot of people. And that's him being himself. And you would think, okay, with the judge, he's had 5 interviews about that now, 6 interviews about that, and it gets worse every time. He's not adapting to the terrible press that he's getting. It's getting worse even. And now he's surrounded himself with surrogates who sound even crazier than he does. It's like you used to say about the Republicans. You don't want to be in that room with those people. Those people are fucking crazy. I don't think that he can manage himself. He is a stupid asshole. To put it in a crass way, I'm sorry. But at heart, he's kind of a stupid guy, and he's an asshole. And I think that he shows that because he refuses to prepare his statements. And I don't think he ever will learn. If somebody could tell him, you got to start doing that, and he thinks he knows better.
I saw a segment on MSNBC that said Chris Christie was going to be a steadying hand for Donald Trump. So I don't think that they even brought in a guy from the Washington Post to back them up. So I mean, it must be right, right? That's what they literally said. That Chris Christie will be the steadying hand, and he will guide Donald Trump. He's going to. The only thing he's going to guide him to is to Hickory Farms. My point.
I knew something.
My point.
Yeah, it was coming.
My point being that I think Donald Trump could doom his candidacy if he is caught on an open microphone saying something compassionate. It is over for him.
Okay, so there's something more strange afoot. Let's begin this conversation. We can keep it going throughout the night. The California results: 23% reporting, but it's still 63, 35.7. Still, those are not real results, meaning that it's mainly likely mail-in ballots. If it's that big a lead at the end, boy, that would be dramatic and fascinating.
There should be an investigation.
Well, okay, that's a whole other thing. I believe we have, the percentage precincts reporting is going down, which is interesting. Steadily, by the way.
But on CNN, it's up.
With LA County, for instance, we're at 0 precincts reporting, but 225,000 votes, swinging 2/3 of the way to Clinton. If that is the mail-in ballots, I mean, we would assume for a lot of reasons mail-in ballots are more likely to go her way, based on the sort of people that use them. Also, they haven't had the past few weeks of campaigning or something like that. But that's pretty dominant in LA specifically. There ain't that many Clooney's here.
Right. I mailed in my ballot today.
Yeah.
Well, you can hand it into a polling place.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I did that.
Okay. So we got to take a break here. One of the things I want to discuss when we come back, and by the way, Bernie Sanders and what he says about the California results and the primary results tonight will be very important. So stay tuned for that. One of the conversations I want to have is Donald Trump has almost overnight lost the establishment on the right wing and the press. And we showed this on the show 2 days ago. Boom! They went from, the judge comments were a little out of left field.
Out of left field.
He probably shouldn't have said that too. That was racist. Donald Trump is a racist, right?
Textbook
racist, and he did a horrible mistake. I can't believe he did that. They're spooked if they're talking about textbooks.
I can't follow his bromance on and again, on and off with Lindsey Graham. I mean,
So I have a funny story about that too. Okay, so anyway, but I want to pick that up right after the break. Jordan's got to go cover the Bernie Sanders rally in Santa Monica. Everybody check out youtube.com/TYT Politics. A lot of the clips from tonight, if you missed some of the coverage, members get everything, tytnetwork.com/join. But a lot of the discussions we had go on TYT Politics. And of course, Jimmy Dore, comedy.com.
Oh, don't freak out. I mean, we're 94% of our way to our goal. It doesn't look like we're going to make it. So if you guys...
We'll see if we can put them over the top tonight. JimmyDoreComedy.com. And John, of course, other than being on the Young Turks, is also the host and producer of Think Tank. So youtube.com/Think Tank. Everybody check that out as well. But we're not going anywhere. Come right back. We'll wait for Bernie Sanders' speech, and we'll talk about, has the establishment turned on Donald Trump? There's a lot more, and we'll have more conversations about third parties. What should Sanders do in terms of going to the convention or not? And I think his speech might be very dramatic because there is some chance that he's going to suspend his campaign tonight, and obviously that would be a huge story.
I think not happening. He's already got his. No, come back. We'll talk. Not happening.
No, come back. No, we'll talk. No, all right, we'll be back.
Progressive revolution happening right now in America, and the corporate media is doing their damnedest to ignore it. But we at the Jimmy Dore Show will not be ignored. We question power. People are sick and tired of corporate stooges like you. We do it with passion. Are you kidding me? And we do it with laughs. I don't think estates have two cars that don't work in the driveway. That's it. Thank you. Our show is now heard nationwide on the Pacifica Network, and it's heard around the world on the Young Turks Network. We've been able to travel, go to Iowa caucus. So we saw a guy about 5 minutes ago. We saw another guy. We went to Nevada. We actually broke real news. The chairman of the caucus right there, he's copying it off of his hand. That was picked up by other news sites because corporate news isn't on the ground anymore doing their job. So we're asking you now to donate to our Indiegogo campaign. We've got all kinds of great perks at all levels of donations. We've got Don't Freak Out t-shirts that everyone has been asking for. We want you to be part of it. Help us build it. And we'll build a progressive revolution together. We're doing this show because our country has a chance. I almost said to be great again. We want to make America great again.
An article out in Politico quoting a dozen Democratic legislators who say, Bernie, come on, let's wind this thing down. They want to tell them, shush, don't criticize Hillary. Know your role. Your job is to energize all these people and then hand them over to us so that they can vote against Donald Trump and in favor of Hillary Clinton. Politico explains, Sanders has repeatedly dismissed Clinton supporters as part of the establishment, which Democratic senators interpret as showing disrespect for them. To which I say, goddamn right it is. You are the establishment. You have been for Hillary Clinton, who is clearly an establishment candidate. A lot of you have the same problems with those issues on trade, financial regulation, foreign policy. A lot of you voted for those wars. A lot of you want to let corporations do whatever they want in TPP and override our sovereignty and get rid of our environmental laws. And then, I'm sorry, do you feel disrespected? No. Here's the disrespect. The one that you show towards the voters. When you pretend to be progressive, when you need their votes, and then you get into office, you go, okay, now, corporations that donated to me, how can I help you? See, that's disrespect. The movement exists and attaches itself to Bernie Sanders because Bernie Sanders has a record of 40 years of honesty and fighting for those same principles. We know what Hillary Clinton's positions are. We know what Bernie Sanders' positions are. We know what your positions are. That's what drives you crazy.
Your food smells like vomit.
Our democracy is based on a piece of paper that says I can prove who won.
We need to make sure that there's enough ballots so everyone that wants to vote can be treated with dignity. Hashtag
Show me the ballot!
Show Me the Ballot is about our voting process being clear, fair, and easy for all citizens of California.
Show me the ballot! Show me the ballot! Show me the ballot. Come on, where's the ballot?
In a place that we call a democracy, we should be doing everything we can to inform people. 1.8 million is the new registered voters that we have here in California alone. We want to make sure that it counts.
We think that's not too much to ask.
LA County allows poll workers to tell the voters about the crossover ballots and MP Democratic ballots, but not every county does that.
They're the only handbook I've seen so far that explicitly says, do not inform the voter. And so now they're going against the Secretary of State's own training, which is supposed to be uniform statewide. I mean, that's the fair way to run an election, isn't it?
And that makes me very, very nervous as a poll inspector after we've seen what's happened in Arizona and New York and then today in Puerto Rico.
Now, my vote in New York City, in Brooklyn, was not counted.
You can imagine how furious this is making some Democratic voters.
I want to know what happened. I want to know what happens here in California.
This is kind of like Selma, for the middle class people of Santa Clara County, wide variety of races, Vietnamese, Latino, African American, Anglo, but they're all being treated the same way. They're being treated as second class citizens.
All across the nation, there are people reporting problems. Show me the ballot.
We need monumental changes when it comes to our election laws. So what we can learn from Tuesday is our election system is broken and we gotta fix it.
Maybe that bus is full of ballots. Does he have the ballot? Do you have the ballot?
Show me the ballot!
Show me the ballot!
Hashtag Show Me the Ballot. When you're out voting on June 7th, it so happens that your precinct and your polling place doesn't have enough ballots.
Hashtag Show Me the Ballots to make sure everyone gets a Democratic or a Democratic crossover ballot. Hashtag Show Me the Ballots if you have trouble at the polls. And hashtag Show Me the Ballots to keep our democracy alive.
We didn't have a discussion about who was bringing us back.
No, but I just assumed you were.
Did you really?
Whoever said hi first, I thought would be the one.
Oh, hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to our coverage of the primaries tonight.
I'll be hosting. I'm throwing to Johnny right now. Johnny, go ahead.
I got nothing. Unfortunately, LA hasn't updated. Sorry. I am watching, though. It's still 6%.
Johnny, what's the reporting in now? What's the percentage?
6%.
6%? Still 6?
Yeah, still 6.
Is it going down?
It's actually up. It's still going down. 2%.
It went up a little bit?
Went up a little bit.
Okay. This is great. This is good information. I want to say that, Jake was talking about earlier that Bernie should stop campaigning after this and probably will or whatever. He has I'll tell you right now.
There's no place to campaign now. I mean,
he is going to D.C. on Thursday.
But he's going to Vermont tonight, right?
Tonight, he's supposed to go to Vermont, but then he's going to go to D.C. He has a schedule already.
He's the junior senator from Vermont. He should be in D.C. That's where he earns a paycheck, right?
I mean, but he's doing a rally there.
Oh.
That's what I mean. They're going to be doing a rally.
Okay. I thought
that's according to The Hill, by the way. The Hill said that.
Okay. Well, they know. They're there.
And no one's going to check me on that, so I can say that. But look, no, there it is. There's The Hill, and there's the Sanders to rally supporters in D.C., and that's going to happen on Thursday.
Whose byline is that?
The byline is Ben Commissar.
Okay.
The Commissar's in town.
Yeah. Oh, don't turn around.
What?
I know it's a music reference. Is it a British band? I think it's actually not. It was a song, and it was a German thing. I know, but it wasn't.
Turn around.
The Commissar's in town.
That sounds like an awesome song that young kids would take Molly and dance to at raves today.
It was before Molly was invented, but
what's Molly?
It's MDMA.
Molly Ringwald, I think. It was before that.
She's pretty in pink.
She was in my. We need to bring this back to the 90s at the very least.
Can we? Well, guess what? Thursday, Senator Sanders is going to D.C.
Speaking of the 90s, and was Cenk actually? I don't believe Cenk was saying he should stop campaigning. I think he was saying that he was sort of
at least somewhat predicting that he would stop
No,
campaigning.
Jake said that he should.
Oh, he said he should. Okay.
Yeah, so he said that he should suspend his campaign, but people are misinterpreting that as him saying that he should suspend his campaign and then rally support for Hillary. I don't believe Jenk said that he should rally support for Hillary.
He's not saying quit.
He's not saying quit, but he's saying you should suspend your campaign.
I think, you know what? I think since his campaign is so unprecedented, and even though there's nowhere left to campaign, right? Since it's unprecedented, why not just keep going? Like, what if he did like one event a day? Because he's been doing 3 events a day.
Well, you have to. I mean, in fairness, you want to go from the impressive. You don't want to go from the impressive and impactful to. I'm saying the word pathetic because I'm not saying he is, but I'm saying it could become that way.
People stop showing up.
People stop showing up to his event,
and it will be spun as pathetic. And they were already in the articles predicting, oh my God, how his movement might fall apart.
Right.
Basically saying that he needs to fall into line before he disrupts Hillary too much or something along those lines.
And look, even if, and I mean, it almost seems certain at this point, even though people don't want me to confess it, he's not the Democratic nominee, that doesn't mean that his ideas need to die, right?
That's so true, Anna.
Yeah.
You know, every single campaign we've watched here, and I've watched privacy of my own C-SPAN, you watch at the end of the campaign, and the losing candidate comes out every time and says, you know, we really made a difference, and everybody stands behind them and in front of them. They never made a difference. They never made it. Bernie Sanders has made a difference. So no matter what happens, this campaign did do that. And you don't want to lose that. I think that's where you were going.
You don't want to lose that. And more importantly, all the people who felt passionately about Bernie Sanders because of his message aren't just going to go away. They're still going to be impacted by the same political issues, the same social issues, and as a result, I think that this movement is going to continue growing. So for anyone who's feeling depressed right now, and believe me, to a certain extent, I'm feeling depressed as well, you have to keep in mind that the country is going to move toward progress as long as people keep feeling like their voices aren't heard, that they're disenfranchised. You know, that population of people is going to continue growing, and eventually we will get the change that we need. Don't let those ideas die. Keep fighting for them.
I would say, in regards to tonight specifically, I've had a couple people who sort of turn to me for like political stuff because they don't follow it all that much. They're asking, "Oh, it's looking pretty bad, huh?" And I responded to all of them. Tonight effectively changes almost nothing.
Yeah.
But only because the ways that Bernie could theoretically become the nominee weren't yesterday or a week ago dependent on a radical shift in the delegate count, because that wasn't going to happen.
Right.
He wasn't going to win 90% of California, and so if he loses it by 10 points, it hasn't changed his options. His options are either a 1 in 100 chance that the superdelegates see that maybe she continues to do worse and worse against Donald Trump, and even that probably wouldn't be enough.
You want to correct it 1 in 100 from 1 in 1,000.
One of the two, whatever. Or that an indictment happens. And if those things are going to happen, they're independent variables of whether he did okay tonight or great tonight or terrible tonight. Tonight would have been great. It would have felt good, but it wouldn't have changed his actual position. His position is bad, I'm admitting that, but it's basically the same.
And look, I think that for everyone who wanted him to drop out earlier, I disagreed with them, even though it became a steeper hill for him to climb. Because I think it's important for him to continue spreading these messages that resonate so much for those who feel disenfranchised, right? Or those who feel like they haven't been represented. But also at the same time, for those who are mad at Bernie Sanders for not doing enough to unify the party, I would argue that Clinton's camp needs to do more to unify the party, right? And what I mean by that is, you know, don't talk about these issues in an insincere way. Don't talk about these issues because you feel forced to talk about them due to Bernie Sanders and the popularity that he's gotten for issuing these political problems. But go ahead and realize, hey, you know what? There's at least half of the Democratic Party right now that don't like the way things are going. And what can I do as the Democratic nominee to unify the party by addressing those issues in a sincere way? It shouldn't be up to the media to unify the party. It shouldn't be up to Bernie Sanders to unify the party.
Well, it is typically it is up to the losing candidate to make entree to the winning candidate in terms of typically. That doesn't mean that's a rule.
I thought typically it's up to the winner to offer something to the challenger.
Only when it's not necessary because they won in precedent. I think this breaks precedent. I think that it is up to Clinton to actually reach out to the Sanders people. But
Barack Obama gave her the Secretary of State, right? I mean, that whole thing.
But I'm talking. But he gave her, because she was
helped her pay off campaign debt, I believe.
Yeah, that was what, and that happens. It helped her pay off campaign debt, which I think is a lot of that happens typically too. I mean, that happens in both parties.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm saying the way he got her to come on board, which is what she needs to do to get.
But it's also up to Sanders. Forget Sanders. It's up to the candidate who loses, generally speaking, to go to their supporters and say, if they feel that way, hey, we've got to do this.
But I feel like this case is a little unique though because of the way everything played out during the primaries, right? So the whole thing about Bernie Sanders and the Bernie Bros, and they were brandishing a chair, and they're so violent. That's honestly what turned me off to Hillary. Among other things, but I was not a Bernie or bust person until that whole situation played out, and there was this narrative being pushed by the Hillary camp that Bernie Sanders supporters are either sexist or they're violent or they're dangerous. And so when those types of attacks are hurled at Sanders and his supporters, I feel like it's really difficult for someone like Sanders to be like, all right, I lost. Now I want you guys to all support Hillary. You see what I'm saying?
It turns out that there is potentially a cost to calling someone a sexist for 9 or 10 months in a row.
Yeah.
That might come back to bite you a little bit.
And so be it. But again, it doesn't, I don't think, change the dynamic of who's in charge of, typically has been in charge of doing that, of mending a fence and making it work. They're also, you forget, we're sitting here right now.
I've heard, I don't know, I always defer to you because you're more wonky than I am on this stuff, but I've heard the exact opposite.
It has typically been, I'm not talking about what you said before, because you were right. You reach out and you say, we want to include you, But how much inclusion you get, though, it's not up to Hillary Clinton necessarily. It often falls on the candidate who lost to, and again, there's no rule. It's not a playbook.
It's just tradition.
It's tradition. And tradition is being broken this year everywhere.
No, she was making a point about why it would be extra hard for Bernie. I have one other point.
Yeah.
Because, and it's what I've been saying, right? So Bernie Sanders, what's normally taking place in the general election is kind of taking place inside the Democratic primary this year, right? And so now Bernie Sanders' whole thing is that I've identified the problem, which is money in politics. That's my big thing. And so now it's like, okay, I didn't win, so now I'm going to get behind the problem. Because Hillary Clinton, if you think that's the problem, she's the poster child for it. If you don't think that's the problem, then you're probably voting for her.
Right, but you could also say, I'm going to get behind Hillary Clinton because I am the junior senator from Vermont. I'm going to be in the United States Senate. I'm going to go to President Clinton, who I hope beats Donald Trump, and I'm going to say, if you have a vacancy on the Supreme Court, you better, if you want the support of my party and these people, you better nominate someone who is going to do the only thing that can really change campaign finance law, which is change the Supreme Court and change the federal courts. You better do that. That's what he can say beforehand. That's what he can say afterwards. That's the leverage he's going to have with her in exchange for the support. He's not going to be able to do that to Donald Trump.
I think that'll if he gets that, he can still hold his head up. He can save face and all that stuff.
Of course, he can save face.
The way 2 years or 4 years they end up overturning Citizens United and then going much further, perhaps in an expansive ruling, that would be pretty good.
And that would be a victory for Bernie Sanders, and that would be a reason that his supporters should be grateful for his having run.
It would theoretically be a victory that we may never know he was responsible for.
But you could certainly point to reasons why he would be if, at least at this convention and in the ensuing days, they gather together, the two of them sit down, which they will inevitably, and work something out along those lines.
I'm just saying we would never know. They're never going to say he's choosing.
No, and we're never going to say that Hillary Clinton wouldn't have chosen that person anyway. Yeah. There's no way to necessarily say that, but there's certainly a way for that's the impact that he can have. And that's why you could say, listen, this is what I got from the Clinton people. Now, again, the Supreme Court politicizing it is always unseemly. And even when Bernie Sanders was saying, I will have one question, will you overturn Roe versus Wade? That's new territory for anybody who's running for president or senator.
You mean Citizens United?
Citizens, what did I say? Citizens United. Yeah, Citizens United. Roe v. Wade would have been new too.
By the way, I have breaking news. AP Politics is saying President Barack Obama has called Hillary Clinton with congratulations on securing delegates needed to clinch Democratic nomination.
Yeah. Well, it was predicted that he would start campaigning for her tomorrow, and it looks like he's going to be doing that, and that's going to also be a game changer that people haven't really considered. Is the most popular surrogate the Democrats have is going to be out there full throttle for whoever the nominee is in this case. He's thinking it's Hillary Clinton. So in any case, that's how it could play out, Jimmy.
And by the way, I still think, no kidding, that she could be indicted, what have you. And again, if it was flipped, no one would even be talking about Bernie Sanders, right? If he was being investigated and people of his age were getting immunity, that this would be probably, like, what the hell's wrong with this guy?
Probably not if he was down. Certainly not if it was flipped and the numbers were the same. They wouldn't be talking about it. He wouldn't have been able to ascend. I mean, he started from a place ahead of where he was. The other thing that we talk about all the impossibilities, and it's the possibilities are that we get this indictment, or that something happens, and that the fact is that the Democrats may shoot themselves in the foot at that point anyway, because they have Donald Trump, and they may not just it isn't then given to Bernie Sanders because he still didn't have the requisite number of delegates, and then it throws the convention into a mess. And of course, people who watch this stuff would be agog about it. But I mean, they could go to Joe Biden or Kirsten Gillibrand. They could find somebody entirely different, and that's something that could happen.
I have more breaking news really fast. Daniel Garcia tweeted this from NBC Nightly News. Just in for the White House, at Bernie Sanders' request, President Obama and Sanders will meet at the White House on Thursday. Well, we knew he was going to be in D.C. anyway on Thursday.
Right. Yeah. That's the rally.
Well,
Obama's just going to be holding up a sign.
Again, I think I'm hoping it's still going to be a very interesting convention. And what do you think about it? Like, I really do think that, it's about time. I don't know that, how the Tea Party scares people primary-wise. I wonder if there could be that kind of a movement on the left. But first of all, Bernie Sanders, I've said it before, has laid down a template. He's shown that these guys are most likely chumps for taking their money anyway, because if you speak to the people, you don't have to take their money, they'll support you. That's how you become a rock star. And so he's kind of laid this down. So I don't know. I think there's a big chance, considering 6% of the delegates this year's primary have been given to a guy calling himself a socialist after 30 years of triangulation and neoliberalism. I think that's the result. It's time for the base to start wagging the dog of the Democratic Party. I hope it happens. I hope he can figure out a way to do it. I think he can. I think
you're right. I mean, I think the hardest thing is keeping the momentum going. I mean, keeping the virtual rallies going. Like you're saying, that people are going to be out there and working, and they have to. Usually these, and I said it earlier, it's a cynical way of looking at it, but everybody goes back to their day jobs and their lives after an election. And this Sanders campaign has led me and others to believe, I think, and you guys more than me, I think, that maybe they will continue, and this thing will go farther than it has in other elections.
I remember when I was in college, so this is for my graduate degree.
I don't remember when I was in college.
I always get a little scared to bring up, getting a graduate degree, because I'm worried that Jimmy's going to make fun of me the way he...
Don't worry, you finished yours. You got your master's, correct?
I got my master's.
There you go.
Okay. But, anyway, one of the classes, it was an American politics class, and we were talking about political activism and what pushes Americans to be politically active. Because I think if you look at America compared to a lot of other countries, European countries especially, you see a lack of political activism. You see a lot of political apathy. And one of the things that came up was, as soon as Americans start feeling the pain in their pocketbooks, and yes, I know that people don't have pocketbooks anymore, but that's what they would say.
My mom still says pocketbook. She was out here and she was looking for her pocketbook.
I remember when the professor said that, I was like, what is this pocketbook that you speak of? But anyway.
And a tablet holder?
Yeah.
Roughly the same thing.
So, as soon as they start feeling it, financially, economically, that's when America...
He read a passage from the book aloud during the trial.
Americans kind of rise up and they become political activists. And we saw a little bit of that with Occupy Wall Street, but, they were immediately belittled and minimized, and eventually it fizzled out. And it was really depressing because I thought that might have been the beginning of a revolution. But I feel like Americans have been dealing with stagnant wages. They've been dealing with political corruption. They've been dealing with income inequality. And I want them to not see Bernie Sanders losing as a gigantic defeat, indicating that they can't do anything anymore. You can do something, right? That political activism, holding these politicians' feet to the fire, is incredibly important. And one of the reasons why they've been able to get away with everything they've been doing over the past few decades is because they haven't been held accountable. They haven't been held accountable by members of the mainstream press. They haven't been held accountable, honestly, by the electorate because of that political apathy. I think that Bernie Sanders has been the catalyst for some political activism that should continue evolving. It shouldn't die out. So that's basically what I'm trying to say.
And you said it perfectly. And also another thing that makes it so amazing is that he was able to get this movement going, and his people and everybody else at a time we're not really at war. Right?
Yeah.
War is usually when this kind of stuff happens. This is over issues that aren't war. It's Martin Luther King died during his war on poverty, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that was the People's Campaign and all of that, and he's remembered for starting with Jim Crow and segregation, and then it moves on to something else, and then that's what Sanders is able to do this when there's no war.
To what you're saying about the war, I was just thinking back. I mean, there haven't been that many presidential elections where I've been super engaged because I'm not as old as everybody implies I am. But the first one that I paid a lot of attention to was 2004. The Iraq War and 9/11 was what made me think about politics for the first time. And I sort of remember being excited about Kerry. Mm-hmm. I can't remember why, except for he's going to stop the fucking war. He's going to go against George W. He's going to stop the war. And he's a liberalish East Coast, liberal and all that. But I can't really remember anything except that he was going to be against the war. That's totally true.
Do you guys remember Edwards?
Yeah. I don't know. Speeches early on.
Yeah,
and it's funny. John Edwards was right about so much. It was the shame of what he did is he screwed everything up. Oh, yeah. He was so right about two Americas. And that's what you hear Bernie Sanders talking about.
And that's what
Obama sort of said. He did say it. But Edwards was the first to say it. And then after Edwards ran, Katrina happened. I remember when he first ran. Edwards first ran, then Katrina happened. And you saw, laid there right in front of you, were the two Americas, right? You saw the people who were okay, and then the people whose lives were destroyed. And in point of fact, it was that they built those walls ineffectively around the poor neighborhoods of New Orleans. And anyway, so it's such a shame because he was such a doof. He was such an ass in the end. But his message was I think part of what Edwards, and that's part of what Bernie Sanders actually has been running on. And that's kind of a good thing that he didn't have to say John Edwards once. I don't think. What do we have? Any results?
I don't know. It's been going up extremely slowly in California. I don't know what the deal is with that. I mean, we're at 11%. The percentages haven't really changed. It's always somewhere between 62 to 63 and 36 to 37.
Now we're waiting for Senator Sanders to speak.
Who can speak at Hannibal?
In Santa Monica, California, miles from where we are.
The Thursday meeting with Obama makes it incrementally more likely that he'll announce something that I'll personally vomit over tonight, but I still think that it's unlikely. And look, if he's going to have the talk with Obama, then that implies, I assume, that he would want to do that first. Mm-hmm. I think before making some sort of big announcement.
Well, or he could make, there are two ways. He could make the announcement saying, I'm going to meet with President Obama to talk about how we go forward from here.
Don't say that.
So
I don't like that much.
The thing that I find funny is that everyone is still outraged at Bernie Sanders, right, for maybe damaging the candidate, the nominee, the party, not being a real Democrat, all that stuff. Nobody's upset at the Democratic Party for giving us such a unliked candidate, such a horrible. This is the highest negatives in the history of Democratic presidential, and no one's upset that those super delegates pledged to her before they even knew who else was getting in the race, and that's why a lot of people didn't get in the race because of the establishment had already warned them you're going to be fighting everybody, including Jerry Brown and Tom Hayden, a peace activist now supporting a fucking warmonger. But that's what they were up against, so that's why nobody got in, right? So.
Okay, well, all right. I'll sort of swim through your vitriol for a second, but I will say that I do agree that criticizing Sanders for running against her is absurd. I mean, he's running against her. He's run an honest campaign, and less than half of the party was for him. And this is what happens. Politics is ugly, and then you have 5 months between now and the election, and they figure things out. And by then, we won't be talking about these things as much. We'll be talking about how horrible Donald Trump is, and all of those things. And yes, they're all different things that could happen. Now, going to the second part of what you were saying about how they could nominate somebody who is so reviled and has all these negatives. The other party did it. I think that it's happened before. George W. Bush had that happen, not to this extent. And I do think that
the first time
the
negatives were high.
No, the second time the negatives were high.
But it's different. See, the Republicans did it by the vote. The people did it. There wasn't the elite in the party. If the elite in the party, they wouldn't have Trump. The elite in the party coronated her. But that's
the third part of what you were saying. Was the coronation. The second part was that the people, there are people that like Hillary Clinton. Hard for you to imagine. More than half of the people.
There are gay Republicans too. I mean, these are things that we
it's
cannot
harder
figure out.
to imagine the gay Republicans. I have to tell you, I know a couple of people who like Hillary Clinton who are not gay Republicans. And then the whole superdelegate thing is a flawed system. It was laid bare this time. It hasn't bothered anyone before because it hasn't mattered. But it's flawed.
So here's the thing. Like, it seems to me it's not going to change. Hillary's not going to change it. And the people who defend it, or not even defend it, but that aren't strongly in favor of changing it, will always say, well, it still hasn't yet overthrown the will of the people, which I find to be a far weaker statement than they do. That sounds terrible. They think it's going to change.
I think it'll be changed. I really do. I think the party's going to change it.
It just seems like if it keeps not overthrowing the will of the people, and look, it didn't totally usurp democracy, then just get rid of it anyway. You always get the candidate that you want. You apparently don't need the superdelegate system. And by the way, it turns off millions of the people who would otherwise perhaps be stronger members of your party. They think that it's anti-democratic. That should be enough to change it.
Yeah, I agree. But I think they're going to do something about it. I don't know if they'll get rid of it. I think they will certainly change it. They will limit the number of people. There's no reason why a governor of the state should be a superdelegate. I think that they're going to.
How about this? Former presidents.
Only former presidents.
Former presidents.
It's just insane how party officials can change the rules and the dynamics of an election.
But they do it before.
I know they do it before. That doesn't make it right.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't. How do they agree on this? And it's really absurd. And the dates, and then the bargaining for what date you're going to be able to have your election. That to me is the craziest. Remember when it was the Republicans or I think it was the Republicans 4 years ago said that they're not going to have let Florida vote. Their delegates won't count because they didn't move their primary back.
That's insane.
It's insane. Yeah.
Yeah, and look, again, it's not a public thing. It's their party.
Right.
I personally have a slightly different view of what the parties should do if they want to succeed. I mean, Walmart can technically do almost whatever the hell they want, but they still need customers, which is why they sometimes do things that at least the customers think are in their favor. The party should do more of that, I think. There's a lot of people who, like even Jake says that he sees himself more as a progressive than as a Democrat. I personally see myself as a Democrat. I don't care what the leadership of the Democratic Party says the Democratic Party is. I say that it is what I say it is.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do whatever in my limited power I can to make it what I want it to be. And that's going to be from the point of view of a progressive. And it's a private thing, but it is what the membership makes it.
Yeah, that's true. As long as the membership is politically active.
Do you really think two parties can get it done in this? I don't think so. I think what happened. I mean, especially now that the Democrats have succumbed to corporate influence in Wall Street and the military-industrial complex. I mean, we had Clinton and Obama pushing for the TPP. We're still in Afghanistan. We're expanding wars in the Middle East. It just seems. You tell me. I mean, another party.
The way that it normally would work then is if a party has some position that is so toxic to the voters, they will lose some elections and then they will shift. And that's generally how the parties change over time, is changing in response to lost elections, gobbling up tiny little movements, whether it's a party or a movement independent of a party. Like, for instance, deciding, evangelicals are ours, okay, well, we're going to take the Greens and stuff like that. I mean, you can support a third party for a number of different reasons. You can do it for any number of reasons. But because you think that it's going to have electoral success is historically an absolutely terrible reason to support a third party.
Yeah, I mean, historically,
because this is a parliament. Right. You can't, in a parliament, if you get 5% of the vote, or 12% of the vote, or 20% of the vote,
that's great. You have political power. In this place, in here, if you get 47% of the vote, you are absolutely nothing. You get nothing, you lose.
Yeah.
And so that's just the way that our electoral system is set up. And that's not even like a superdelegate system. That's like the inherent bones of our democracy for the entire time we've been a country has been set up with, first past the post, blah, blah, blah. You got to have the majority. And that makes it incredibly difficult for third parties.
You said that, party loses a couple elections and they finally change, right? That's the Theoretically, right? So don't you think what would spur change is if Hillary Clinton lost this election? Don't you think that, especially since it's such a close election with a completely different governing view, right, that is in the minority this time?
What do you think would change? Hypothetically, what do you think would change? You know the lineup of people that are waiting to run for president. You think Bernie Sanders would run again in 4 years, and that would be the difference? Do you think, is there a Sanders acolyte in the Senate who would, or in the House, or a governor who would then run for president and be able to command the way that Bernie Sanders did? He mesmerized people. He got so many people involved. That's what has to happen for that to work. In a sense, we had the two third-party elections. We had Donald Trump's a third-party candidate. Bernie Sanders, because of what he has done, has carved out a third party. It's not like Henry Wallace in 1948 or Strom Thurmond in the 60s. It's the Dixiecrats and the hate and all of that. So
it's weird, though. It seems to me it's like, so I think if we just had a conversation not talking about candidates, that you would agree that money in politics is a corrupting influence.
It's the only corrupting influence. I think that's what it is.
So that's why I'm scratching my head right now, because then
I think guns shouldn't be there. I can't fault someone for having a gun because a criminal can have a gun, right? I think that guns should be illegal.
Oh, so all right. So that's the argument. The argument is, well, why should we let one side have all the advantage, right?
Well, one side or anybody. I think we have to change the law and get money out of politics. But it's there. I think we should change superdelegates, but they're there.
Okay.
I think there's a practicality to it that has to be embraced by people. And that's why I think the Supreme Court, it's the only, if you cannot bear Hillary Clinton, you can't stand the sight of her, I have to believe you'd rather have her naming a Supreme Court justice kowtowing to a judiciary committee made up of hopefully a majority of Democrats, being able to push through her nominee rather than Donald Trump coming up with, you saw the list of judges he gave.
Yes. But they were white, and that's important.
It's important. But there are white justices. The Democrats have nominated white people before.
And honestly,
you're fine.
And that's the strongest argument in supporting Hillary. I don't like her as a candidate.
I think it's the second strongest, but I'll return.
Okay, the idea of Trump nominating a Supreme Court justice, maybe 2 Supreme Court justices, scares the hell out of me, especially considering what he said about reproductive rights, especially considering what he said about pretty much everything, every policy idea he has. Now, granted, I don't think he really knows what his own politics are, and I don't think he's really genuine in anything he says. So would he actually punish women for getting abortions? I have no idea. Would he really ban all Muslims from coming into the country? I have no idea. Would he actually go after the innocent family members of Muslim terrorists and target them? I have no idea. I don't think he has any idea. But it still scares me that a wild card, crazy person like Donald Trump could nominate Supreme Court justices. With that said, I still can't get over the thing about Bernie Sanders supporters brandishing a chair. I can't get over it. I can't stop thinking about it. And every time I even consider rallying any type of support behind Hillary, I think of that, and it was so dirty, and it was such a low blow, considering the fact that Bernie Sanders has been very highbrow in his campaign. He's only attacked her on the issues. He did not exploit the email scandal at all to attack her. You know, I mean, it ended up being a huge mistake. You're right.
I don't know if it was or not. I don't think it was. I think it spoke to who he was.
Yeah.
I kind of want to, at the convention, in like a hallway where there aren't a lot of people, I want to pick up a chair and I want to throw the chair, so that at least it's true, sort of. So that they're not lying.
No, but the worst part about it, John, the worst part is that it was a lie and it happened. But that lie keeps getting repeated in the media today, right?
I know.
No evidence of anyone throwing a chair. In fact, Hillary's camp came out and said, brandishing a chair. What the fuck does that mean? That doesn't mean that anyone's violent.
You brandish a rapier before you swing across the room, on the chandelier.
Oh, now you're calling her a rapier. Now you're calling her a rapier.
So it's one thing, it's that there's no evidence, and 2, If you're in a room with literally hundreds or thousands of people, and there's chaos going on, everything is being filmed. If something happened, it's being filmed. Everybody's got an HD 4K camera in their pocket, and if people are going crazy, they're filming it to make a viral video out of it. If you don't have video of it, it's because it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And
So that whole situation, it turned me off so much because I don't like the below the belt attacks.
And they're still tweeting that stuff out, by the way. The Media Matters guy just tweeted something out about that again.
Politico had an article last weekend about it.
And saying that it was an internal memo, that they were upset inside the campaign. They were upset that Bernie was doing this in Nevada for only 2. They didn't do anything. That was being done by the establishment Democrats in Nevada. That wasn't being done. And by the way, it was only for 2 frickin' delegates. And if you were winning anyway, if it was already...
Oh, did your mic fall?
My mic fell.
Your mic fell.
Don't freak out. Just the mic.
But this is what happens. It's dirty and it sucks.
Yeah.
But it's what happens. I mean, Joe Biden gave a speech 6 times when he was running for president in 1988. Right? You've probably seen it. You remember the Neil Kinnock speech?
Yes.
And there was plagiarism. He got caught. Right? He gave the speech.
He plagiarized the speech.
Yes, from an English politician. Well, wait a second. He credited the speech. He said Neil Kinnock, as Neil Kinnock, my friend Neil Kinnock would say.
In 5 of the speeches he credited.
Right, and then in a couple he didn't. It wasn't even in order, right?
Right.
They got a hold of it. The Dukakis camp got a hold of Kinnock's speech.
That was a broadcast.
Deep. And it's unbelievable. I mean, that's what happens. But then again, there's a cooling off period. There's a pissed off period. Then there's a cooling
Was
off.
plagiarism that big of a deal in the 80s though?
It was huge in the 80s.
It took before Molly. It took a break.
Everybody plagiarized.
It took a break with Mike Barnacle, and then what is coming back again?
All these last names, Barnacle, Dukakis,
We've learned so much since then.
Northeastern names. These are real names.
They are, Barnacle, Dukakis.
Yeah. God damn it. I forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah. Well, to add on to the Supreme Court thing, I don't know, maybe you can remember, you always have but what about the Supreme Court argument, but that this time, it's not hypothetical.
You're right.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, it's waiting, and also, it's never,
I don't know if it's ever happened.
You just said I would know, but all right.
Here's what I assumed. Here's what I say to that, right? So, there's a reason why we don't have to worry about a Justice Bork. And the reason why is because the Democrats in the Senate stood up to him. And right now, Barack Obama nominated a judge who we don't know is going to overturn Citizens United. Right now, we have a Democrat, a lefty, who's further to the left than Hillary is, and right now he's nominating someone we don't know if he's going to get money out of politics. And not only will they not confirm, they would even fucking give him a meeting. They would even give him a hearing, and that's going to go on for over a year. So if the Democrats had a spine, they could stand up and they could say, no, if you nominate someone who's crazy, we're not going to, or who's not for getting money out of politics, we're not going to even give them a hearing.
They can put some pressure, but they can't get a liberal.
But they can get a
less.
They can do whatever they want.
Conservative.
They can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
The Republicans are proving
senators
right now
can do whatever they want.
Yes.
Democratic senators can only keep their powder. They'll keep their powder dry. That's the thing. They let through some crazy.
I'm just saying they could. And so I had this argument with Sam Cedar, this debate with Sam Cedar, and he said, well, the Democrats in the Senate aren't going to stand up to them. And I'm like, so you want me to support a party that doesn't have a fucking spine to stand up in the Senate? So I
want you to support the progressive part of a party that has no spine and won't stand up for itself. But also, I honestly don't even remember the guy's name because he hasn't been in the news for Merrick, yeah, because they're not going to. Merrick Garland is not as strong of a liberal as I would have liked him to have nominated. By the people who grade this sort of thing, he would be the most conservative of the Supreme Court justices that Obama put on the court. But he would still be far to the left of the most liberal conservative on the court. Which would mean, since he's replacing a crazy conservative on the court, it would still be a historic shift on the Supreme Court. If theoretically he takes him out and names someone else, or Hillary Clinton became president and named somebody else, even if that person wasn't everything that we wanted, just by its very nature of replacing Scalia, that is a historic change that could reverberate and change so many different policies for literally years or decades. And one more on top of that, either to replace a conservative or to save Ginsburg's seat. If instead,
she won't go first, Kennedy will go. I would bet Kennedy.
Is Kennedy older?
Kennedy's been on the court longer.
Okay. Well, that would be less important. But if Merrick Garland instead becomes crazy, wacko Christian right winger, and then Ginsburg or Kennedy becomes crazy, whack job right winger, and you have a 6-3 crazy conservative majority in the Supreme Court,
what do we have after that?
And you can
nothing after
you
that.
can always vote the president out. 4 years, if you don't like her, you can get rid of her. You can't vote the justice out. So that's. I mean, look at George H.W. Bush gave us Clarence Thomas. He also accidentally gave us David Souter. They gave us Clarence Thomas. Gone.
But can we vote her out? Like, as Democrats, can we vote her out?
Well, I mean,
not really. I mean, if anybody tries to challenge her in the primaries after the first term, they're the bad guy. How dare you?
There's
You
a lot
can't
to
do
look
it,
at. A lot
right?
of time. If there's a lot of time between now and election day, there's even more, obviously, between that. But yes, you're right. I mean, it's unlikely. But if you're not happy with if she gives you what John says on the court, you know, and I would argue that Anthony Kennedy is more important than Ginsburg, and that Anthony Kennedy is the swing vote on the.
I get what you're saying.
You want that seat more than you want the
And
other.
with her age, yes, he's probably.
And Anthony Kennedy, I think, would probably rather have Hillary Clinton pick his replacement than Donald Trump. I mean, that's
I believe so too.
Never met the man, but I'm just guessing.
Yeah, and again, this is all super premature. We're a month away from the convention. We're 6 months away from the election or whatever. But you know, we got to fill the time somehow.
And we have we have very few votes counted in California.
What's up with California? See, this is what happens with de facto legalized marijuana.
$1.5 million, right? Votes at 32%, and that's a significant 62-37 right now.
Okay, so that's a 400,000 vote lead for Hillary Clinton right now.
Yeah.
Half of that is the mail-in vote advantage, maybe, considering how low we are in the precincts being counted. But still.
I know, it's depressing.
The polls
You never know.
It could.
It's going to tighten. It's not going to
Bernie
like that. It's going to tighten. It's so much.
All right, so we got to
he's gained like 4 points.
We got to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
We're not freaking out. We're not freaking out. John and Hannah here.
And here's a brief look at what Think Tank's all about.
I'm Simon. Oh my god, I'm so proud.
Can a robot dance like this?
Wow.
Because I'm going, look at this coming.
Sorry guys, go ahead. This is the last Think Tank video. I'm just gonna go now.
Yeah, no, I need help.
The one thing that really appeals to people in the online audience is authenticity and sincerity.
Okay, we agree to disagree.
So of course you get the negative feedback that isn't constructive at all, and I dislike those people.
Hannah looks inbred.
That's really difficult for my self-esteem.
You need to lift weights. Fuck you.
Hey, let's just keep moving. Am I wrong?
Once I was bit by a monkey. I can't say
No big band.
well, then.
Wow!
I used to be very socially awkward, but look at me now. What up, girl? No? Okay. That could look more like a vagina. Oh my god, I've never seen a clitoris before. You want to stab?
I want to stab. So what really turns women on?
Anyone want to think of a weird way to fuck? This dress is blue and black.
Well, I disrespectfully disagree.
She is one of the 100 finalists for the Mars One project. I don't know what that means.
Why do you cringe every time you look at a photo of yourself?
Because I'm often masturbating in photos of myself. 2 photos of myself.
Love.
Who's about to help you find?
Also, masturbation totally counts as sex for you, so do it. Why do you make me this weird alien?
Whoever has haughty eyes and a proud heart, I will not tolerate.
You guys tell me, haughty or not?
Tune in tomorrow for all new videos with me and with Hannah and with Think Tank. Have a good night.
So all of a sudden Trump takes the stage. There was no announcement. He just takes it like Elvis. There's immediately protester, and he's holding up a Mexican flag. There's literally about at least 10 or 12 cops over there, and all the guy did was stand up and he was holding a Mexican flag, and apparently That's not allowed in America. It's awesome because he started off with a woman singing the national anthem, and I tweeted out a picture about how a self-hating woman singing for Trump, and he immediately after that said, "Women like me." It's amazing to see black is white, up is down, in is out, and it's still going. And to be this close to him, I don't feel any of that charisma people talk about. I feel nothing.
Hey, get him out of here! Get him out! Get him out! 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 Out!
That's exactly how Barack Obama handles shit, right? At his events, just screams out, out, out.
You not heard him, even though he's a bad person, Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Sheriff Joe knows about the border.
He's going down through a line of his supporters, and it's like the Hall of Fame of white assholes. Bobby Knight, Sheriff Joe Arpaio. Who else did he mention? It's like all these guys with anger problems who pick on people. Jamie's immediately, there's a crowd of people chanting, "Build that wall." All people immediately like, fuck, it's just another day. Whatever. There's some Jews for Hitler right in front of us.
I love Japan. I love Germany. I listen to this moron and I say, loser. Germany. The press said the mastermind. And they wonder why kids with the internet are joining ISIS. Boom, boom, boom. Get over here. Boom, boom. Trump. No, don't forget, I wasn't an angel. I gave out his phone number, okay? He was shot in the face 3 times by an illegal immigrant. We're stopping the Syrians from coming into this country. We're going to win with our military. We're going to win on the borders. We're going to win with trade. We're going to win with healthcare. We're going to win on the Second Amendment. We're going to win with education. We're going to win. We are going to make America great.
So Donald Trump just got off stage. He ended with a big "let's win on education, let's win with ISIS, let's win with immigration, let's win with jobs, let's win, win, win." And people go fucking crazy for it. I will say this. He does have a message that Hillary's corrupt, she takes money for favors, and she doesn't care about working people, which I think resonates with working people, because I think most working people don't think Hillary Clinton cares about them. We all know that she's corrupt. So he's got a message that can stick and land. It was even more racist than I expected, if that's possible. They had 3 women come up, talk about how their kids were killed by immigrants. He wrapped it up with somebody was raped, sodomized, and shot in the face 3 times by an illegal immigrant. Like, just completely demagoguing and race baiting off the charts. And there's a room full of white people. There's cops here, there's reporters, and it just happened. So all that stuff they've said about the family and being moral and the moral majority, family values, it's all bullshit. And that's what Trump's revealing. They're really about the ugliest, most violent, hate-filled parts of our society. That's what they're embracing. Okay, so that's our wrap-up. Hey! So wait, look, TYT fans. So there's some TYT fans even right here at a Donald Trump event. So that's my wrap-up. And now I'm going to try to get the hell out of here without getting beat up.
I'm charged up. I got a little something to eat, some super cold Mexican leftovers. And you know what I said to him? I said, "You're Mexican."
Did you build a wall around the buffet
right.
of Mexican food?
I said, "You're biased. Your food, you're biased because you're Mexican."
No, but if people give you crap for that, you should take a picture with like one of the burritos and just be like, "I love Mexicans."
Okay, I am loaded for bear. You guys are gonna love the things I have to tell you. Okay, so first of all, you guys out there, we have a Periscope from Sanders' rally that is phenomenal. Buckle up. We're gonna give that to you in a second. Okay, not yet. Hold. I have some choice comments about Meghan McCain and her choice comments about Bernie Sanders in a little bit. Is Hillary Clinton the next LBJ? That'll get discussed. But the thing that I love the most that I'm going to hit you guys with is while I was out, I checked Twitter. And the Hillbots are out in force. And they are raging.
They don't like that.
They said, why won't your father?
They gotta get that bonus. Oh, big money on the line. Gotta get that bonus. Jack, you don't want to be that guy.
Did you see that? Did you see that? Are you going to be that guy for the next 4 months? I literally don't know what that means.
That guy.
Maybe I am that guy because I don't know who that guy is. It could be me.
I'm going to be this guy.
But I feel like, Jake, you've always been that guy, right? Like, you've never,
I still don't know who that guy is.
That guy is the guy that doesn't fucking play ball, right?
Oh.
You're that guy. And
I
I
think
think...
guy.
See, perfect. Young Turks, late night on election coverage. And things have gotten goofy. Okay, from now on, we're these guys. What does that mean? But I think Anna might have solved it.
Yeah.
That you're that guy who doesn't play ball.
Yeah.
Who's causing trouble.
And you're
out of line. You're out of line.
And you've always been that guy, but it was easy for them to belittle you in the past because they denied the numbers, they denied the audience, they denied the impact that TYT has, and now for the first time, because of this election, I think they see the impact that TYT has, and they're like, you're that guy.
So I enjoyed, battling with them a tiny bit, and then I've got some of those tweets that I want to read for you guys, which are hilarious, right? But now, I think what Adam Green first called the Uyghur bump has become real, right? So on Twitter, when I retweet something, Uyghur bump, by the way, sounds dirt. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but... So when I retweet something, it gets some, some traction. And in fact, some people in the media have now started to just email us and ask us as a favor, can I retweet things for them? Okay. So I'm apparently that guy. Okay. So one of my critics said something nasty about me. I was like, oh, do you want me to respond? Would you like the Uyghur bump? Oh, I'm feeling giddy. This is really funny because I got so amused with the tweets of them, like, they really expected us. That's why they're kind of mad / disappointed. They really expected us to be like, oh my God, she has won. Let us now, let us now celebrate.
Yeah,
okay, they literally wanted us to be like, okay, you have won. We now celebrate her. I am with her. Apparently that's not the way it's going to go down. Are you so bitter? Do I look bitter? We look like we're having fun, right? Anyway, so I'll get to all that in a second. But first, let me read some numbers for you guys because I wanted to update you guys. And some of this stuff is not good. I'm beginning to think that Bernie Sanders might not win.
No, Montana!
Montana! Here comes Montana! Here comes Bernie Sanders in Montana! Okay. What if California was...
Come on, DC!
What if DC is the last district she wins?
How long does it take to form a new state?
So, by the way, California does not look good. I know you guys were just talking about it. Yeah. But that number is not moving, man, and it's kind of annoying.
And by the way, there's no way that's the right number. It's only 14%. Fucking way, Jank. There is no way. They registered 650,000 new voters since April 15th, and you're telling me those people are voting for Hillary? No way. This is disproportionately mail-in votes still.
Yeah. So
female-in votes.
Yeah. Well, if they're mail-in votes, why aren't they Bernie Bros?
That's what I'm saying.
All right, so my iPad went out right as I was going to read all the numbers. So, John, can you read it from the New York Times?
So California with 14% reporting is
62.2 points for Clinton, 36.7 for Sanders. There's a little graphic for you.
Okay. And so I wouldn't put too much credence in that, as we've said throughout the night. It's the earlier votes. It's 14% reporting, but still disconcerting. Disconcerting. Okay. Now let's go to some of the others. What would you like? Whatever's next.
Okay, Montana right now, Sanders is at 48.7 to Clinton's 46.7. Exactly 2 points. That's with 37% reporting. So far higher percentage reporting in Montana.
Okay,
obviously
so
far fewer delegates on the line. Only 27.
Yeah, so
which is like my neighborhood in LA.
Yeah, I know, right? But he's winning. We got Montana. You know,
New Jersey was
Big Sky.
New Jersey went 3-2 for Clinton.
No, let's break that down. Look, give the numbers, because it's 99% reporting in New Jersey, so it's over in New Jersey. And what are the exact numbers?
She's at 63.3. Sanders at 36.7. He won 2 counties, Warren and Sussex.
That's remarkable.
Middlesex and Monmouth can suck it. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, those are I grew up in Middlesex. My parents live in Monmouth now, and
Monmouth is closer.
Okay, but sorry, to all the Sanders supporters, we couldn't deliver Middlesex for you. Yeah, or Monmouth, or New Jersey. Okay, so that's crushing. She didn't win by 15 in New Jersey. She won by what? Jesus Lord mercy, 28 or what was that? Yeah, I know, right?
I would love to see
27.
What were the exit polls in New Jersey?
At 27 points.
But Jimmy, look, she won by 27. What difference does it make what the exit polls are? Well, like unless you think they rigged it like fucking nuts.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, yeah. They didn't rig it like that. No,
really, she's up by 230,000.
They didn't rig the polling. The polling's done by independent things. The polling already had her up by about 15 points or so. If you're up by 15 points, there is no benefit to rigging it so that you win by 27. There's no benefit whatsoever.
Well, what benefit was it to then pull that shit in Nevada for 2 frickin' delegates?
That they can't help themselves. And that's no, but that's what I'm talking about. They play around the edges. They do the thumb on the scale. They do the elbow on the scale. They're leaving the whole fucking thing on the scale.
Yeah, the AP declare it the night before.
Yeah, all that is true, and for all the ways that we have described it. But they're not going to go into New Jersey and be like, okay, let's press this button, rig it, and switch it over to Hillary Clinton instead of Bernie Sanders.
So we'll know in California, because there's no way. That is no way she's that popular.
She's only up by 1 or 2 points in the latest polls.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So these early numbers are completely wrong.
He crushed in North Dakota.
He did crush in North Dakota.
Yeah, all 5 people.
So okay,
fans.
So, but now he lost in South Dakota by a little bit. Read the South Dakota numbers, and then we're gonna have a conversation about this.
So in South Dakota, he is down by 2.2 points with greater than 99% reporting.
I think they called it, didn't they?
51.1. Yeah, they did. 51.1 to 48.9. So close. Not a tie under our definition, but extremely close.
Yeah. No, not a tie. She won. Okay. So, boy, does it make a difference if it's a primary or a caucus, or if it's an open primary or a closed primary. It makes all the difference. And so when you think about that, this election was actually not decided by Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton. This election was decided by the luck of the draw on what those primaries or caucuses happen to be. Now, we're not saying that because we're Sanders supporters. The caucuses clearly favored Bernie Sanders, and they're a pretty convoluted mess, right? And they have less voting in the caucuses than they do in primaries. So I'm not arguing in favor of caucuses. They clearly, if every state was a caucus, Bernie Sanders would be the Democratic nominee. Almost no question. I don't know that anyone would even bother to argue with that.
They wouldn't know how to because nobody understands how caucuses work.
Well, that might be true as well. We should caucus about the caucuses to determine whether they should continue. Now, if every state was a closed primary, we wouldn't even be on the air tonight because Hillary Clinton would have won so convincingly, so overwhelmingly, that we wouldn't be having this conversation. Okay, she would have won almost everywhere. Okay. She might have lost a couple states here and there, obviously New Hampshire, Vermont, and some of the states that went big for Bernie Sanders. But boy, it would have been a landslide. Now, on the other hand, if all the states were open primaries, I think he almost certainly would have won. So it's not that, Hillary Clinton is a better politician than Bernie Sanders, or Democratic voters clearly want Hillary Clinton more than they want Bernie Sanders, or the reverse, by the way. Bernie Sanders clearly better than Hillary Clinton, or Democrats or progressives clearly want Bernie Sanders more than Hillary Clinton. No, you can't make that argument. Okay, but you can make the argument that it was the particular peculiarities of our system that determined who the winner was. So, and then you look at it and go, that's how we decided this election? That's how we decided who our nominee was going to be, based on a random collection of states that were either open or closed primaries or caucuses, where one side clearly had the advantage in one set of states, and the other side clearly had the advantage in other states. What?
Yeah.
What have we done? Why did we pick that way?
Update on California. So somebody, hold on, I want to credit the person since they did a good job by sending it in. Christopher Rosinski tweeted us this link to David Lauder's piece in the LA Times, where it talks about the way that ballots are counted in California, saying that polls close at 8 p.m. We know that. Then LA County trucks and sometimes choppers all ballots to a central location before counting. Election day ballots typically don't even arrive until approximately 11 p.m. Pacific time. Until then, returns are early and preliminary. This year, ballots postmarked by Tuesday will be counted beginning on Wednesday. So even with 100% of precincts are reported, 20% or so of the ballots will be left to count. It may take several days before we have an accurate assessment of voter turnout.
Wow.
Which I think
we will be on the air until then.
Some of us will. I think that the mainstream media would have reported that more if they hadn't already decided days ago that the whole thing was over. So it doesn't matter.
Okay. So obviously we've got Bernie Sanders' speech also coming up. But I wanted to give you guys a full update on the numbers that we have. So now let's go to the awesome clip from the Bernie Sanders rally. So Bernie Sanders' rally is happening right now. Now he has not come out to give a speech yet, but there is a big crowd there, and apparently they started a couple of chants. I believe you're going to enjoy them. This is a periscope from the event.
Going wild here. You just heard them chanting CNN sucks about 10 minutes ago. They said the same thing and they called for the Young Turk, chanting TYT, TYT. Basically, they're calling out the mainstream media for the coverage of
Okay, so I don't know who that was that shot that. We didn't shoot.
I do. Her name is Brigida Santos. I actually went to college with her, so I know. She works over at RT now.
Oh, excellent. Okay. So that's not us saying it. That's an independent reporter saying the crowd was chanting TYT, and obviously, as you saw, CNN sucks. What's awesome about that is that CNN is there.
That's right. That makes I feel a little bit bad at that.
No, I do, because we're libs, so I feel a little bit bad about it. And
we feel bad because they did a shitty job covering Bernie Sanders' campaign. No, I don't feel bad. Do your jobs.
I don't want people's feelings to be hurt.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I don't want people manipulating an election. How about that?
Right.
Both good concerns.
Yeah.
So all the mainstream press is there, and so when I went to the rallies and I said, "Do you trust the establishment media?" and everybody goes, "No." And do you think they treated Bernie Sanders fairly? No. Right. So, and all the mainstream media is right there. They're on the rafters, and it's like kind of gets awkward in there. Like,
I was standing when you were up on, especially in Irvine.
when you were doing that, I'm right in the press, right in the middle of them, and I just couldn't help but laugh. You're saying I'm laughing, I'm looking at them, they're kind of looking down and shit like that. They're not making eye contact, and it was fun. I loved doing that.
Yeah, I hear you. So, look, on the one hand, I am a lib, and I feel bad, especially if I've met them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't mean personally, right? But on the other hand, we're not even there, and there are rallies and crowds, and this is not particularly to any region, any city, any state. I mean, it happens in New York, it happens in California, it's happened everywhere. And there at that rally today, spontaneously, people are chanting TYT.
Why were they?
Yeah, because they're kind of like us.
Yeah. And they see all the news media that's in there, and they don't like them.
Yeah, maybe. And so, what else would be the explanation? They're like, let's pick 3 random letters. T-Z-X. No. No, I got a TYT. No, so
maybe one of the speakers mentioned us, like if Shailene or Josh spoke, which they might have. Maybe they mentioned TYT or something.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And like I said, Jordan, our reporter, is going to the rally, but he was not at the rally when that happened. Mm-hmm. So none of our people were there, so there's no reference to us. And none of the speakers have spoken yet. Actually, in fact, today only Bernie Sanders is going to speak. There are no other speakers. So, bless their hearts. But the bottom line is, it's when you shout that from the rafters, at least they hear you. So the fact that the establishment media is in there, the fact that CNN's in there, and they hear all the people chanting CNN sucks, and they've been told their whole lives that CNN is the liberal media, and then here is a room full of the most liberal people in the country saying, no, we actually think CNN sucks. We think you're the establishment. We think you're the corporate media. It shakes them a little bit in a good way, like not in a bad way, nothing physical, etc. Like just gets like, oh, really? Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't know that they thought we were doing something wrong. Good. Now you know.
Yeah.
If you didn't know, now you know.
Yep.
It's a room full of voters. That's a room full of informed voters. That's not a room full of low information voters.
Yeah.
That's a room full of mostly college educated readers.
Yeah.
Who know what's up.
Yeah, and if they're resistant to the criticisms that they're getting, I mean, their audience will continue to get older and will continue to fizzle out, and CNN will continue to become more and more irrelevant. I remember growing up and thinking to myself, when I decided that I wanted to pursue media and everything as a kid, thinking to myself, oh my God, can you imagine one day, working at CNN? Now I think about it, I'm like, there's no way, unless they did, a serious change there. I have no interest in CNN. I feel like that would be a demotion for myself.
I always assumed that someday we'd see them fizzle out, totally go away, but I assumed that they would at least let me work there for a year or two first.
I would,
Johnny, money. Oh, it's so much money.
I would never go to CNN unless they offered me money.
Yeah, I mean, Disney has to be on air. If they offer steady,
but you still would. I don't believe you. I don't think you would do it. I think that
I would get fired right away, but I would take the signing bonus.
I don't think there is a signing bonus.
There's no signing bonus?
Probably not. Oh no, I got excited for a second. Thought it was California. Okay, now Montana's 49.4 to 46. But look, if we win Montana, you know what happens then? Nothing. Yeah.
Where's he going with this?
California's moved a little.
Yeah, okay, so we got movement. 61.8 to 37.1, but now 34. But now 34. But 34% reporting now.
That's not right. I'm at 17%. I don't know where they're. CNN's percentage reporting is always ridiculous. I don't know why, but I'm at 17, and the numbers bear it out.
When I went in today to vote, right, so I told you before I'm a mail-in voter, and so I took it, you can take it to any polling place, so I walked in and I gave it to the guy, and I literally watched to see what he was going to do.
Me too. I didn't do the mail-in anything. I actually went and I voted there, but once I handed the ballot to the woman, I was like,
what are you doing with that?
Where's it gonna go? And she was. There were people working there that were watching me because it was awkward. I was standing there in the middle of this room, just staring at her to see what she was gonna do with the ballot. That's how distrustful I am.
Me too.
I was scanning for an I'm with.
Don't you dare follow your dreams or demand your own space or ask what's next. Introducing the first ever Cadillac XT5.
And how do I? Yeah, there's some privacy.
Yeah, I had a Republican at my place. I was like, look at you, voting Republican. Okay.
What a dick.
Go on with your bad self. Because he's a minority here, so
Yeah,
I wanted to stick up for him.
Yeah. Wow, so the no privacy thing bothers me, Johnny. I can't go without privacy. That's the way.
Wait, there's news. There's news. Kamala Harris finishes first in U.S. Senate primary.
Ooh, okay.
Did you vote for her? You don't have to tell me. It's sacred.
I don't know if I feel comfortable. I did, but only because of the research that I did when the Obama potential replacement for Scalia thing came up, and what I read about her, I liked.
I voted for the Steve Stokes guy. I met him, and he seemed to be a real progressive. And Kamala did let us down with the bank, so.
Well, you could really John King wandering around the background. It's the funniest thing. Yeah, he's in a league of shadows, like literally in the shadows. Like I picture him doing two things: one, mumbling in the background, like don't take my stapler, and then like since he's in, so you'll see a normal shot right now, like they'll show Jake Tapper, and then they'll go to a wide shot, and you'll see John King walking around in the back of the set in the shadows. Another thing I picture is, so you think you're in charge? You think the darkness is your ally?
Jake, what do you think she's saying right now? They were just yelling CNN sucks just a few minutes ago, right here at this rally, and they were yelling in positive for some online news show. I don't understand what's going on in America.
I'm thinking about dyeing my hair that color. Every time I see her, I'm like, oh, maybe. Anyway, I haven't dyed my hair.
I'm going to dye my hair that color.
This is the moment of deliberation.
Can we talk about Meghan McCain now?
Yeah, no, yes, okay.
Yeah,
fine,
let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay,
Let's pivot.
Okay, let's hit it. Okay. So Meghan McCain came out and said that Bernie Sanders was being selfish. Oh, interesting. Why so? She said, I think he wants to burn this thing to the ground metaphorically. I think he wants to turn the Democratic Party into the Socialist Party. Okay, so let's break that down just a little bit, and then we've got more. He wants to burn it to the ground. Why would he want to burn it to the ground if he'd like to construct things like universal health care, free college, the things that he cares about? Like, in their mind, what they do is they project, right? So they think, like, if I lost, I'd be bitter. I want to burn it to the ground. So that's probably why Bernie Sanders, if he's not winning, he wants to make sure that it's burned. No, he doesn't. I know it's really hard for your mind to grasp it, but he actually wants to pass this stuff. How do I know that? Because he's been fighting for it for 40 years. Like, at some point, wouldn't he have already burnt it down? I mean, it's not like he's been winning all this time, right? And wants to turn the Democratic Party into the Socialist Party. Well, I don't quite know what that means. Yes, he called himself a Democratic Socialist, so he is closer to the socialism end of that spectrum, which, by the way, no one even knows what that means because, in reality, every country is to some degree socialist. We have the police, we have the military, the government does a whole heap of stuff, and when you have a mixed economy where the government does some things and the private market does some things, that's socialism. Okay, so far none of this makes sense.
No, none of it makes sense because here's the thing, okay, being selfish indicates that you want to hoard all your wealth for yourself, right? That you want to take advantage of the opportunities that this country has given to you, become a success story, and then as soon as you make a little bit of money, hoard that money for yourself. You don't want to share it. That's the definition of selfish, right? And so there's more to what she said. She said that...
Here, let me read it for you, okay? So this is the selfish part. She says, I think Bernie Sanders is incredibly selfish. I've never been inspired by this man. I like that the second sentence is about her. She's saying he's being selfish. I continue not to be inspired by this man. Okay. Then she says, and maybe he's relating to millennials
because of how selfish and ridiculous he is.
Is she aware that she's a millennial? And why are millennials selfish? So that's just the narrative that's being repeated over and over again by older generations that obviously have no understanding of what millennials go through. I can't stand when people talk about millennials being selfish. Are they selfish because they are dealing with stagnant wages and they want a better opportunity for themselves? Is that selfish? Are they selfish because they want to reform the way higher education works in this country so they don't have to be saddled with hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt? Are they selfish because they don't have the same privilege that you've had with a tremendously wealthy family, and so there's no one to bail them out of their, Ivy League education costs? So you see what I'm saying? Why are they selfish? If she comes back at me and says they're selfish because of A, B, and C, okay, maybe I'll understand her point. But the thing is, she has no evidence to back that up, and she can't rebut what I'm saying right now because it's just a stupid narrative that has no evidence behind it. It drives me crazy.
The A, B, and C that you listed would imply that she would put more than 15 seconds of prep or thought into it.
Right.
She's on the show for the same reason that she's been on every show. Because of her last name, not because of what she's done previously or the great wisdom she brings to these things.
You didn't read her book?
She's famous-ish, kind of. And so she gets on these shows, and she probably shows up, and she says, I'll throw the word socialist. They're selfish. It's a gimme culture. That's as much thought as I believe that she's actually put into the entire
thing. And it's sad, because there used to be some hope for her. And what I mean by hope is that she used to represent what the Republican Party could be in the future. A little more reasonable, a little more open-minded when it comes to certain issues. And then I realized, it's just a facade, right? She's never really thought through her political ideas. I've worked with her, full disclosure, and at one point we were friends. And the more I got to know her, and the more I realized that she doesn't really think through her political ideas, the more I realized she just regurgitates whatever's around her and whatever's going to get her what she needs at that moment, okay? You're not a good Republican just because you support gay marriage, okay? You're not a good person when you go around identifying an entire group of people as selfish because they want better opportunities for themselves. Not everyone was born in the same situation that you were born into. You have a certain amount of privilege that most people in our generation don't get to take advantage of.
So, I feel kind of bad because we knew her a little bit. I interviewed her when you guys were working together. But it's interesting. Then she goes on Fox News, and all of a sudden she's more conservative. So that's part of what concerns me, right? When she was on other channels, she wasn't as conservative. And now she's giving them the talking points that they want to hear. So they're like, okay, good job, Megan. Good, okay. And I don't think she's any worse than anybody else at Fox News. I mean, they hire people for,
that's the nicest thing anyone on Fox said about Bernie.
I bet that's on her resume. I'm not any worse than anyone else at Fox News, says Cenk Uygur.
She put more work into it than Ducey normally does. I'll give her that.
So, but to the selfish point, I mean, everything Anna said makes a lot of sense. Let me just quickly chip in my 2 cents on it. What's selfish is I want lower taxes. I don't care if your kids go to school. Okay. What's selfish is I don't want to spend extra money to make this mine a little bit safer. It collapsed and killed 30 of your family members.
Yeah.
That's kind of selfish. Yeah. Because I didn't want to pay the extra $5 per bolt or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And the government regulates it. I gotta make sure that if there's an accident, they can get out alive. That's gonna cost me money. I gotta make sure that I don't put pollutants into the river where your kids are next to, or sometimes swimming or fishing.
They're selfish because the corporation needs that river to pollute it.
It's for something to
very corporate.
Right.
That's all. You're only thinking about kids and clean rivers.
So it's not about Megan. I kind of feel bad that it happens to be Megan making this point, but it's important for us to make sure people understand that it's projection. So the Republican Party is built on selfishness, and then they turn around with no evidence to back it up and say, millennials are selfish. Now, we had Shailene Woodley on the show earlier tonight covering the elections. She's in the Divergent series and Fault in Our Stars, etc. And she made a really great point. She said, we're actually the research generation. Because she's 24 years old. And she said, I get my news online, so I research it. I go, okay, well, that's your position on fracking. Let me look up his position on fracking.
Yes.
This is so easy. You know, you just go on your phone and you look it up, right? And so the older generations get their news from the boob tube. That's what television used to be called. I know, it's a funny name, right? It's an old school name for television. I know, right? Maybe that's not such a bad tube, but no, but they two of them.
The RC.
Now there are two of them. Okay.
Yes.
What the hell? Go back to Star Wars.
I know.
Okay. Oh, I know. Okay, so they go on TV, and TV tells them, okay, here is the horse race. He's up, she's down. Let's call it even. Wait a minute. When do I get to find out your position on fracking?
Yeah.
Right. The answer is, if you watch TV, never. Never is when you find out. But online, type in fracking, Hillary Clinton, done. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you got to go a little bit more than that, find out what's a reputable source, et cetera, et cetera. So it's an easy punchline to attack millennials, but they do that partly out of bitterness, because millennials are substantively much better educated because of the medium that they get their information and news from.
And there tends to be like this weird resentment because millennials do things a little differently from older generations. And what I mean by that is, look, back in the day, you would be able to find a job and it would be a decent paying job. You would expect, raises regularly. You would get a pension. You would get all these benefits. You'd be taken care of, and you stay at that one company, and then you retire, and that's it, right? With millennials, you see them job hopping because they want better opportunities. But it's not just because they want better opportunities. It's because you go from one company to another because you get fucked in one company and you're hoping to find a better opportunity somewhere else, right? You're building that resume. You're hoping for a better paying job. You're hoping for something with benefits. But even finding a full-time job with benefits is one of the hardest things that millennials can do right now, right? Which is why I bring up the issue of underemployment. They have to deal with part-time jobs with no benefits. They have to rent out their homes. They have to rent out their cars or drive people around just to make ends meet. And so when you come at me sitting at your, Fox News job with your enormously wealthy family wearing your designer clothing, you talk about millennials being selfish, I have to get a little fucking angry,
Okay.
So what is selfish? It's not selfish if you're a woman voting for a woman because you want a woman to break the glass. That's not selfish. That's not your own interest. When people who are voting for Hillary, people who aren't self-interested, who are voting, they're all magnanimous. They're all a bunch of motherfucking Teresas who are voting for Hillary Clinton because they don't give a shit about themselves. This is all about someone else. But Bernie Sanders is all about himself, which is why he takes all that money from Wall Street and he gives all those speeches, and the Clinton Foundation, he's got the Sanders Foundation. He's worth $150 million. That's all that fucking guy cares about is himself. He should do it like Hillary Clinton and give a shit about people once in a while. Start a few wars to help people. That's good.
When you just say simple facts, sometimes, although Jimmy said it a little bit more animated, but okay, let me get this right. Who's the selfish one? The one that made $150 million from corporations by, their family did by either giving them favors or promising them favors, or the guy who made nothing from those corporations, whose yearly salary was less than one Hillary Clinton speech to one bank.
Okay.
So selfish. I think that the millennials are selfish thing has just naturally evolved from the millennials are self-centered, which is different than selfish. And I think that there's something passing for evidence with that. It's just that we see the social media activity and the desperation for approval and likes and all of that, the constantly taking pictures of yourself, and that makes you seem self-centered, which then I think evolves into, they're only about themselves. But I think that humans are self-centered.
Yeah.
It's just that now we can be much more public about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But just those are good, sophisticated points. Not the kind of points we're hearing on Fox.
I'm not allowed on Fox.
Right, and I know why they're saying Bernie Sanders is selfish, because why doesn't he just get out of the race already? This is not about him and help Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party. But the question is, what does the Democratic Party stand for? He's not saying, okay, I want to be vice president or I want a job. For example, Hillary Clinton stayed in the race long enough that whether it was implicit or not implicit, she wound up becoming Secretary of State for Barack Obama because she wanted something and she got it by playing ball.
And you got her debt
right.
Almost immediately after dropping out.
That's right, and Obama's campaign paid off Hillary Clinton's debt from that. Now, what Bernie Sanders is looking for, and he said it on this program, and his actions support his claims, is I would like the Democratic Party to be more progressive. Wow, what a selfish bastard that
He's
guy
so
is.
selfish.
See, that would seem to be the opposite. Anyway, well, finally, the last line from Megan was, referring to Sanders supporters, so many of them aren't rational.
I just can't. I can't right now.
After making some comments of questionable rationality, she ends on that doozy.
Yeah.
Okay, alright, so we're moving on from Megan. Okay, now let's go get on to my favorite topic, tweets. So, I took a little break from this live coverage, and Michael was on the panel with you guys, and I went upstairs and checked the tweeter machine, and I loved it. There's a huge number of what I shall call hillbots, and then people will get mad. Go hillbots, commence. Okay. Now, I call them that because I don't know who's an actual Hillary Clinton supporter anymore and who is paid to be a Hillary Clinton supporter, because she has spent at least $1 million, and that was a while back that they admitted that. So by now, maybe several $1 million, getting people to support her online and to write angry comments, etc., to people on the other side. So I'm being quite literal. I don't know who's a paid troll and who's real. I'm positive that some of them are real and they really support Hillary Clinton and they feel great today because, you know, minus the AP story and the super delegates and all that stuff, she will pick up plenty of pledged delegates today, and she clearly has more pledged delegates than Bernie Sanders as this primary comes to a conclusion. There's nothing wrong with them feeling great. They should feel great. And I guess some of them genuinely wanted us to go, oh my God, we're so sorry. Will you please take us back? And I'm amused by that assumption. Yeah. But a lot of them, I think, are just like, okay, let's go troll them, right? So this will show up. Ha ha, we won. Okay, but what you need the Sanders supporters to vote for you to win the general election. Mm-hmm. Where's the ha-ha part? Like,
so you're saying they're dumb at politics. You're saying Hillary Clinton, who's one of the shittiest politicians in the history of shit politicians, when she starts campaigning, her numbers immediately go down. When she goes into hiding, her numbers go up. So when people see her, so you're saying that her and the people who follow her are fucking shitty politicians? You mean that the shittiest politician in the world, Donald Trump, might be Hillary fucking Clinton, who's even a shittier politician, and the people who follow her are shittier at politics? That's amazing to me. That's unbelievable. You mean everyone knows the most hated fucking politician in the country right now? We're nominating her, and you're telling me they're not good at politics? That doesn't make any sense, Jake. It sounds like they know exactly what they're doing. They want a nail biter with a fucking fascist in November, and they're gonna get it.
Damn.
Okay.
I want to give you this.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm getting the sense that you're not falling in line. Watch out for your Twitter account, because here they come. So they're not. They don't like that kind of talk at all. The number one sentiment I got, and oftentimes literally, this phrase was, "Get over it."
Again, Jake, if you were playing basketball with someone and you were beating them, and you won, you already won the game.
Yeah.
And you needed them to help you win the championship or whatever the fuck. What would you do? What would you do to that person you just beat? Do you go up to him? I just beat you. The worst fucking winner in the history of the world? Oh, and a shitty politician and a shitty winner. You're kidding me. It seems like every personality trait espoused by the Clinton campaign is shitty.
Okay. No, if I needed them on my next team, you know what I'd do? I'd go poke them in the eye, so they couldn't see and they couldn't play right. Mm-hmm. So, anyway, so guys, you want us to get over it and then do what? Like that's the part I don't understand.
And vote for Hillary,
right?
That's what they want.
Okay, but all right, voting is one thing, and you can make a compelling case to vote for Hillary Clinton. But like, as we talked about earlier in the live coverage, do you want us to be like overnight? Are we supposed to be like, oh my God, guys, I think Hillary's a real progressive. I think she wants real change. I don't think
they want that because I don't think they think that.
Okay, but I was just about to say, I think she wants real universal health care. But I can't say that because she doesn't say that. She says, I don't want universal health care. I'm not going to try for universal health care. That's unrealistic. So do you want us to change our opinion overnight, which would be weird?
Super weird. And
right.
I think that would hurt our credibility.
Yeah, of course. Right. Or you want us to lie, like not change our opinion.
Yeah.
But come out and be like, well, we have really, what happened, guys? Overnight, we got over it. We got over all of our progressive policy positions and all the things that we've been saying for months on end, and we decided, the establishment, not so bad.
Can you imagine if we came on the show if we came on the show tomorrow and we were like, Hillary Clinton's really expensive speech is not that big of a deal. I actually don't think that it influences her policy making at all.
Yeah, really good.
She shouldn't release those transcripts. It's a national security threat.
I think what they want. That's all. I think what they want is. I don't think they expect you to lower your hopes or whatever. Because I bet a lot of the younger, the libs, the people that I still follow on Twitter for some reason who like her, I bet that they still want those things. But I think that what they want is you to lower your expectations, as theirs have been lowered. Now, theirs have been lowered because they're prioritizing other things in this election than the positions, unfortunately. But what they want is for you to take your great, big, liberal, progressive dreams and make them into nice little tiny dreams. maybe we get one of those dreams this election. And you get that, and it's nice, and it's kind of liberal, but it's tiny. It's tiny.
I have to note for the record that my new favorite thing is tiny dreams. Chow dreams. Every once in a while you pull out and go, oh, hello, tiny dream. Precious. Maybe that's what they want us to do.
Yeah, you were having a discussion the other day with young Ben Mankiewicz, and who turns 50 next year, by the way. Let's keep that in mind.
And the barber back.
It's in March of 2017. And
said the man who's already 50. I'll strike back for Ben. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
You were talking about Hillary Clinton. You had a little heated discussion about her being pro-gay or not pro-gay, and he had a problem with how you were categorizing her because she was against gay marriage.
Yes.
And he literally said to you, like, yes, she was for that. She was for. She was for, what is it called? Civil union.
Civil union.
Because he felt that was the thing we could get. That was the pragmatic political position to be because we could get that. Turns out we could get a lot more.
Oh, that's a good point.
Turns out we could get a lot more.
In his defense, he wasn't saying that he thought, well, maybe he also thinks that that's all we could get. What he was saying there, and you can agree or disagree with it, was that the leaders of the LGBT movement at that time felt that's all they could get. And so that's what they were pushing for.
Yeah.
That's what he was saying.
Yeah, okay. Let's not debate without Ben here about that. But
it's easier.
Okay. It's easier when he's not here.
If he's here, he'll start talking and doing this.
I get mesmerized by his hair. I lose it. I lose myself in his hair.
Okay. But so
pillows of hair.
But I do tiny dreams and pillows of hair. For those of you who don't know, xiao means little in Chinese, and my kids, if they see something little, they go xiao xiao. Anyway, so the one thing that Hillary Clinton supporters do get to tell us today is, that's perfectly fair. They won. And we'd say the same thing if we won. I'm sure we would in our own obnoxious way, right? So, ha away. God bless. You got every right in the world to say that. But another theme was stop being bitter and start supporting her now. Okay, but we can't change overnight like we've been talking about. And you might want to think, hey, it might be incumbent upon her to win over not us as much as Bernie Sanders supporters who are genuinely considering whether to vote for her or not.
Yeah.
And going, doesn't really help. But you're allowed to do it. Go have at it, Hoss. I'm not trying to stop you. It's not that helpful to your cause.
And also, you lose me the second you say stop being bitter and support her. Me not supporting her has nothing to do with me being bitter. I'm not bitter. I just disagree with her politics.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to get to. It's a great point by Anna. I think that there's a little bit of projection. They think, I'm with her, and if she had not won, since I had devoted myself to that cult of personality, such as it is, I would be bitter, and then I would want to strike back, right? But for us, I'm not at all like bitter, like oh we lost or something. No, if Hillary Clinton did what they want us to do, and overnight she was like, you know what, I had a come in a lib moment. Okay, I had a come in a Bernie moment, and you guys are right. Let's go for universal health care, right? And we believed it. We really, and it was genuine, right? Let's go for free college education. Let's go for stopping the wars and all these different things that
not the death penalty anymore.
Okay, and whatever it might be, right? Then we'd be like, fantastic. Now I'm with her. Yeah. Because it wasn't about her. It was about the ideas.
Yes, thank
you.
you.
Why would we care that it's Hillary Clinton versus Bernie Sanders? Like, maybe some of you view it that way, but to us, that's a foreign concept.
Yeah, I don't look.
Like, were any of us like, I don't really care for Bernie Sanders' position, but I am so with him.
And also, no, but
why? Why would you be with him?
I like his suits.
And also, think about it. If I made it about the person as opposed to the ideas that person believes in, wouldn't I be more inclined to support Hillary? Like, I identify as a feminist. I want at some point to have a female president, but I want it to be the right female president that has the right political ideas, right? Like the idea that
I think it's sexist of you to have any qualifications beyond beautification. No, to have expectations about policies, ideology, history, past judgment.
I guess so.
I think she said recently.
Now, Johnny explained that. My friend Andy Kindler says a lot of women don't understand what mansplaining means. So.
Okay, so finally, two last things here. Somebody said that I was doing, I love this, crypto sexist barbs.
Wow.
I had to try to figure out what that means. Yeah, that actually sounds like it. I mean, if you're into this certain kind of thing, that might be that not so bad. Oh, you're going to give me crypto sexist barbs? I have been kind of naughty. Anyway, I know, right? Disturbing. So they were referring to a tweet that I sent where I was saying, man, Hillary Clinton looks joyous today. She like that James Cameron acceptance speech at the Oscars, and I'm the queen of the world, because she came out and she was like, one stick alone, right? And she's got every right to do that. I didn't write that tweet as like, oh, I can't stand her. It was like, okay, all right, partly a little like, bring it down, but I'm with you, I get it. I'd be super psyched if I did. Crypto sexist Barb.
I just don't get it. If you don't agree with her politics, it's that simple.
Okay.
I can easily imagine, Bernie Sanders is now the nominee. I can easily imagine that and how I would feel. I would be not angry one fucking bit at Hillary Clinton supporters. What I would be like is, hey, now we can all get on board the real liberal train. Come on board. Now we're ready. Are you ready to fight for real liberalism? We're going to show you how it can work. I wouldn't be still shitting on them. And what the fuck is there to be angry about? You fucking won.
And by the way, I think it wouldn't just be better for us, obviously. It'd be better for them. Because for us, and I know, the ways that we've mapped out that he could still potentially win are still here, but we're talking hypothetical. If he has lost, then we now have to accept Xiao Xiao dreams, which is very sad. It's sadder than Xiao Xiao makes it seem. If Hillary lost, okay, they'd be initially pissed. She lost. It could have been historic. She lost once before. But now we've got this great, big, progressive candidate. And you know that you want a candidate who is against the death penalty, and you know you want a candidate that's against fracking, and you know you want a candidate who's going to do something about campaign finance reform, and you would suddenly be freed from the burden of having to support this woman who doesn't agree with you on most of the important issues of the day, and you could suddenly just be happy that, oh shit, all of my ideological dreams have just come true.
Yeah.
How awesome is that? And I want to act mean and angry for a couple days, but then just, great big dreams.
Yeah. Okay, I like how we've reversed the empty Trump podium, and now we're showing an empty Bernie Sanders podium. And I like
been tweeting great stuff about that.
And by the way, and I like that the mainstream media is finally showing an empty Bernie Sanders podium because they're excited that he might drop out.
Yeah.
They're like, yes, finally, show the podium. Okay.
I think that they're being blackmailed. Like, if they have a second of film without an empty podium, the building explodes or something.
All right, I know I've dragged this out, but one last one because I wrote it down in its entirety. This was my favorite tweet. Hop on board and shut the fuck up.
Persuasive.
And just let the adults drive.
The adults.
You're either with us or you're not. Your call. Okay.
Whoa, that was a persuasive argument.
Wow, you're right. You're right. You got me. I'm not fucking with you. Good luck in November, Dick Lick.
That was Crypto Sex's part.
I don't think that was crypto.
So, I was a little bit more subtle than yours, Jimmy. I responded.
What'd you say?
This tweet sent to you by George W. Bush.
Ha
Okay. You're either with us or you're not, because we're real progressives. You might want to rethink that. And they want me to hop on board and do a pro Hillary Clinton show from now on, which is going to be difficult when I shut the fuck up.
The only way you could do it, though.
The only way you could do it. The masters are really going to have to tell the whole story.
And just show pictures of her with the white coat smiling, and that would be your pro. He'll just be going,
Okay, so I will now on let the adults drive.
You're gonna drive. They're gonna be with her right into a Trump presidency. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We're still waiting for Bernie, right?
Yes, we are most definitely waiting for. You want to take a quick break?
We have to go potty.
Yeah. Speaking of the letting the adults drive, we had to take a shout break because we had to go potty. All right, guys, we'll be right back. And obviously, if Bernie starts speaking, we're going to show it to you. Stay right here.
until Thursday. Good. Where's my mic? Oh. Let's see, man. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So, fuck one.
Back on the Young Turks, election night coverage. Whenever we have fun late at night, somebody sends in a tweet, or a lot of people do. There you guys go. It Jenks drunk again. Again, I've never been drunk on the air ever. Right? Yeah. I'm not even opposed to it.
There was a Super Bowl Sunday.
Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh, 2 years ago. Oh, wow. Drunk Jenk? No, that's totally different. Yeah.
No. I've never been drunk on the air ever. Except for that Super Bowl show, which I was fucking
There have been some election nights where maybe not drunk, but no, I don't drink. I don't drink on election nights. You guys drink. That's a whole different thing. I thought we were all.
I had half a beer.
Yeah.
But...
All right. Anyway, Bernie Sanders. Super relevant here. What is he going to say? Is he going to stay in the race or not? Let's turn him up. And flip it. Let's see him. Thank you. Network.com/join made this election happen. This coverage happen, I should say. And we're going to do a special postgame for the members after Bernie's speech. So stay with us, tytnetwork.com/join. Okay, man, that is a raucous crowd. So who would guess that that's the candidate that didn't win tonight? Bless their hearts.
It's sort of embarrassing that they all brought the same sign.
By the way, it looks like he's going to win Montana. He's up by 5 points now in Montana. Not the most relevant thing in the world. She has won South Dakota by 2 points. She won New Mexico by 3 points. She won a lot of close elections. And New Jersey was not close. And right now, with 33% reporting, California is 60.4 to 38.5. So it has narrowed a little bit, but not too much. Jay Sanders also on stage, and a lot of Bernie Sanders' family on stage there. And we wonder, of course, well, this family could be on stage because this is, the last big primary night, or they could be on stage because it's that. Keeping it real, I don't want to be a buzzkill. You got good crowd reaction there, but I'm just telling you what's happening. Thank you! Man, that is one hell of a crowd they got there. Okay, this might be the first time he doesn't speak under an hour. Let's see. Let me think. Yeah, we got a badass. Kind of envious of Jordan. Jordan's there. Let me thank all of you. Let me thank all of you for being here tonight. And let me thank all of you for being part of the political revolution. Oh, I love that beginning. I love that beginning. Why won't he get in line? I especially want to thank the tens of thousands of volunteers here in the state of California. And I want to thank the people of California for their incredible hospitality. It has been one of the most moving moments of my life to be out throughout the state in beautiful evenings and seeing thousands and thousands of people coming out. People who are prepared to stand up and fight for real change in this country. All of you know that when we began this campaign a little bit over a year ago, we were considered to be a fringe campaign. But over the last year, I think that has changed just a little bit. By the end of tonight, we'll have won, I believe, 22 state primaries and caucuses. We will have received well over 10 million votes. And what is most extraordinary to me is the fact that in virtually every single state, we have won by big numbers the votes of young people. Young people understand that they are the future of America, and they intend to help shape that future.
optimistic about the future of our country when so many young people have come on board and understand that our vision, a vision of social justice, economic justice, racial justice, and environmental justice must be the future of America. Our vision will be the future of America.
For environmental, criminal, racial justice. That's so selfish.
He's really selfish.
Our campaign from day one has understood some very basic points, and that is first, we will not allow right-wing Republicans to control our government.
That's right.
That is especially true with Donald Trump as the Republican candidate. The American people, in my view, will never support a candidate whose major theme is bigotry. Who insults Mexicans, who insults Muslims and women and African Americans.
You want me over the smooth politician? Like in the beginning, I was a little persuaded.
The President of the United States. But we understand
to be the President of the United States.
that our mission is more than just defeating Trump. It is transforming our country.
That's good. So now we're swinging back to your side. Okay, I'll say my point about it. Say that real quick. In the beginning, I was a little worried. Like, if it was the same message, but like not from 74-year-old, maybe a little bit better, quote unquote, presentation, etc. And then I realized by the middle, no, this presentation is nearly perfect because it's real.
The American people know that it is not acceptable that the top 1/10 of 1% owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. We're going to change that.
Selfish. Jordan Sheridan is spoiling all his good lines on Twitter.
Of Americans are working longer hours for lower wages. We will not allow 57% of all new income to go to the top 1%. And we will end a corrupt campaign finance system. Democracy is not about billionaires buying elections. We will end a broken criminal justice system. And we will break up the major banks on Wall Street.
We will break up the big banks on Wall Street. Doesn't seem like he's going to go.
We will join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a right.
Damn, man.
Guy's hitting it.
Damn, Daniel, you did it again. Okay. Doesn't look like he's backing down. Oh.
And we will bring about real immigration reform and a path toward citizenship.
who don't speak Spanish. Let me see us speak Spanish.
And we will tell the billionaire class in corporate America that they will start paying their fair share of taxes. And what we understand, and what every one of us has always understood, is that real change never occurs from the top on down, always from the bottom on up.
Man, these guys are fighter, man.
How do you not love this guy?
Rocky Balboa right here.
History of America, whether it is the creation of the trade union movement, the civil rights movement, the women's movement, the gay movement. And that is what our movement is about.
Yeah, okay, we can back. Look at this crowd, man. Do they look defeated? Do they look defeated to you?
They look like those guys.
It is more than Bernie. It is all of us together.
So selfish of it. Yeah. You're chanting Bernie and he tells him to stop it. So selfish.
Him or Hillary, they always make it less about them and more about the.
What this movement is about is millions of people from coast to coast standing up and looking around them and knowing that we can do much, much better as a nation. Whether Wall Street likes it, whether corporate America likes it, whether wealthy camp.
Oh, Jesus.
And that is to bring the American people together to create a government that works for us, not the
Defeated.
Tuesday, we continue the fight in the last primary in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, but you can take that a couple of different ways.
He didn't let me down.
He didn't let you down.
I'm not going to stop fighting for him. He's never going to stop fighting for me.
Nice quote of Hillary Clinton there.
We are going to fight hard to win the primary in Washington, D.C.
Oh, this is the most important line.
And then we take our fight for social, economic, racial, and environmental justice to Philadelphia.
Fucking Philly, baby! We're going to
Give me a door, baby. Damn me door. Damn me door. Need Bernie.
We are fucking going to Philly! We are going to Philly! We are going to Philly! We are going to Philly! Yes!
Howard Dean speech, but just with one city.
And I know that the fight in front of us is a very, very steep fight. But we will continue to fight for every vote and every delegate we can win. Tonight, I had a very kind call from President Obama, and I look forward to working with him to make sure that we move this country forward.
Yes! 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 Yes!
I had a very gracious call from Secretary Clinton and congratulated her on her victories tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Our fight is to transform this country and to understand that we are in this together. Understand that all of what we believe is what the majority of the American people believe. And to understand that the struggle continues.
Line out of the movement, and it's perfect for this setting.
Thank the people of North Dakota. Not so much. It appears that we will likely win Montana as well.
yes!
I don't think anybody knows what will end up here in California, but I suspect the gap will significantly diminish. And if this campaign has proven anything, it has proven that millions of Americans who love this country are prepared to stand up and fight to make this country a much better place.
Someone just tweeted.
Thank you all. The struggle continues.
Yes! Yes!
Wow. And just now, Montana has been projected for Bernie Sanders. He's won the great state of Montana. Big Sky is Bernie Sanders country. Okay. We have got to analyze that speech. That was amazing. The funny tweet I got from a Hillary Clinton supporter is she quoted my tweet about how I was surprised at how little Hillary Clinton praised Bernie Sanders in her speech, and she said, "I'm surprised how little Bernie talked about and praised Hillary. She won, so shouldn't he be embracing her so much? Flipping that out on her."
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
That is a fair thing to say.
Michael
But
Schuh was making the point. I always thought it was up to the winner because the winner needs the challenger supporters and it needs the support of the challengers. But Michael Schuh was saying. So Michael Schuh was saying that he thought it was up to the challenger, to Bernie, to come around and unite the party. I always heard it the other way. What do you think?
So, yeah, of course it's up to the winner to unite the party, and although all you'll hear in the press is the opposite, right? But it appears that this race is not over. So we're not at that stage right now. So let's analyze Bernie's speech here, and this is important, and then we'll go to the post game for members. Okay, and that's tytnetwork.com/join to become a member. And the post game obviously will have further analysis of the whole night and the implications of what Bernie said. But first, let's break it down. So we were waiting all night for Bernie Sanders' speech. The big question was, is he going to do one of three things? Is he going to endorse Hillary Clinton and say, okay, I will, give her my delegates and I'm fully behind her and we got to go get Donald Trump and it's important the Democratic Party wins? Is he going to suspend his campaign and say, look, I reserve the right to get back in later, but for the moment being, these contests are over, right? And but I fight for my progressive positions, etc. That is what I expected him to do. Turns out I was wrong because he went with option 3. Option 3 was, we're going to Washington, we're going to Philadelphia.
and he talked about how Donald Trump must be defeated. And at that point in the speech, I thought that was going to be the big headline. But then he turned around and said, "No, the struggle continues." And so that's a perfect way of putting it, because it is something that people say in the movement, and in his case, there's a bit of a struggle at this point. But that struggle continues. So was that the right thing to do? I guess, since I advised to the contrary earlier in the day, I suppose I think that it wasn't. But
why doesn't he follow line?
Why doesn't he follow
line? We don't have to follow line, but he has to follow line.
Okay, hold on. But as I watched the speech, it was hard not to get excited.
Yeah.
Right? And because of the way that he framed it, which is what he's always said, which is, look, I'm fighting for these progressive values. I don't stop fighting for the progressive values because of the situation. No, I fight for them today. I fight for them tomorrow. I fight for them in Philly. And so that was powerful. And I'm curious now how the rest of it plays out. Because there are now two possibilities given what he did tonight. One is he wins even people like me over who originally thought this might be a good moment to pause, right? And we go, damn, it turns out he was right to fight.
Yeah.
It turns out, hey, this happened, that happened. By the way, I want to be super clear. I've gotten a tremendous amount of criticism from the Hillary Clinton camp and from the press for saying, there could be an indictment. So I don't want anybody coming back to me later and saying, oh, you wanted him to stop if there's an indictment. No, I'm saying I've always said if there's an indictment, obviously Bernie Sanders should be the nominee. I've said that today. I've said that throughout. Okay.
Or Biden.
Or Biden. No, not Biden. Okay. No. So the other possibility is that I don't know how they're going to put the pressure on him, but there will be a fury tomorrow morning. That fury starts right now. Okay. That's not a possibility. That's a definite. The question is what happens in his response to that fury. The establishment is going to be furious that he did not stop.
Mm-hmm.
So Obama called him and told him to stop, then leaked that he had called him and told him to stop to put more public pressure on. And during the speech, he's like, I spoke to President Obama. I appreciate his concern. Basically, right? It's hard for me not to love that. Okay. Right. Strong. It is strong, right? And I could call Hillary Clinton and congratulate her on our wins. The struggle continues. Right. So
we look forward to Barack Obama coming on board and helping us move this country forward. That's what he said.
That's what he said. That's so strong. It's hard not to respect it. Now, guys, that doesn't change. Now I'm going to take you on the role of establishment. Yeah, Cenk Uygur. Okay. At this point, that doesn't change the math. Now, the math is the math. There's only Washington, D.C. left. She has won more pledged delegates, and significantly so. So, that's an absolute reality. So, my position as an objective, not neutral, but objective presenter of the news and viewing the events that are unfolding is, if there is no indictment, the person with more pledged delegates should win. That was my position when it was to Bernie Sanders' advantage. It is my position when it is to Bernie Sanders' disadvantage. So I will stick with that position, and you have to recognize the reality that she won more pledged delegates. If you think it's unfair, I hear you, brothers and sisters, and we talk about it on the show. We tell you the parts that were unfair. We tell you the parts that were fair. But the reality is she has won more pledged delegates. So I don't know how he's going to react to the reaction, because right now I can hear the establishment screaming at Bernie Sanders, so selfish, self-indulgent, how dare he, he's going to make Trump win, it's all his fault, his fault, his fault, his fault, he's going to bring us Trump, he's the next Ralph Nader, he ruined all of his credibility, he ruined all of his goodwill, he won't get anything passed this way, yada, yada, yada. So can he withstand that further and somehow win the superdelegates over? Who knows? But I'll give him one more piece of credit before everybody else weighs in. The dude is Rocky Balboa. You're thinking at some point, well, you've lost the pledged delegates. Maybe you stay down. And you see him put up like one glove and then another, and he gets back up and he's like, I'm right here, dog.
Yeah.
So hard not to respect that part.
Well, look, what I realized while you were talking about all this is the only candidate that's pushing for a revolution. And revolutionaries don't say to, their supporters, all right, well, the math is the math, so I guess I give up now, right? Revolutions have to be fought for and won. Change has to be fought for and won. And he's a fighter. And what I like about this more than anything is that it gives him more and more leverage, right? And at some point, Hillary Clinton is going to have to concede, or not concede like the nomination, but do something for him, right? And do something, and when he wants her to do something for him, it's not for him, it's for the American people, for all the different issues that he's been fighting for. So, as long as he's running, I'm going to support him.
Yeah. What I loved about the speech was, obviously he knew going into it, I'm sure this wasn't foremost on his mind, but he knew that everybody's going to be analyzing this, as we were, word by word, sentence by sentence, and all that. Is he dropping out? Is he staying in? And so the first half of the speech was basically back-to-back, oh, this thing sounds like, oh, he's thanking all of his volunteers. That's what they do right before they drop out. Oh, now he's talking about all the big issues that they still need to fight for. That sounds like he'll stay in. And he kept doing that back and forth until at least the halfway point, and then it started to accelerate. And I saw Jenk starting to sweat a little bit for his $100 bet. And then suddenly he reveals that he's staying in. And so I love the way that he slow-rolled it. He knows how to work a crowd, which is, I guess, one of the good things that comes from giving 3 speeches a day for 250 days in a row. And it's that sort of natural ability that I think has served him very well. In terms of how it'll play out, I mean, I'm following the tweets and I'm following the headlines, people saying, including Nate Silver, that he's just trying to find a way to save face and it might happen in the next few days. I said at the beginning of this, everybody always says they're staying in until they're not, but he's done it so much that it's going to be hard to go back on that. It's especially going to be hard to go back after this. Yeah, it's hard to not stay till the convention after this.
After you say we're going to the convention?
Well, in the most high-profile setting possible, when everybody's watching.
No, I expect there to be tremendous pressure from the establishment, I guess, as a form of it. But I think they're misreading him. Nate Silver wrong again for the 28th time in this election. You know why? Because they're expecting him to behave like a normal politician.
Yes.
Yeah.
So a normal politician, like, for example, Hillary Clinton, all of the primary contests were over. Mm-hmm. Then she waited 4 days, and then she dropped out. And I don't know how that saves face, but I guess they think it saves face. But Bernie Sanders is not concerned about saving face.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not going to help him save face. They're going to be even more mad at him, right?
Yeah.
So I think that analysis is wildly off. So now Sanders might drop out after Washington, D.C., or he might become persuaded by just the pressure or the facts of the situation. But it isn't going to be to save face or what a standard politician does to gain political advantage. That's not what's happening here. If you wanted to gain political advantage, you would drop out right now and had an internal conversation with Hillary Clinton on what are you giving me. That's how that would have worked. Yeah. Okay, and it would have been implicit, and it would have been with winks and nods. It's very likely the conversation Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton had, or maybe it was just a coincidence she became Secretary of State afterwards. Anyway, okay, but that's not the conversation Bernie Sanders has because he's not that guy. Okay, so Jimmy, I take it that you rather enjoyed the fact that he's staying in.
It was enjoyable. I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
It was a nice. I mean, I don't want to show my hand or whatever. I keep my cards close to my vest. I don't let people know how I'm feeling. But with that in mind, we are going to Philly.
Okay, all right. Well,
and when you turned to me and said, "I bet you $20 that he's not going to Philly and he's going to drop out," my reflex was to up it to $100 immediately because I never have to doubt Bernie Sanders. 40 years ain't gonna fucking change now.
Okay.
I knew it. I was gonna go 1,000, but I didn't want to embarrass you on your own show.
Damn.
Well, I appreciate that.
That's all right.
By the way, I mean, just this is a quick aside for the near future, but can you imagine how that speech is going to go in Philly? Oh, I can't wait.
But by the way, if he goes all the way to Philly,
happy.
They might not let him speak.
Yeah, I'm a little
because they'll be super mad.
No, if someone nominated, they have to let him speak. If he gets nominated and seconded, he gets to speak.
Plus, if they want to win over his...
Of course they're going to win. Believe me, I hope they try to stop him from speaking. This will be a great convention.
Oh
my God, this will be fun.
Then we're having fun.
I might brandish a chair.
Don't brandish anything. For God's sake.
I might brandish a dish.
I might garnish a dish.
Okay. We're all garnishing dishes, like really aggressively though. Okay. Anyway. So look, if you're a Sanders supporter, that was exciting, right? And I'm a Sanders supporter, and I voted for Bernie Sanders today. And don't take my bet that we did during the live coverage the wrong way. I was betting based on what I thought was going to happen, not on what I was rooting for to happen, right? And I really, as I've now said a couple of times, don't know how this plays out going forward. And so I'll ask that question here to end it. So, guys, what's the battle plan? The elections are largely over. There's only Washington, D.C. left. There's, of course, one very important election afterwards, the election of the superdelegates. He is trailing 92-8. That was actually before some more came in for Hillary Clinton. So it'll be about 95-5 by the time they get to the convention. I've always said indictment is the only thing that makes a difference. If you don't have an indictment, how does he win?
How does he win? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm asking you guys because you think he can win. I think without an indictment, he can't win.
Anyway, if Hillary Clinton were to crater in the polls against Donald Trump, if she was down 15 points as opposed to up 1 or down 1, I don't think that that's a likely either outcome or that would necessarily sway them, but theoretically it could. If she was just doing terribly, like if the speeches came out or...
Yeah, by the way, the speeches come out. If she's down by 5 or 10 points at the end of July, Cenk, you don't think they're going to be freaking the fuck out?
I think 5 points, I don't think they'd care.
10?
No. Maybe.
Are you
I'm
kidding?
saying 15. $100.
No, you guys. It's funny because now we've kind of flipped roles. What you're underestimating is how much the establishment can't stand Bernie Sanders. She could be down by 10, and the transcripts are out. It's not going to move the superdelegates an inch. Mm-hmm. No, they're going to stay with her. If she gets indicted, they probably still stay with her. Then you've got a battle royale. Then you've got a convention. Then you've got a real fight on your hands. But it doesn't matter how far down she is in the polls against Trump, if that were to happen. It doesn't matter what other revelations come. The establishment likes Hillary Clinton because they are the system. They know that she's the protector of the system. They despise Bernie Sanders. They don't despise him. That's not the right word. I keep using the wrong word. They can't stand him, right? Because it's not that they have any hatred towards him. They just think, can't have him. Can't have him. That guy he's not kidding when he says political revolution. And that revolution would be against us. Yeah. Right? Because the superdelegates are the establishment, not metaphorically. They are literally the Democratic Party establishment, right? So they're not going to vote for a revolution against themselves. The only way they do is indictment and then a bloody battle, and they barely lose, right? But otherwise, no. She won the pledge delegates. There is nothing that is going to move those superdelegates. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean that Bernie shouldn't do it, because his whole thing is about the ideas.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
So he gets 6 more weeks to talk about those ideas, to champion those ideas. So part of me thought, well, it's very unlikely that this will work. And a part of me thought, be my champion. Yeah. Right? And so if you're going to go and you're going to have a trial by battle, I think that you're going to want Bernie in your corner, because that dude does not give up. Okay. All right. We're done with the regular coverage, but we ain't done yet. Okay, because you know why? We're not those guys.
We're going to Philly.
We're going to Philly, metaphorically, by going the extra mile for the members. So if you want to watch the post game for this election coverage, tytnetwork.com/join. And for all of you who are already members, thank you. We couldn't, do all of this and have all the staff and be able to do all this coverage for you guys. Now we've been on the air for well over 8 hours, or at least I have portions. So thank you guys, and we'll see you over at the post game for all the members. tytnetwork.com/join.
Bye-bye.